exceedingly more than they were capable of doing in other places.
Stewart had been part of African American political organizations in his life before California, and became active once again when he arrived in Los Angeles. The intersection of changing political power structures, as well as Stewart's previous participation in political organizations, resulted in his appointment as one of 2 African American officers to the Los Angeles Police Department in 1889.
There was an organization that was known in the parlance of the day as the Colored Republican Club. And because the African American vote was such a large factor in the Republican sweep in the municipal elections of 1889, they wanted to get more than just janitor positions, which is all they'd ever gotten before. And they wanted men on the police force. And the Black community put forward Robert Stewart as one of the best candidates for the position, given his background and the kind of person that he was.
Stewart came on at a time that nobody ever thought an African American would be a police officer. So we talk about somebody that is like a Jackie Robinson. He would be the Jackie Robinson for law enforcement.
How does a place measure its progress? Officer Stewart was not the first Black officer in the country. Other cities, such as New Orleans and Philadelphia, were slowly adding individual African American officers to their ranks. This period, noted by African American police historian W. Marvin Delaney, was one of police tokenism, single appointments of individuals, mostly as a symbolic gesture. However, in Los Angeles, with a small but growing African American population, Stewart's appointment seemed like a glimmer of a new future.
By entering law enforcement, he was entering a profession that up until that point had excluded people who looked like him, right? Was all white. And what it meant was that his caste, you can look at a lot of racism in America. He was able to leap from one caste to another by becoming a member of law enforcement, because he was able to say, I'm now becoming a member of a profession that was once all white, has been associated with whiteness, but now I'm able to partake of some of the dignity that comes with it, the respect that comes with it, that now comes to me, right, as well. And that's very meaningful, right? That's kind of a breakthrough. And it means that people have to start to look at law enforcement differently. They can't look at law enforcement as only having a white face. And that was a major breakthrough.
He was very well decorated and very well known. And it appeared that he was very much respected in the city for his diligence and his competence and capability. He served in the department approximately about 10 years, where an encounter with a teenage white girl, ended his career on the LAPD as an officer. A young white girl has an interaction with him while he's on his beat. He comes across her late in the evening. I believe there was a curfew at that time for young people. I think he inquired of her about being out at that time of night, and that was pretty much it. That was his only conversation with her. She then fabricates later, we don't know really why, but she fabricates the story that, he raped her.
Quickly, Officer Stewart was removed from his job and sat in a jail cell for months awaiting his trial.
I mean, it was easy to stereotype Black men that way. And I mean, obviously in that era, when you have an Officer Stewart, any kind of charge that even remotely touches on or allegation, sex, you're off to the races with that as a Black man. He must have done it because we all know they're sexual animals anyway. So he was a victim in many ways, not only of racism in that period, but also the sexual stereotyping of African American men. So he had 2 strikes against him. That's a tough one to get around.
Stewart was dismissed from the police department based on the testimony at his preliminary hearing. He was not given any chance to present any defense to the police commission, and his legal defense at that point was not to call any witnesses. So the police commission acted in a way that today obviously would not happen.
Well, you can't have a clear example of what's the kind of boogeyman in the culture wars right now, critical race theory. You can't have a clear example of one of its basic premises in this case, right? The idea that you have a facially neutral law that says that every person who's an officer is entitled to a hearing. That's what it says on its face. And yet in application, as applied to a Black person, it doesn't get the same result that it would have had it been applied to a white officer.
His first trial concluded with a hung jury. His second trial, after going to jury, acquitted him in 40 minutes. However, this did not mean that everything was returned to how it was before. Stewart was never given his police position back by the police commission. He lived out the rest of his years as a laborer and janitor.
The irony is that, he comes to California and something that is typical that happened in the South happened to him here. So, it speaks to, it really doesn't matter whether it's north, south, east, or west. If you're Black, this is something that can happen to you, and there's very little recourse. I think by virtue of this happening in LA as opposed to the South, he survived it, because I do believe that had this happened in the South, he would have just been lynched. There would have been no trial. There would have been no, redress whatsoever. There would not have been any due process. The mere allegation alone would have cost him his life.
Here is where his story ended for over 100 years. An unfinished side note in what was to become a long and complicated history of race, police, and community, a dynamic mirrored across the U.S. Compared to many places around the world, Los Angeles is a new city. Even so, in those brief years, it has developed a history that is significant and complicated. How do we learn about the history of a place and the people that have lived there? Through thick textbooks and classes in school? Through personal quests and ancestral searches? If with every moment there is more history being created, how do we find our way through it all?
When we started examining our history in 2019, one of our police commissioners really began asking and prompting us on what were the historical moments that have shaped both the community and the LAPD. We started digging into that deeper and really decided that we would look at history as a learning opportunity for our department. One of our core values is quality through continuous improvement. And looking at our history, I don't see how we don't look at our history to look at where we're going next. I think any one of us, we are all born into a certain narrative, into a certain place and time in history. And sometimes you only see things more clearly when you look back from a distance.
When you come to the museum, there's a lot of exhibits here, and we have a timeline towards the back of the museum of the history of LAPD. And in the timeline, you have a few pictures, small pictures of Robert Stewart. And that piqued my interest. And I said, well, who is this person? And so I think he was marginalized in our history. And even though we have a small picture of him, but when you look into his story, it's bigger than life. And it's such an inspiration to everyone. So I decided that this is something that needs to be brought out. And so it became my mission as chairman of the Police Museum to rectify some of the issues that occurred to him.
I would not want to try to catalog the number of hours I've spent researching this. It'd be kind of embarrassing and shocking, probably. I contacted the LA Sentinel. I contacted the heads of African American Studies programs at different colleges around the area and got no response from anybody. Finally, I contacted the LA Police Museum, and Bob Taylor, I believe the time was involved in the museum, he took the chance on this crazy civilian who was saying, hey, your history's wrong, and he printed my story in the hot sheet. So that's how I believe Chief Moore first learned about it.
In 2017, over 100 years after his dismissal from the Los Angeles Police Department, the story of Officer Stewart had finally found new eyes and a new lens of understanding from a society that could differently perceive the circumstances of his history.
So when I think of Robert William Stewart, how does his story get buried? And here we are in 2021 trying to make it right. Mike Davison took it as far as he could, but I do believe that it was incumbent upon me as a part of his lineage as a Black person. I had an obligation to correct it from that perspective. And Mike can only correct it so far from that. And I think with my connection to LAPD, still knowing Mike more and being able to have a conversation, I knew what he would say. And he said, JT, you're right. We will fix this.
When we were telling our story during that 150th year, this story kept coming up over and over again, as well as other instances. And it's like, well, what do we do to try to right the record on that? Well, we had a historian and as well as members of the organization that stepped forward and brought the story to life. And our research, validated it and legitimized that it wasn't just folklore, that this was Robert Stewart came to this organization, that he was the first African-American, first Black man to be a patrol officer, that he lived a life of integrity, that he had a family here and was well respected, and that this terrible incident happened, and really the stereotypes and the prejudice and the biases at the time resulted in him losing his job and essentially changing the course of his life, that he would later act as a laborer and die in his early 80s, never having his name and the prestige and the honor of being a police officer restored. And it just had that story of that was wrong, and is an organization that talks about our values and how we value our people. This was an instance where it looked to me as certainly befitting that we would look back at that and bring this forward and do what we could to recognize and own the acknowledgement of our shortfall. That in doing that, that's the first gesture of reconciliation.
Historiography is the study of how history is written, analyzed, changed, and crafted again. At the heart of this idea is the concept that history is not absolute or finite, but an evolving text influenced by those dedicated to providing a clearer understanding of what has gone before. Now, with the attention of the Los Angeles Police Department, the history of Officer Stewart was experiencing its own reanalysis and revision. The Los Angeles Police Commission had become involved in historiography.
I can't speak for others as they make these decisions, but as I say, it's very difficult for me as a commissioner to go forward into the future untethered from the past. When I learned and read about not only the contributions of Officer Stewart, but all what he would have endured as the first African-American police officer. And that influences how you think about some of the concerns you hear expressed today with officers of color, including concerns about what the future looks like as the population continues to change and demographics change. People, I think, are just now becoming aware of how increasingly important it is to make sure that an institution like LAPD continues to reflect the dynamic city that it serves. Reinstatement in and of itself for him doesn't have a lot of legal meaning, that he didn't get a lot of back pay and things of that nature, but it has a lot of symbolic meaning and importance to officers who are serving today. The idea of officers being concerned about the fairness and how they will be treated. And I think they can take some small measure of comfort that those who are involved in the decision-making process have enough commitment to ensuring a level of fairness and equity to not only achieve that in the decision we're making now, but to also look back for opportunities to correct things that may not have been done properly the first time.
In 2021, Officer Robert William Stewart was officially reinstated to the Los Angeles Police Department and honorably retired from his position as an officer.
I'd like to move that we approve the department's report and reinstate and retire former policeman Robert William Stewart.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed. It passes 5-0.
It was so important because getting the reinstatement was a victory in the sense that we were right. There was an injustice, a gross injustice, and it may have taken decades, not years, decades to right that wrong, but nonetheless, a wrong was righted.
It could be viewed as hollow symbolism, right? And sometimes there are performative displays that are done more for political gain than anything else. But I think this is more than that. I think it was important to recognize the historical reality of the department's own complicity in racial oppression and say we are trying to move beyond that. We're trying to transcend it, but you can't move beyond without acknowledging.
The important thing is the past, we got it wrong. With the present, let's get it right. And going forward to the future, let's make sure it doesn't happen again.
As Los Angeles re-examines its past, the country too has begun a journey into its histories. This acknowledgement of the complexity of the past begins to change the understanding of accepted truths. Re-evaluation allows for new directions in society's collective progress.
I'm old enough to remember going back in time when the LAPD was always looked upon as an occupying army within the African American community, almost exclusively white at the top, kind of a Southern mentality, a brutal mentality. But in recent times, obviously there's been a lot of change from women, Hispanics, African Americans, LGBT, both top to bottom. Big emphasis has been put on community relations, reaching out, having a partnership with the community. So, I mean, those are changes that I think that are very measurable and I think actually are very noteworthy.
None of us are perfect, and organizations do make mistakes. What's important is what happens when they find and discover that they've made that mistake. And I think that shows, again, the building of trust and the reliance. No one expects us to be perfect, but they do look to us that when we fall short, are we willing to acknowledge it? And if we are, I think they're willing to invest in us more. And that's certainly the goal of this, is to build trust within this organization internally as we build trust with our community.
Officer Stewart set a path forward towards a more representational Los Angeles Police Department, one that has been journeyed down by many others during its 152-year history. The path has not always been smooth, but now Angelenos benefit from the history of hard work and sacrifice of those trailblazing officers.
There's no denying that if Robert William Stewart hadn't opened that door, me and legions of other black officers, including one who would become the mayor of this city, Tom Bradley started his career at the Los Angeles Police Department. That gave him his foundation for public service, and then he went on to become mayor. If it wasn't for Robert William Stewart's success in that position for 10 years and proving that a black man could do this job, I wouldn't be here. He was the first. He opened the door. So every single black officer on the Los Angeles Police Department that has ever been owes him a debt of gratitude.
I think there was a time in LAPD training and even in the culture of our department that kind of encouraged you to leave your differences at home and become police, become LAPD or Blue. And what we've seen over the years is that we only benefit when people bring their diversity to the department. It helps us to evolve. It helps us to better serve our communities. It helps us to better understand each other. We are always working with human beings, and usually human beings in conflict or crisis. When I see new recruits coming into the academy right now, they really welcome and embrace looking at our history. So we feel like it's important to own the history that we've had good, bad, difficult, challenging, I don't think our officers or our community benefit when we don't learn how to talk about the difficult issues and really listen to each other. I see that as a challenge across America right now, really listening to each other. But it really is the only way to move forward.
What is a person's last monument? Their headstone, marking the simplest facts of their existence? Or is it their history, remembered, discussed, and honored?
It's obvious Stewart got a raw deal. And there's not much you can do for someone who's been dead for 90 years, but at least you can rehabilitate his reputation to the extent that is possible. And the police department is trying to do that.
There's a Martin Luther King Jr. once said that the moral arc of the universe is long, but it's bent towards justice. I think this proves that the arc, while long, it is bent towards justice, and this was an opportunity to give justice to this man. That, to me, is what I'm always encouraged as just Michael Moore, as just an Angelino, is that right prevails, and it may take time, and it may be long after, someone's gone, but there's that truth eventually comes out and is known, and that encourages my heart.
For Officer Robert William Stewart, his legacy is larger than words etched in stone. He has left a path for fairness and honesty in how Los Angeles reflects on its history as the city proceeds into the future.
Welcome to day 5 of the Budget Committee's deliberations on the mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yaroslavsky.
Here.
Blumenfield. Absent. Hutt.
Here.
McCosker.
Here.
Hernandez.
Present.
4 members present and a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you. First up today, we have the homelessness budget as detailed in the supplemental schedule section of the mayor's proposed budget. Colleagues, I've asked Councilwoman Rahman, who's the chair of the Housing and Homelessness Committee, to join us today to hear and raise questions related to the homelessness budget, as well as the housing and LASA departmental reviews. As was the case with Councilmember Lee yesterday, because she's not a member of the committee, she cannot request memos. So if there's a memo you think, colleagues, would be helpful or appropriate based on Councilwoman Rahman's questions, I ask that you request that memo. I'd like to call the CAO and the mayor's office to the table. Please come on up and introduce yourselves and your team. Okay, and also before you get started, I just want to note for members of the committee that the memo list is now available. So if you could please take a look at those memo lists, we're going to come to that to consider and finalize in just a little bit. Thank you. Welcome. Can you introduce yourselves and please go ahead with the presentation?
Sure. Very good. Good morning, everyone. Matt Zabo, City Administrative Officer.
Matt Hale, Deputy Mayor of Finance, Operations, Innovation.
Ed Gibson, Assistant CAO.
Kendra Lil, Chief Administrative Analyst with the CAO's office.
Sandy Lee, a Budget Analyst with the CAO's office.
She has another question, which is
welcome. Go ahead with your presentation, please.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I will just give a very brief overview of the items included in the homeless budget on the schedule of the homelessness budget, and then we can open it up for questions because there are a number of programs, and I won't go through all of them, but just give a broad overview, and then we can get to questions. The proposed budget for 25-26, all items related to homelessness totals $904 million, just over $904 million. That is slightly down from $951 million in the adopted 24-25 budget. There, as we've been reviewing in every department, in every part of the city, there have been reductions, and the principal source of the reduction in the funding for the proposed budget is the reductions to the Bureau of Sanitation through their Care and Care Plus program, and we'll see that later today when we talk to the Bureau. The homelessness budget relies on just over $300 million from the general fund and a series of 23 other sources of revenue, grants, and other special funds to fund the housing and the services related to the city's response to homelessness. The budget fully funds a continuation of 5,015 beds that predate our alliance settlement, and that includes compensating for the cost of the increase in services. It also fully funds 1,111 motel rooms associated with Inside Safe, and an additional 228 Alliance beds, all of which, by the way, the motels and the additional beds, we are counting towards our Alliance obligation for the purposes of reimbursement from the county. So this budget does fund 1,340 total beds, on total interim beds that are compliant with our Alliance obligation. There are a few additions to the budget, and actually before I get to that, just to provide an update on the status. So based on the beds that are funded in the proposed budget, we will have, and we have reported, that of our 12,915 bed obligation, we will have, and we do have, 11,002 beds that are either open and occupiable or in progress. That breaks down as 6,724 beds that are open and occupiable currently, and another 4,278 beds which are in progress. So that leaves a delta of just shy of 2,000 beds for our remaining two-year obligation. There were some additions to the budget, including the new proposed unit in the fire department, the Homeless Fire Protection and Street Medicine Program, with 9 months funding of $7.2 million, a full 12-month funding would be just shy of $13 million. We fund a number of other homeless services, hygiene services, and outreach services, although there have been some reductions in outreach services, some due to the additional outreach that has been provided by the county due to the Alliance settlement and the corresponding MOU, and other assessments on the need for outreach, including the outreach that had previously been funded related to the roadmap beds. I will stop there if there's and just open it for questions, because there's a lot, and I don't want to have to get through. I don't want to list every single thing that's in the budget, but we'll address that in your questions.
Thank you very much. We're going to start with Councilwoman Rahman.
Thank you so much, Chair Yaroslavsky and other members of the Budget Committee, and thank you to staff from the CAO and the Mayor's Office and other departments who are here today. I want to really thank you all for the opportunity to weigh in on what is an enormous part of our spending. I just wanted to make a couple of remarks in the beginning that I hope will anchor all of your questions as you look through this, and start us off with a question or two, and then I'll let you all take it from there. You know, we have 5 major areas of spending across our homelessness response system. Homelessness prevention, which is largely funded through ULA, outreach, short-term or interim shelter, which includes our Inside Safe portfolio, permanent housing, which is either permanent supportive housing, much of which is funded through HHH, and our time-limited subsidy program. And finally, the large, big bucket of spending is our hygiene responses for street homelessness. These are the buckets of our homelessness response system that we spend on. And as we work through this budget today, because of the way in which these responses are organized in the city, which is in an extremely fragmented way, I am still actually having some questions about how this budget impacts the services that will be offered on homelessness and the kinds of beds and housing that we'll be able to fund relative to our capacity this year. And I hope that today's discussion will get us closer towards understanding that. I'm also hopeful that we can talk about, at a time of service reductions, such as those on outreach services, that we really explicitly discuss how we can organize our work better and supervise our work better such that we're not wasting any dollars and that we can actually make our existing resources work better, which is the question that I think this committee has been asking across all of our services in the city. Finally, I just want to also underscore the two big constraints that we're working towards: meeting the terms of the settlement agreement, which Mr. Szabo just mentioned. We still have a 2,000 bed gap that was unaccounted for in this budget, which we will have to account for either this coming year or the next year. And I just want to be very aware of that as we're talking through what our interventions will be, and ensuring that we have the ability to manage a very large change in the homeless services system that is expected, although it's unclear exactly how that change will play out, which is the movement of Measure A funds being pulled out of LASA. That may require us to make a larger investment and reorganization of administrative capacity, both here in the city and potentially at LASA. So as we're talking through LASA's budget, I just want to underscore that, because the county pulling their dollars out actually reduces the administrative capacity for the work that we fund at LASA. So just, again, just wanted to make sure everyone was aware of these constraints as we move forward. And I wondered whether I could start off with a question around the time-limited subsidy funding that we have going forward. Time-limited subsidy funding was a way in which we met, I believe, our roadmap obligations and have been part of our bed plan for the Alliance settlement. They're a cost-effective way of investing in additional housing capacity, and wanted to understand what is the change in our time-limited subsidy investment in this coming budget, and how does it, again, impact our ability to meet our goals under the Alliance settlement?
So under the proposed budget, we have 772 slots funded for time-limited subsidies. That number could go up based on decisions made through the Inside Safe program. It could go up if based on additional dollars that might be available to the city throughout the course of the year through LACASA potentially. But we've the recommendation of the proposal is 672 slots to LASA's TLS program and an additional 100 slots for the Downtown Women's Center. And we are counting those towards our Alliance obligation.
But those are existing slots that are continuing to be funded, not new slots that we're adding this year towards our goals.
Correct.
Okay. And if I could ask one more question, Chairwoman, I just wanted to understand what is happening to our outreach capacity in this budget. It is I'm trying to track the outreach teams that we invested in last year and trying to understand the number of teams that we're funding this year and seeing a difference, but perhaps misreading these buckets of funding.
Sure. So there is a reduction of 18 positions funded through LASA on the homeless engagement team front. So there is a reduction of 8 positions on for the general positions. Excuse me, actually. I'm sorry. There's a total of 54 positions that are funded, down from 72, and these are principally in the general outreach category, and then we are also in addition to that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we're also, in addition to that, not funding the roadmap teams. And I'll get you that number in just a second.
Okay. Well, colleagues, I want to turn it over to you all, but I do want to just flag that I think in this coming year we will have a reduction in certain kinds of services, including hygiene and outreach services across the entire city, and that maintaining our current level of services in our districts will require us to have greater oversight and management over the money that we are investing in these resources. And I also want to underscore that we still have a delta, which is fairly sizable for our alliance settlement, that we still have not budgeted for. And so our existing dollars, I think we need to make sure that all of our shelter investments are being spent in ways that get us as close to that, filling that delta with the most economical way of adding bed capacity that is still effective and a welcoming place for people who are moving off the streets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Councilmember Blumenfield.
Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman Rahman, for joining us and for your leadership on the Homeless Committee. Appreciate you digging in on that, and happy to be serving as vice chair on that. Wanted to start, Matt, asking you a little bit about, on Tuesday, you mentioned that all the inside safes would now qualify for Alliance, and which, great news, but a little surprising. I had not known that, so I was a little shocked by that. It's something that myself, many, Councilwoman Rodriguez, many of us have been calling for a very long time to make that happen. Could you walk us through how that happened? You know, we passed a council motion to try to get that to happen some time ago, what the implications are, you know, how, just walk us through that whole process and how the, I mean, obviously the council wasn't involved ultimately, but how did that process roll out?
Sure. So I'll start with what the obligation is under Alliance. So the obligation under Alliance is that by June of 2027, we have 12,915 beds of virtually any type, any kind of intervention that are open and occupiable. So what we have used to guide the decision as to what to claim for in our quarterly reports to the court has been a measure of likelihood that those beds would be open in 2027. When the Inside Safe program started in early 2023, the nature of, and of course we were well into our Alliance settlement and we were already reporting on beds compliant with that settlement, the nature of the program was such that it would be very difficult to count on beds being open even the next month, because there were hotels being secured in booking agreements. And when I say booking agreements, of course, it's an agreement that if a room is needed, then we would pay for that room, versus an occupancy agreement, which you're essentially leasing out the entirety of the motel or whatever is included in the occupancy agreement. That could be used, that we would pay for whether it's used or not, but would be available to us regardless. So when the program first started, the very, very temporary nature of the resources that were used for Inside Safe were not consistent with any kind of certainty that we could report to the court, even on a quarterly basis. There was no assurance that if we reported at the end of quarter one that this bed is compliant, that it would even be open in quarter two. Now, as the program has progressed and settled into more of a rhythm and a constant, the mayor's office has moved to a set number of both motels with booking agreements and motels with occupancy agreements. Some of those are now in long-term occupancy agreements that extend through 2027. So off the top, we started counting the 538 rooms that are currently in long-term occupancy agreements that we know they're under contract between now and 2027.
Right, but we weren't able to count those before, but we can now.
Well, we're counting them. I mean, in part, it's our judgment. It's our discretion as to what we could count. Each of those beds, each of those motel rooms, are new beds that have been funded by the city that did not exist prior to 2022. So by that definition, any bed, any resource that is established after June of 2022, we could count as compliant. The question for us is, do we have reasonable certainty that that bed can be relied on for an extended period of time? If they come offline, we would have to replace them. So what changed is the very, very temporary nature of the motel rooms when the program first started. And so now we're in a much more kind of stable, steady state for the motels, the complement of motel rooms, about 1,100 that are being used for the program, in addition to the Mayfair, which of course we own, so we count the Mayfair towards our alliance settlement. So the question is, there are 573 other motel rooms that are currently under contract. They are under either occupancy agreements that are for a period of a year or in some cases 2 years, but they don't go all the way to 2027, or they remain as booking agreements. We are counting all of those because this is now the third year that we will have paid for them. And by counting them based on our MOU with the county would reimburse us, and this is an important point, will reimburse us for the services. So we are on the hook for paying for the services on the front end, and then based on our quarterly reports to the court, we would be reimbursed up to a total amount of $259 million between now and 2027 for the services for those beds. So counting those beds does reduce the cost by about half ultimately. We still have to pay on the front end, which is why, for example, you see a proposal to use some of the county reimbursement for the Inside Safe program, because we are starting, we did starting in January, we started to count and report to the court all of the Inside Safe beds as compliant with the alliance settlement. Now, that is not to predetermine that all of those beds can and will and must be open, remain open till 2027. It's just that if the beds come offline, we would have an obligation to replace them with other beds, which is exactly what we did during our roadmap, during the term of our roadmap obligation, and where that fluctuated constantly. We met the goal of 6,700, and then over the course of 5 years, some beds came offline, and we had to replace them with other beds.
So do we now have 3,100 that are alliance compliant or more? Because that's the max that the county will reimburse.
We have, I'll get the number of interim beds that we're counting. I have the total amount, but I don't know if we have the breakdown of interim to permanent.
I mean, but so the question is, by now counting, and I still don't quite understand how, we can today, we couldn't yesterday. I mean, but I get it. It's just, it was a decision that was made. But at some point we hit that 3,100, right? And have we gotten to that point? Are we counting, are all of the inside beds now alliance compliant?
As of January, all of the motel rooms that are part of the Inside Safe program are part of our report as alliance compliant, yes. So we will be billing the county for the services for all of the beds starting in January 1 of 2025.
Right, and the court still needs to approve that to make it, like we're asserting it, but they have to, there's another step to that. Right?
I'll give, I mean, the city attorney can address that, but the settlement gives the city broad discretion as to determine our complement of beds. We have to certainly prove that the beds actually exist and that the city played some role in establishing those beds, but there is ample reporting around that supports both the existence of those beds and the city's role in funding those beds.
So just to be clear, how many inside safe beds are alliance compliant right now under our assertion?
It is 1,111 motel rooms plus 273 the 273 beds at the Mayfair.
1,100 plus 273.
Yes.
Okay. So we're still under the 3,100 cap.
Yes, there are other interim beds that have come online and will be online. So, for example, Highland Gardens, we've been counting from the beginning, and those are 72 rooms. We're counting the double.
43 beds.
Anyway, it's the and then when the 33 rooms at the Midvale site come online, we'll be counting those as well. And then there's an additional 500 that are in progress for that are state-funded behavioral health beds, the tiny home villages. We will count all of those as well.
Once we find a place to put them.
Once they are established. So we've secured and directed the funding to establish those beds, and once they're online, then we will include them as well.
So we have about 1,000 potentially left that we could get reimbursement for. And Highland Gardens, where is that, and how many beds is that? That's
Highland Gardens is 72 rooms, and correct me if we're counting. Are we counting double on that? We are counting double, so it's 144, and that's in Hollywood in Council District 4.
Right, and do they count the opioid program beds as well?
No.
No? Okay. And we're still carrying the costs for all the city, city's still carrying the cost of all that, right?
Right. So the way, and this is an important point because it does provide a limitation to what we can do. So as we've been having these conversations around Alliance, if beds are compliant with Alliance, it does not mean that the services are free. The county does not contract directly for the services for our Alliance compliant beds like they do with our permanent supportive housing beds. The county contracts directly for the intensive case management services provided at PSH. They do not do that for interim housing. So we have to front the cost, we have to secure the contracts through LASA for the service provider, do all of the work on the front end, and then we get reimbursed. And we've just started to get reimbursements. We're going to estimate that it's going to be roughly a 6-month lag, and that is why we are counting and only counting $39 million for fiscal 25-26 that we would receive from the county. We are counting that as revenue, just like we would count any other special fund in the city, where the city pays the health care and pensions. That's a general fund obligation. But then we also count the reimbursement from that special fund for those healthcare and pension obligations as revenue. So we have a higher cost, but then a higher revenue. That's just our standard account.
We're counting it as revenue back to the general fund?
We're counting it revenue back to our homelessness programs. Yes, so we have a fund for our Alliance, our county Alliance reimbursement, and then we are applying that as part of our overall program as we're balancing the restrictions on each fund with the needs that we have to continue the beds and services.
Okay. So the city still bears the 100% of the cost for the existing roadmap beds, right? And then these beds we're getting reimbursed for part of the cost for the services portion. Or the services as defined very narrowly, they don't count all the services that we provide, right? Like janitorial and some of those things.
The county reimburses us based on what the daily bed rate is, up to a cap of 100. Actually, they'll pay the full rate because the agreement was initially they would reimburse us up to $110 a night, but they said that the agreement calls for if the bed rate is more than that, they would pay the daily bed rate. So they would pay the $89 or $116 in the cases that we have sites that are below 50 beds. Daily bed rate only, no enhanced services.
No enhanced. So we're still bearing some cost on that. I mean, it's better. Right now we're bearing 100% of the cost.
Right.
Under this, they're going to bear up to 110. Is that what you're saying?
They'll pay the daily bed rate cost. So the inside safe rate is 110. They would cover the full cost of that. Again, up to the limitations being 3,100 beds and $259 million for interim. So up to the $259 million, they will cover on a reimbursement basis.
Right. And then just to be clear, because I kind of cut you off in the middle, you were saying that the contracted beds that are till 2027 get counted, but then so do some of the booking agreements as long as we agree to keep those beds open. Is that right?
So the obligation, it's a point-in-time obligation that on June 14th of 2027, we have to have established that we have 12,915 beds open that weren't open when the settlement began. Now that's subject to, potentially subject to change, but that has been a discussion that's been going on in the court with regard to the continuation of our alliance beds. But that's the general obligation.
And if I could add, I don't think we look at this as a particular commitment to any particular bed under any particular booking agreement. It's just that if a bed were to come offline, we would have to replace it. But that's true of any single bed that we might invest in and count towards our alliance settlement obligation.
Right. But it means there's no, if we build another bed and we swap it, there's no net gain on that. I get that. And we're still paying also for the hotel rooms out of city funds, right?
The leasing costs are 100% the city obligation, yes.
Right, and so that's the other cost balance. Anyway, I have more questions, but I don't want to monopolize the time, so
Yeah, we'll come back around.
Yeah.
It's going to be a long one. I have a question and memo request, and then I'll go around. First, I want to acknowledge the incredible work of people here. Thank you, Councilwoman Rahman, Councilmember Blumenfield, Councilwoman Rodriguez, for all your leadership on this really complicated, important issue. Really grateful that you're here. So there are a number of line items that are specific to Inside Safe, namely, one, the homelessness emergency prior year reappropriation of $99 million, and two, the homelessness emergency Inside Safe of $21.7 million. What's the anticipated spending plan for these two line items in fiscal year 25-26? So how many beds, how many anticipated participants will this support?
So I have the historical numbers, so I can kind of point to 24-25. I don't know that I can forecast in 25-26 except to tell you what the number of beds that will be available under that program.
Okay.
And so to date, 4,200 people have passed through the program across the entire city. About 10% of the city's reduction in street homelessness we attribute to that program. And we are supporting about 1,255 rooms across 42 hotels and motels, 58 congregate beds at Weingarten, 53 beds at the Union Rescue Mission, in addition to the Mayfair. And the rollover balance of the $99 million, about 24 million of that will be for 25-26 expenses. So the rollover balance is the money that we anticipate will be in the account on June 30th, but 75 of the 99 or 74 of the 99 million will be spoken for essentially on 24-25 expenses. So the total Inside Safe budget of about 104 million in 25-26 is made up of four different buckets. 24 of that rollover balance, about 35 million in county reimbursements, 22.5 million in state grant funding, and then the 20 some odd million, 22 million in the new general fund appropriation that's in the HEA account for the budget this year.
Okay. What portion of total program cost is eligible for alliance reimbursement of that 104.5 million that you just mentioned?
So I believe that every bed in the current model that we're pursuing would be eligible for the service reimbursement costs. So the costs that we would bear are for the room rates only.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. I have a couple of memos for the CAO on this matter. First, I'd like the numbers that Deputy Mayor Hale just showed be included in a memo. I'm requesting also that it include potential cost savings to the Inside Safe program of overall programmatically at least 15% without reducing the total number of Alliance compliant slots, and potential cost savings associated with converting the motel rooms under long-term occupancy agreements into double occupancy rooms within 6 months, and the subsequent transfer of participants from motel rooms under booking agreements. This memo should evaluate also duplicative positions such as outreach teams and resources that can be eliminated, consolidated, or leveraged through existing service providers contracted through council offices, LA County, and the city, and existing non-Inside Safe resources. The analysis should include recommendations for how these functions can be replaced or absorbed without disrupting service delivery. And then I have two more. A memo requesting an additional memo from the CAO on the status of the city's progress towards meeting the LA Alliance Settlement Agreement's 12,915 new interventions in light of the Inside Safe slots counting toward the goal and the current plan for fulfilling the outstanding obligation. And finally, one more memo requesting an additional memo from the CAO indicating the average per person cost across all city-funded interim housing interventions and their respective throughput rate into permanent housing utilizing the data developed by HRNA advisors.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to stop for now. Councilwoman Hernandez, you have a follow-up?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning. So the budget includes $35.2 million in county alliance reimbursements reinvested into Inside Safe. Why isn't this shown within the Mayor's Office of Housing and Homelessness Solutions budget?
Excuse me, why is it?
Why is it not? Why isn't this shown within the Mayor's Office of Housing and Homelessness Solutions budget?
Those are, so the 35.1 million is, the 35.1 million is for, is reimbursement for services and for Alliance compliant beds. So it is appropriate that those be reinvested into covering services for Alliance compliant beds. So it is on a reimbursement basis, but we're being reimbursed for the cost of the bed. So it is our recommendation that the dollars stay within the program and not go outside of the program.
Great, thank you. And I think you might have talked about this a little bit, but Inside Safe funding is spread across multiple budget items. Can you provide a clear breakdown of costs, especially for staffing versus hotels, motels versus acquisitions?
We could, that would be appropriate for a memo.
Great, I'd like a budget memo on that, please. Okay. And I'd also like a budget memo, and which I think we just said, but of all proposed funding for Inside Safe operations for fiscal year 2025-2026. If you can include that, that'd be great.
We'll include that in the same memo. Yeah.
Great, thank you so much. Would this be an appropriate time to ask about the Mayfair? Or, because I was following up to you.
Sure, yeah, go ahead, ask about the Mayfair, and then we'll move to Mr. McCosker.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
$3.5 million is allocated for property management at the Mayfair Hotel in my district. What were property management costs last year, and how were they funded?
There was just over $5 million allocated to GSD, General Services Department, to contract with HACLA to provide those services for fiscal year 24-25.
Great, HACLA, thank you so much. And will HACLA continue managing the site into the next fiscal year?
Yes.
Is the Mayfair still funded through the state's ERF program?
Yes, county is still providing the additional enhanced services, or providing the funding for the additional enhanced services at the Mayfair.
Thank you. How are current vacancies being filled on that?
The Mayfair beds are treated like any other booking agreement or occupancy agreement bed under Inside Safe, so they're filled by the same mechanism.
Wonderful. Are those rooms okay? So you just cleared it up. Those rooms are being used for Inside Safe operations. Or people are eligible?
As I understand it, yes. I believe that there are certain restrictions on who is eligible for those beds, and so the Inside Safe program cannot resolve any any old encampment. They have to find the right kind of participants in the right encampment in order to place those participants in the bed.
Great, thank you. And my last question on this, when is the ERF funding set to end?
April 30th, 2026.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Okay, I think Mr. McCosker has a follow-up question. Oh, sure, follow-up and then another follow-up.
Thank you
Go
so
ahead.
much. The 3.5 million that's allocated for property management at the Mayfair, why isn't that coming from Inside Safe dollars? If these are Inside Safe beds, essentially. Under the ERF, of course.
I think they actually were out of the 24-25 Inside Safe budget. We, in this budget, shifted those as a GSD expense, so they're still, we still have to maintain it as a city property. And the business model is the same. We just moved that expense out of the Inside Safe budget and into the general budget.
Great, thank you. So these are Inside Safe dollars from fiscal year 24-25. Is that what you're saying? The 3.5 million that have been shifted over? For 24-25, I believe the sum was 5 million, and then the expected maintenance O&M costs, the operations and maintenance costs that GSD contracts with HACLA for is 3.5 million in 25-26. Got it. So again, clarity. This 3.5 are Inside Safe dollars.
They're general fund dollars, but they're for the maintenance of a city property, which happens to be used for Inside Safe. So if you are looking for a yes, they help the Inside Safe program, but it is the maintenance of a city facility.
Got it. So they're general funds that are going to the operation and maintenance of a city-owned building, like is our business model, correct? But aren't there Inside Safe dollars already allocated in the budget that could go to this, where it doesn't have to be general funds?
No, there is no money in the Inside Safe budget for O&M for the Mayfair in 25-26 as proposed.
Understood.
Follow-up question then. So that's a great line of questioning. It's sort of the bleed out of money that is not handled by Inside Safe, but is handled by general fund, and so it masks how much we're really spending of general fund on Inside Safe and on homelessness. So how about a budget memo on the full cost of date to handle the Mayfair, everything, acquisition, maintenance, everything. Because the reality, and you guys figure out the language, the reality is that we all have buildings in our, facilities in our districts that are not being maintained by general services, not general services' fault, our fault, because we don't fund them enough. But in as much as then we take money out of the general fund from general services, put it into Inside Safe costs, we should have our eyes wide open. So I should be able to explain to my constituents why the Croatian Cultural Center is disintegrating as we watch, because there's no money to take care of it because we're pumping more money into Mayfair. Follow-up question, another follow-up question to that before I get to my questions. Is there another, considering the Mayfair being the gift that keeps on taking, is there another Mayfair in the works? Are we buying another piece of property?
I think that we're always interested in ways of further reducing the costs of running the Inside Safe program, and most particularly in the bed rates. I don't think that there's anything that is, in the works
There
that
is not a property that we're looking at to buy and to put into Inside Safe. Not a large property similar to the size and cost of the Mayfair.
We are open to that, yes. Do I want to say?
Would that be the Grand Hotel?
Well, Councilmember, if we were interested in any particular property, I wouldn't necessarily want to telegraph that at the table here today.
Okay, and you realize the position that puts us in, right? All right, let me get to my questions.
Yeah.
I want to zoom out a little bit. because we can spend a lot of time talking about roadmap, and we can spend a lot of time talking about alliance. Those are agreements. Those are agreements that arose out of different situations. There are obligations that we have under A because the people told us. But can we zoom way out? Because we are 30 years into this experiment of having turned 40 years into this experiment of having turned to the county and said, county, you have this obligation, and you don't meet the obligation. You have the obligation for all indigent persons everywhere in the county. And back in the late 80s when we said, you're not doing the job, because then we were spending a grand total of $1 million on it, and we thought that was a shocking number. Now our general fund number is $302 million. And litigation happened, the fight happened, and after it, we formed this thing called LASA. Because we felt that we needed to be I think collectively, we as a city, and we still feel this, that we need to be taking care of all of our constituents, including our constituents who find themselves without homes. But this is a reset moment. When the County of Los Angeles says we're pulling out of LASA, essentially, and we have Measure A, and we'll cut you a check that we'll spend on good things, it is a moment for us to do a reset and look back at the obligations of each party. Good fences make good neighbors. What are their obligations? What are our choices to fill those obligations? And I realize we're gonna do everything to follow the roadmap and follow the alliance and follow what the people have told us in Measure A. But then how do we get to the point where we, instead of just keeping our heads buried in these numbers, how do we step back and say, what are we actually obligated to do? Because I would venture to say that the County of Los Angeles is not spending anything close to comparable of general fund to our $302 million.
Zero.
Yeah, zero is not even close. It's probably, in the COC, they probably spend about $8 million, actually. That's what I'm told. $8 million, $302 million general fund. And I said it yesterday, and I think we're going to have to say it every day. When we spend general fund, we have to look 1,600 people in the eye and tell them that we're going to lay you off so that we can spend this money that we might not have to spend. We might not have we have a moral obligation, but not a legal obligation. And so I just want to back up and find out when is going to be the moment when we sort of reassess where we are after, I get it, after the alliance and after the roadmap, and after we meet all our obligations under A, when are we going to do an assessment of what we're actually obligated to do? Full stop.
Councilman, if I could just address that. I think the time to ask that question, ask and answer that question is right now. And the reason for that is what you just outlined. Voters just passed a major measure that's going to bring in hundreds of millions of dollars that is, on the services side, essentially going to the county. We get $54 million of that. But we still are maintaining all of these obligations that have been built up over the last several years in response to the homelessness crisis. And there is the open question about the fate of LASA given the county's withdrawal. And so the question for all of you is, as we're considering structural moves around what we may establish at the city, there's been, of course, a number of motions about taking what LASA provides and bringing that in-house. That has long-term costs and consequences associated with it. So I would just argue and recommend that be the principal question that's answered before we rush into a structural question about building an apparatus at the city to take over this, that, or the other thing.
Right.
Because we need to answer that question first. What is and should be the city's role? And then we build our structures around that in the most efficient way possible, because we are, as you have said, we are already overextended. And we do not have anywhere close to the resources that the county has to address this problem. We have a fraction of the dollars that, that Measure A is bringing in, and $54 million cannot even come close to building out what the county is about to build out.
Right. I think, oh, go ahead.
I would also just add that we do have some legal obligations not under statute necessarily, but under a number of court cases, not just Alliance, but that 30-year history of obligations that the city has taken on in the handling of property in the right-of-way, in the handling of Skid Row in particular. So there are some legal obligations that are now imposed on the city that weren't there 30 years.
Well, it sounds like an outline of a budget memo, because I get that we will probably meet and exceed all of our legal obligations. We're probably exceeding them by a couple $100 million now. And so I'd like just a basic budget memo back on these obligations and how we reset this picture going forward. And I think it's a segue to the question of the state of the emergency. Should the state of the emergency expire, and I think it's coming up again in a month or so, about a month. At the end of May, we will reconsider the state of the emergency. If the state of the emergency was not extended, once again, what would be the effect? I believe the effect would be that the city council would be back in the game of some of these decisions. It might mean that we have to do RFPs. It might mean that we have to have more fiscal controls. It probably doesn't mean that we would be ineligible for state money. I'd like just to get a brief budget memo on what would be the effects of not extending the emergency on homelessness. I have more, but I'll defer for now.
Okay, I'm going to move on. Councilwoman Hutt, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I do. My first question is about safe parking sites. And so how many safe parking sites are currently operating? And
if you can ask your next question, we'll find that for a moment.
And then in the safe parking space, I'd like to request a budget memo to have the CAO report back with options and recommendations to fully fund the survivor services systems with an additional $3.8 million. So that's my first. My next one is with respect to the 10 freeway encampment grant, that there's a large amount of money there with a really short population that they're satisfying in that area. And I want to know if there's any opportunity to amend the grant to allow for services provided further west to Western Avenue, or if that's even practical.
That's the ERF, right? Which ERF?
It's the 10 freeway.
Oh, yeah, that's the ERF grant tied to the boundaries were already set when the application went in.
Right.
So that would have to be a state process to go back and amend what was applied for.
Oh, so we'd have to go to the state to amend?
Yeah, that's a state, yeah. So all the ERFs are state grants. You describe the scope and the area that you're going to work in and what those types of works are, and it gives you some flexibility inside there, but your boundaries were set when you applied. And so tied very specifically to specific issues under each of those grants.
And then in Inside Safe, it's projected to go from a total of $152.5 million in the 24-25 budget to $103.9 million in the 25-26. Which sites will be demobilized as a part of this projected decrease in Inside Safe?
So, Councilmember, the plan is not to demobilize any of the beds, but because we are counting them all towards the Alliance settlement, the services costs will be covered by LA County now under the agreement that we have with the county for the 3,100 beds. So that's why we're able to do the same program with fewer funds.
So we're going to reduce services but remain?
No, the services which were previously borne by the general fund will now be borne by the county's reimbursements.
Okay, I understand. And then also, what's the status of the state-funded emergency stabilization beds?
That money has been allocated to projects. So there's I have 516 projects, units in my head at this particular moment, scattered throughout the city. The mayor's office worked with various council offices on sites. So that money is fully allocated to projects. They receive the funding as each project progresses through the system. So the money's not advanced all at once from the state of California. So those projects are underway. The very first project that received some of those funds was Midvale, which should be opening right about now or very shortly here. This month it completed construction. And so more projects will be coming on next year. They'll be starting construction very shortly and be finishing up late next year.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
And council member, I can answer your first question.
Okay.
So we have, for safe parking, we have 13 sites, a total of 314 beds at a total cost of about $4.5 million.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We have 13 for safe parking, 13 sites, 314 spaces, a total cost of approximately $4.5 million. $1.5 million, I believe, but we can get you the precise number off the general fund and $3 million off of our HAP grant.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Hutt, you still going?
Those are all my questions.
That's it. Okay, Councilmember Bloomfield.
Okay. What funding is available if council wants to build more beds? We have the 2,000 more beds to either build or assign TLS or master lease.
So the budget as proposed, with the dollars that we know that we have coming from, the dollars that are proposed from the general fund, our HAP dollars, our encampment resolution dollars, and our county reimbursement dollars, that will cover essentially a steady state, covering funding everything that we have funded and all of the obligations that will come online that are already in progress. But in terms of reducing that 2,000, roughly 2,000 bed obligation, again, we are currently in conversations with the court and the plaintiffs around the roadmap beds, and so that has not been fully resolved. Although the plaintiffs have resisted up until this point any amendment to the settlement, which would give us credit for continuing the roadmap beds, which we are at great expense. If there was, in order to increase the beds over what is proposed in the budget, there is no additional funding. You would either need to further reduce non-bed obligations or spending. There is still some outreach spending. There are other bed services or leasing costs that are included in that $302 million. So we could look at reducing further, or there is a possibility that we may be able to secure some additional funding through Measure A on the LASA side, which could be applicable to beds under certain circumstances. That is still all being worked out. The policy around that is being worked out at the board, the LASA board, that is. And so if we were able to secure some funding and apply it to additional beds consistent with the regulations that LASA adopts, that could increase our bed count. But there is no more general fund, and we have in this proposal spent out every penny of all of our HAP grants, all of our Measure A local return, and all of our anticipated county reimbursement. There is no room left.
Right. So our hope is LASA, Measure A, which had a lot of hype around it for doing that, is producing less money, not more for us. I'm I'm kind of eyes wide open and want to have the grim reality in front of us of how we get to those beds. Maybe we get the roadmap to count, and then the only other way is through maybe efficiencies. If we take some of the, if we find more, sites that are more consolidated, we could get more beds for the same cost, and we're able to move some things around. Is that the thinking?
Efficiencies or a more efficient use of, or more targeted use of our existing resources. We have run scenarios internally on various reductions that could be made in our HAP grant and from our general funds. If it is your desire to have that list presented for consideration, we can certainly do that in a memo.
That would be great to do that. And we can't supplant, right? We can't use state grants for sites that have been general funded first, right?
No, HAP is very clear that it can't be used to supplant. So we wouldn't, for example, be able to use any HAP dollars to pick up the cost of inside safe motels, because that was, of course, an entirely general funded program, or is an entirely general funded program.
Right, so in as much as we can convert general funded programs to state basically, if we want to swap out a program that's not general funded, we're going to need to have an entirely new bed of some sort.
Correct. So HAP could be used to continue beds that are currently funded by HAP, or new beds that have not previously been funded by the general fund.
Okay. Maybe as a memo, we could get a report on how many units are utilizing general fund. And then we can kind of play from there to see if we can make any progress. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Councilmember McCosker?
Just a quick follow-up on the prospect of our vote on 527 about the homelessness emergency. And I will ask the CLA, actually, if we could get a report. Should we as a council, and I have no idea how it would come out, not continue the state of emergency, it will have an effect on the flow of dollars and the speed of the flow of dollars. And it will also change, I presume it would change the process by which mayor and council would work together to make all of these expenditures. So I would ask how much, how would that process work, and whether it would make sense to put an amount of money in the UB to make sure that we can put those processes in place to, effectuate this continuing partnership. Thank you.
Councilwoman Robin, did you have a follow-up to that or a new question?
I have a question about kind of the questions that both Councilmembers Blumenfield and McCosker brought up, and Councilmember McCosker's questions from earlier. I think what your questions were alluding to is a desire to hold the county accountable for services that many of us understand to be their obligation. So I just wanted to ask a few questions about how we are pushing the county for accountability and how we are staffed to do that.
Go ahead.
I wanted to ask who is working on a staff level, if anybody, with LASA, council offices, and the mayor's office to ensure that there's greater coordination between outreach that's funded through Measure A and the needs of the city, besides the explicit MDT process that's in the MOU. Is there anyone at the city who is tasked with ensuring that the broader Measure H/Measure A ecosystem is serving the needs of the city?
So, council member, our office has staff that are assigned to our
compliance with and implementation of the
The
Alliance
settlement.
settlement, as
Yeah.
you know. And the MDTs are part of that, and we have staff dedicated to coordinating that effort, and that has been discussed at committee.
Yes.
Beyond that, with the general
The home
coordination.
teams, the MDTs, beyond the settlement agreement teams, all of the teams that are funded, generalist teams that are funded by the Measure A ecosystem.
By the Measure A ecosystem on the county, we do not have staff that is tasked with overseeing county services.
No, but ensuring that county services are, I mean, the point that Councilmember McCosker is making is that these county services are supposed to be here to serve the challenges that are facing our city, this Measure A taxes that we pay into. Who is advocating to make sure that that system is answering our needs right now on a staff level? I mean, I think your answer is no one.
The answer is no one, but
Right.
I would add to that, there's also, as we've learned with our engagement with the county, if there's no controlling agreement that requires that kind of coordination, it's going to be difficult to achieve.
Except that the goals of the system are the same across both the city and the county, which is to address homelessness and to end street homelessness and bring people indoors into shelter and safety. Right. And there's no reason that we can't work with them better to get to those outcomes. Just another question here. Who is responsible? The mayor and I sit on coordination bodies like LASA and Executive Committee for Regional Homelessness Alignment, along with Council President Marquise Harris Dawson, who sits on LASA. Is there staff that are designated to support us as we attempt to use those bodies for greater accountability and control beyond our own elected office staffs? Are there staffs that are kind of working with us to ensure that the city's interests as a whole are what we're arguing for in those settings? Like, do we have people who are supporting us in that?
Well, if you're talking about dedicated staff, I mean, I don't believe there are dedicated staff assigned. There are definitely not dedicated staff assigned to LACASA or ECRA.
Right.
Outside of the general, the staff that you rely on at the housing department, the CLA and the CAO.
If we ask for an explicit motion, but an ongoing kind of, how do we strategize around these bodies to get what we need from them that, Councilmember McCosker has articulated? Who is charged on a daily basis on an operational level at the city with ensuring that high acuity people who are supposed to be served by the county, who are explicitly supposed to be served by the county on a citywide level, are getting into the beds that the county is funding? Who is monitoring that people from our sites are referred and then those referrals are being followed up on and that people are actually moving to those high acuity beds? Who on our city staff is tasked with doing that?
That would be in the, and I'd say this goes to Councilmember McCosker's question about the things that we are going to take on as our responsibility.
Yes, no, I mean, it goes to my question, the questions that we've been discussing in the committee.
It is that there is no one that does that outside of whatever capacity we have in place to monitor the contractual relationship we have with LASA and their relationships with the providers. And that is, it's limited, as you know.
It's very limited.
Yes.
Yeah, and our capacity to oversee LASA in doing that work is also limited. We're just not staffed for that beyond kind of minimal contractual oversight, which is what we do in LAHD. They do it ably, but they're not staffed and asked with ensuring that kind of the advocacy around high acuity people receiving those services is happening not just on those beds, but on the home team front, on people who are on the streets who need help. Who is advocating for our city? Who is advocating for our constituents? Beyond all of us on an elected office basis, staff at the city who's doing that. Councilmember McCosker, I think you had, yeah.
I have a follow-up. First of all, Councilmember, thank you so much for your leadership and insight. I mean, I realize that I'm shooting in the dark here, and I really appreciate that clarity. I want a budget memo, because I just thought of this. I want a budget memo that identifies funding and staffing, or staffing and an appropriate source of funding, which may very well be Inside Safe, but staffing to be able to staff up our efforts at LACASA and on the XCOM to make sure that we are getting full, benefit of the people's measure and to make sure that, in fact, we are focused on the real issue, which is housing folks. And also, that staffing would include expertise or the ability to monitor the county obligations, including the high acuity, those folks who have high acuity needs, and making sure that we are making the county aware of their obligations to provide those services. So it would be staffing and funding, essentially, to help our council members, our assignees on these committees do their job, and to make sure we monitor the county's obligations, knowing, by the way, Mr. Szabo, that getting their attention is difficult. That might be, first role for that staffing model. But thank you. Thanks, Councilmember.
Yeah, and if I could just, I just want to underscore, thank you for that memo. I think that your goal of ensuring that the county meets its obligation to address the needs that we have on our city streets cannot be achieved without ensuring that we are robustly advocating for that. And right now, we are not including that as part of our homelessness planning. I want to get us to that goal, but we're not going to move towards that goal unless we are staffed and working towards that goal. Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Councilmember Blumenfield, you had a follow-up question?
Yeah, just to be clear, we're talking about what are we attending a CAO or city staff attending the LACOC meetings? Because I know we have one spot on that.
We do have a spot on that from one of our regional outreach coordinators sits on that committee.
So do we get reports on that? And I mean, that's one of the big ones in the CES policy council. Do we monitor that? And there's so many different tentacles where our interests are, if we're not at the table, we're on the table kind of thing.
As we've recently joined, after the first of this year really, we can come back at another date as more information comes out. I think things are kind of fluid at this moment at the COC, but as more consequential items are discussed, we can definitely report back, and we can probably turn that into a semi-annual report or a quarterly report as necessary as information comes out. I mean, different things are discussed, and some are larger and some are smaller.
And for what it's worth, I had a motion in 2023 to ensure the CAO that city sites get county services, and starting to deal with this question that still hasn't been resolved. But
that's fair.
That was my follow-up, so I'll come back.
There's been a lot of work toward that too.
So along these lines, thank you, Councilmember Blumenfield. This is a follow-up I've got. So in line with this conversation, I have a memo to introduce, and I want to acknowledge at the outset that this memo impacts several of you at the table directly in your work. And it would be a change, but I think this budget is our chance to rebuild a city government that's leaner and smarter and more accountable, and this direction hopefully follows that spirit. Right now, as we've heard over the last hour, homelessness oversight is spread across really very many parts of the system with no clear point of responsibility or advocacy, as Councilwoman Rahman was just talking about. And that kind of fragmentation doesn't serve the public, especially in a crisis. And we've seen that today when we're trying to get a comprehensive picture of what the city's doing to meet this moral obligation. So here's the memo. I'm requesting a memo from the CLA to undertake the following. Group 16 homelessness initiatives in the Office of the City Administrative Officer, and any associated changes be transferred to the Los Angeles Housing Department and integrated with relevant LAHD positions to create the LAHD Bureau of Homelessness Oversight as called for by council action via CF 25-0207. Furthermore, I request that for CAO positions that do not have analogous LAHD codes, these positions be deleted and for their commensurate positions within LAHD be created. Additionally, that the following exempt resolutions be created within LAHD to oversee the Bureau and for the CLA to identify potential funding sources. So Assistant General Manager and Director of Housing. So the goal of the Bureau, as outlined in Councilwoman Rahman's original motion, would be to bring core functions together in one place so we can track outcomes and improve coordination and make sure every dollar is doing the most good possible. This structure is intended to support existing programmatic leadership, ensuring that back-end contracting, data tracking, and system-level performance are unified and accountable to both the mayor and the council. I have one more memo, and I just want to note, yes. Yeah, and I'd like to fold Councilmember McCosker's memo into this larger one. I want to thank Councilwoman Rahman's team and Councilmember Blumenfield's team for doing the yeoman's work on creating this thing. I also requesting a separate memo to add the following directive to Exhibit H. The Los Angeles Housing Department to report back with an organizational chart and staffing plan for the Bureau of Homelessness Oversight that emphasizes the following key functions as outlined in Council File 25-0207. Reducing street homelessness, system throughput, leveraging permanent housing investments, contract, data, and performance monitoring, financial accountability, and regional coordination. Also for LAHD to report back on potential additional staffing needed to carry out the key functions of the Bureau. And LAHD General Manager, her designee, with assistance from the Office of the City Attorney, to engage the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority on entering into a master services agreement that clearly defines responsibilities, expectations, roles, and deliverable data between the Bureau and LASA, and that counts for the directives contemplated by Council File 25-0316. Almost done. LAHD, with the assistance of the Chief Legislative Analyst and City Attorney, engaged LASA for the purpose of revamping the 7 LASA contracts held by LAHD into service-based agreements reflective of the work undertaken in the Homeless Strategy Committee with HR&A advisors, the recently approved scope of required services, IH inventory module, relevant KPIs, and data dashboards. Next instruction, CLA and CAO to revise the February 24th, 2025 transmittal pertaining to Council File 23-1022-S4 to reflect that regional outreach coordination now sits within the Bureau and to notify the Los Angeles County Homelessness Initiative and/or its successor Department of the Change. Next direction, the Bureau to develop clear criteria regarding the deployment of city-funded street outreach programs, including but not limited to inside safe interventions, RV operations, Care Plus, and street medicine, based on system best practices outlined in the April 22nd, 2025 CLA report pertaining to Council File 23-1182, guidelines contained within the State of California's Encampment Resolution Funding Program, and the need for geographic equity. That was a lot. We'll get you a written copy of that. Council members, Councilwoman Hernandez.
Yes, I did have a series of questions still, if that's okay, Chairwoman.
Absolutely.
Thank you. The budget includes an $8 million increase for LASA, mostly due to higher interim housing bed rates. Will LASA realistically have the capacity to administer these funds, especially given the county's ramp down on financial support?
So I think that would be, I believe LASA is up next, and that would be an important question to ask when they're at the table. But that is the primary concern of the county's move on that and all fronts. What is the capacity that will remain at LASA, and will that be sufficient to serve the city's needs? And that's the primary policy question that you all have to determine on the front end.
Great, thank you. LASA has requested a 15% admin rate. How much is this budget actually proposing to fund for LASA administrative costs?
Hello. For the upcoming fiscal year, there is a one-time reduction to the administrative rate from 15% to 10%.
Great, thank you. But so 10% of the 15 is being proposed for admin costs?
So administrative cost is a percentage of the non-administrative programs in LASA's general fund budget. So previous fiscal year, it was 15% of that total non-administrative program cost. For the upcoming fiscal year, it is proposed to reduce it to 10% of the total non-administrative program costs. So,
great, thank you. How many contracts is LASA currently managing on behalf of the city?
We have to report back on that, council member, the total amount. Go ahead.
Yeah, we have the contracts that LHD manages with LASA, which I have in my head is at 7 at the current moment. They divided them and keep breaking them apart. But as for the sub-service provider contracts that LASA has, would be numerous because there are the same number of service providers in most cases, and then they have various subcontracts underneath. Some are county, some are city, and over again. So I don't have the exact breakdown of which of those subcontracts that go to the service provider and then the subcontracts underneath. So, I mean, we could, yeah, I was gonna say LASA's here, but they could probably produce that information. I wouldn't expect it today, but yes.
Great, thank you. Yeah, it would be good to know how many potential contracts are getting kneecapped by the county removing their dollars. The proposed LASA budget includes a reduction in outreach. 11 teams cut, leaving 28 for Care Plus. Meanwhile, the LA SAN budget proposes a reduction of 15 Care Plus teams. Can you clarify how these two cuts align or conflict?
So the cuts to both of the services, Care Plus and the outreach teams, are based on council district assignment and aren't necessarily based on the volume of the other one. And so the Care Plus is directly related to how many are included in a council district versus the LA SAN Care Plus teams. That's associated with the council districts as well. So even though there's been a reduction in both sides, they're expected to operate.
What is that? I mean, and I'm going to dig into this because that is probably one of the only lines of defense, you could say, or mechanisms to address some of the health issues that come with in campaigns that produce a lot of trash. And at least for my district, I don't have that. I don't have a lot of beds that I could take people to. This is a tool that we try to use as uplifting the humanity and dignity of everybody, right?
Yes.
Because it's not perfect. But to know that these are cut on both ends, like, we need to know what that clearly looks like. So can I get more details about that? Can I get a budget memo on that?
We can report back on that, yes, council member.
Great, thank you. Just a couple more questions, Chairwoman, if that's okay.
Yes.
Thank you. How can we get more details as to what we're paying LASA for, since when LASA pays the bills to the city, when LASA bills the city for payment, they only send us cash request summaries with high-level information and not the details of what was provided. So my question is, how can we get more details?
I think working with LAHD, this is actually one of my requests as well, is working with LAHD to get a more detailed invoice. So LASA has some invoice process that they do, that they work with the city. They actually have a little bit different with the county. And I think, I would say in normal times, it'd be helpful to kind of use the same form, but the county's going its own way. But using something more similar to the county and then having LAHD adopt that, I acknowledge that's LAHD who's managing that relationship, so to be respectful of that. But I think we all need a little bit more detail and understanding of how things are billed. The way it shows right now is it's not helpful when you're trying to establish the funding to the number of people served sometimes when you read those. So getting that additional detail would be helpful. I know LAHD has been focused on working on their contracting process at the current moment. We've also worked on things with LASA and LAHD, which comes down to the new required scopes of work, which will be with service providers and others. So there's more things going into the service provider contract requiring them to provide certain information that will make invoicing easier and contracts better for collecting additional data information, for which LASA will be able to produce that information as well. So I agree, there needs to be a tweak in there, and a lot of work has gone underneath that doesn't seem related, but it all ties back together when you're trying to get a good answer on what's happening.
Thank you for that detailed response. I appreciate that. What are the current efforts by the city to track homelessness spending against the homelessness budget?
Our current efforts, we periodically report to the Housing and Homelessness Committee on the overall homelessness budget, and then there are multiple reports. Actually, our office is on track to issue about 115 reports this year on the various status of each of the funding sources through which we fund what's in the homelessness budget. They're typically reported by program. So of course we have the Inside Safe reports, the HEA reports. We have the roadmap reports, our alliance reports, and then our HAP funding reports. So there are multiple reports that track the funding and the status of each account meticulously throughout the year.
Thank you. And I'm glad you're keeping track of it meticulously. But I think it's still hard to visualize in one place because it's not. You just talked about doing 15 different reports. Can we get a budget memo on streamlining the report back to the Housing and Homelessness Committee? Like if you're already reporting on some of these things, how can we perhaps consolidate some of this reporting so that we reduce some of the siloing and we can start seeing more of that information consolidated?
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think, and even in just the most recent report that we gave on the overall status of the homelessness budget was really the first time that the committee was able to see how all of the pieces fit together. So totally agree with you, and more reporting at that level would be totally appropriate.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. I have another question about the GCP and Inside Safe. So the mayor's office and CAO are contemplating in the proposed budget that LA Alliance cost reimbursements from the county, which is $35.2 million, would go directly into continuing Inside Safe. I understand that in the past, reimbursements from the county for homeless service provision were included in the budget as revenue. Can you explain why it was different in this proposed budget? And also help me understand if this is like a reimbursement for costs or forward funding?
So the $39 million is what we anticipate that we will receive back from the county for services that we're going to bill for this half of the year. So starting again with our Alliance report, going back to January, we're including all of the beds, including the Mayfair, Highland Gardens, Midvale when it's open, and all of the motels that we would be billing the county for. We would get get those reimbursements over the course of next fiscal year. And so they are counted as a source of funds, and that the budget proposes to allocate those funds to $3.8 million, I believe, to non-Inside Safe Alliance costs, and then the remaining to the Inside Safe costs, as we are counting that entire program as Alliance compliant.
Okay, I'd like to request a memo to realign these reimbursements from the HEA account to the general fund as revenue. Councilwoman Hutt, you have questions? You good? I have a couple more, but Councilmember Blumenfield, you want to go?
No, just a quick, you may have covered this earlier, but want to get a report back on the proposed spending plan for the $3.865 million in the CAO GCP for Alliance Settlement Agreement Program. And that may have been covered in what you did, but my team and I weren't sure, so I'll just put it out there as a report back.
Okay.
Yeah, the follow-up?
No, not follow-up, just 2 new questions, that's it, my last ones. That's okay, great. There's a $5 million line item for homelessness intervention leasing. Can you clarify which sites are being funded here?
I apologize, I didn't hear the question fully.
Yes, there's a $5 million line item for homelessness intervention leasing. Can you clarify which sites are being funded here?
Go ahead, Sandy.
Hello. So That 5 million will be funding lease costs for interim housing sites such as Casa Azul, Bridge Home Housing, Highland Gardens, and Bailey Street, 1904 Bailey Street, which is another interim housing site in roadmap.
Beautiful, thank you. And last question is, there's 26.2 million allocated for non-alliance citywide homeless interventions. Can you break down what specific sites or programs this covers?
Let's see, I'm sorry, it's the
26.2 million allocated for non-alliance citywide homeless interventions.
Sure. So that includes all of our roadmap beds. So that would contribute to. So it's part of the overall cost. The total cost of all of our non-alliance interventions is about $230 million. Of that $230 million, about 26 million of it is the general fund component because there's a gap. Those services include 850 beds, the services for 850 beds under the roadmap, another 488 beds that predated the roadmap, services that we're taking on for another 1,000, about 1,100 beds, 1,556 beds of tiny home village beds, 731 beds of Project Home Key, which is for the services for that because those are being used for interim, and then the safe parking that we had discussed previously, and then also a safe sleep site, and that is mostly what is covered. In addition to the beds, hygiene services, a portion of our outreach, and then what we spend on prevention and navigation as well is included in that.
Great, thank you. And the 26.2?
In the 26.2, but to be clear, the
But the
26.2 is
Yeah.
the gap that the general fund has to make. That whole program I just described is 230 million.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. I have a question about the regional storage facilities. FY 24-25 spending was 3.6 million. Can you speak to why this item was zeroed out and what's the anticipated plan for bringing the current storage facilities offline?
I don't know what that is.
I think you know what we report back. Oh, okay.
Janice Yu, Office of the City Administrative Officer. This is related to sanitation services. And sanitation does report, and we can talk about this more in the sanitation hearing, that the regional storage program was not initiated. And so all of these services and the positions related to this item were split off into supporting care, care plus services, and illegal dumping services. And so overall, it is it's tied to those programs.
Okay. I have one more memo request following up on Councilwoman Hernandez's questions. I'd like to request a memo from the CAO on the feasibility of reallocating funding from any of the city's non-alliance eligible interim housing interventions toward one or all of the following alliance eligible permanent housing interventions. So time limited subsidy, flexible housing subsidy pool, and master leasing units. Colleagues, any more questions? Councilmember Blumenfield? Councilmember Kosker?
Hang on one second. I don't think I have a new question. I just wanted to highlight that I want to come back to the advanced provider response units, the APRUs, and the money going in to fire for that. I just want to come back to the fact that yesterday I asked the question about what are the costs of creating more APRUs, which are great. I'm sure they're great, but how does that, what is the mayor's plan for using really high-cost employees to do this street medicine work when we do have street medicine facility operations already? And we could expand those possibly at a different cost point, and how do those interface with the other interventions which are critically important, like Circle and the others? I just want to highlight again, I'm not asking the question here in this budget because I asked it yesterday within the fire budget. Thank you.
And their response was they're not coordinated.
What's that?
Their response was they're not coordinated.
Yes, and the off-the-cuff response is there is no coordination, we don't know what Circle is. Kind of a problem, and maybe that was just an off-the-cuff. But if it is true, what is the mayor's proposal? Why is the mayor proposing this, and what would be the plan for coordinating if in fact we did pay for homeless services outreach through the fire department budget?
So I don't think that those teams would ever be doing the kind of outreach in the sense that we are thinking of outreach in the homeless schedule. And I think there is still kind of a work in progress for harmonizing a fire call versus a police call versus a unarmed model of crisis response or Circle call. And so that is something, you know, that's very much in the works, but is not ready to deploy. And so I think the answer is it's still a work in progress, I think, as you saw from the table yesterday. But we'll get back to you on the specific kind of deployment strategy. And I have some inquiries kind of working their way through the process with staff right now.
Perfect. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
It's deployment, and it's also the one handoff. It's about the handoff, not just the coordinating the deployments, but about them being able to, one group being able to hand off to the other. And
Right.
et cetera.
Right.
And if it's getting handed off to where it's Medi-Cal reimbursable.
All right, colleagues, any more questions, requests for memos, thoughts? Okay, thank you all very much. We're going to move on to LASA. Maybe take a 1-minute break and move on to LASA.
Out of the frying pan into the fire.
please review, and we'll take up edits to the memo list from yesterday after lunch. We're going to move on now to LASA. Welcome. If you'd please introduce yourself and your team, please.
Good morning, Chair Yaroslavsky and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Felicia Adams-Kellum, and I am the CEO of the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority. I'm joined by several members of my team, quite a large number, who will assist me in answering your specific questions in the mayor's budget. I will try to keep this brief. The City of Los Angeles and LASA have before them.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Adams-Kellum. We need to call roll before
Okay.
we can get started. Thank you.
Yaroslavsky.
Here.
Blumenfield.
Present.
Hutt. Here. McCosker. Here. Hernandez. Absent. 4 members present and a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Apologies. Please continue.
Absolutely. The City of Los Angeles and LASA have before them a host of challenging decisions to make. Decisions that will impact the lives of those experiencing homelessness and those who are at risk of becoming homeless. The past year has been a time of significant transition. The county's recent decision to withdraw its Measure A funding will inevitably alter LASA's structure. We're making preparations for an altered landscape and new ways of operating in the coming months. But business cannot be conducted as usual. I sincerely hope that as you consider your options, you understand LASA's commitment to the city and continuing our efforts as a joint powers authority. We have heard your concerns, and we've made significant improvements in the way that we administer contracts, provide program oversight, and share data over the last 2 years. I spent much of my time at LASA focused on making improvements in these areas that I knew coming in needed attention. Many of the audits and assessments have raised issues that we've already taken steps to correct, even before some of these reports were initiated or released. For example, the City Controller's audit report from December 2024 identified the need for real-time data on bed availability in interim housing. But my team had set out to work on a solution months before this audit because we heard you and agreed with you that this issue must be addressed. I'm proud to say that after tremendous work in partnership with service providers, LASA rolled out our inventory module to the public just a few days ago. Your staff all should have received formal notice of this yesterday, and this report is now live on the existing data dashboards that your offices all have access to. A public version is available on LASA's website as well. We also shared with all of your offices late yesterday our initial analysis of the actual costs for LASA to provide core functions on behalf of the city, including overseeing more than the 250 contracts. That was a question that was raised about how many contracts. With the changes coming next year, we are trying to be as concrete as possible about what will be needed for us to carry out this important work and sustain services for some of the city's most vulnerable residents. Putting those roughly 250 contracts in human terms, we need about 140 staff to cover everything from managing procurements to processing hundreds of provider invoices and payments each month to monitoring performance. The city's total admin allocation to LASA covers the equivalent of 66 staff, leaving 72 positions to be covered by other administrative sources, which primarily has been County Measure H. We know the city must understand where its dollars go, and we are committed to being transparent as this transition moves forward. I'll close by saying that while my time at LASA will eventually be ending, you have my deep commitment to a thoughtful and clear transition that will prioritize continuity of care with minimal disruption. The city cannot afford to lose its momentum, not when your investments are finally showing progress, with 2 consecutive years of reductions in the city's unsheltered homeless population are unprecedented. This is another piece of evidence of what LASA can and will continue to do even after my departure. Along those lines, we appreciate the exploration of a homeless bureau in the city of LA to help streamline planning, contracting, service delivery, implementation, and performance. I thank you all for your leadership. It has been my honor to work with you as LASA CEO. And with that, I'm sure you all are eager to get answers to your questions. Councilmember Hernandez, in particular, you asked some specific questions about LASA, and we'd like to answer some of those straight away before additional questions are raised.
Sure, go ahead.
Good morning, Janine Trejo, CFO for LASA. The question was about the documentation that is submitted to LAHD for the contracts and reimbursements. The templates that are submitted to LAHD are very detailed down to the general ledger and the expenses that LASA is reimbursing for. So there are multiple lines and categories by the general ledger codes. Those items are categorized and they're placed onto that summary sheet. But in addition to the summary sheet, LASA submits actively with every single reimbursement the revenue and expenses for every year, or for every reimbursement, the trial balances, and the detailed general ledgers for all of those expenses. And then when there's any questions, LASA submits any further backup documentation. And beyond that, LASA has recently submitted all back invoices for service providers. Every invoice that they have submitted, including their trial balances, general ledgers, and revenue expenditures to LAHD and to the city controller.
We wanted you to know the level of detail that you actually have available that's coming from LASA.
Okay. I'm going to turn it over now to Councilwoman Rahman, who chairs our Housing and Homelessness Committee, to kick us off with some questions.
Thank you so much. And again, for this committee's consideration, I just want to underscore, first of all, my gratitude for the LASA team and for our CEO, Dr. Adams-Kellum, for the work that you've done over the last 2 years. We have actually seen improvements in the kind of data collection and monitoring that this council has been asking for a number of years. For the first time under Dr. Adams-Kellum's leadership and with the support of Bevan and others here who have really worked tirelessly to do that. And I do want to recognize that because I think there's widespread dissatisfaction with our homeless services system, but we can't fix the system unless we're deliberate and focused on it. And not everyone on this committee is as familiar with the ways in which that system has changed. And I do want to just say that we are now able to see vacancy rates at every single one of our interim shelter sites. And actually those numbers are better than what we thought they were. We have fewer vacancies than was originally suspected at our interim sites. We thought a quarter of beds were vacant based on the last set of data that we had. Now it's less than 10% vacancy rates. That's great. That means every bed is being used to the best of our capacities. We can do even better. Similar with our permanent supportive housing, we have fewer vacancy rates than we had suspected, and we can do better with the data. So I just wanted to acknowledge that as a first step. And secondly, just wanted to make sure that this committee was wrangling with the system change that is happening to LASA that Dr. Adams-Kellum referenced, which is the changeover from Measure A funds being put to LASA and taken out of it. I just wanted to anchor us with an opening question and then turn it over to the rest of the committee. In order to manage that transition, I was wondering whether you could share a little bit more about what you expect that transition to look like, how that impacts your staffing, and what your engagement with county staff has been, and what you need from the city to manage that transition.
Well, definitely ask my team to jump in, and Rachel, I'd like for you to continue, but I think broadly speaking, we are very aware that what remains with Measure A dollars moving back to the county is we still have a considerable portfolio with the city, with the state, and with the federal government. And that is something for us to focus in on and lean in to fighting this terrible crisis. Leverage is so important in this work and planning, and we are leaning into this moment of looking at efficiencies, looking at the staff structure. We've given you a bit of an idea of the administrative gaps that will be created with Measure A dollars no longer available in this way. And we believe that with some careful planning and restructuring of the way LASA does things, I think we can work together very effectively. Maybe you want to add a few more comments.
Rachel Johnson, Chief of Staff at LASA. We have begun the conversations with the county on what this transition will look like. We have not done any concrete planning on it yet, but we are expecting the funds, the county funds that are not, besides the pullouts that were listed in the motion, including HMIS, homeless count, and emergency response, and our COC, as COC lead functions, we are expecting the rest of the funds to transition by July 1, 2026. And we do expect this to happen throughout the year as well.
And the conversations that you're having with the county, are city staff included in those conversations and aware of the nature of those discussions?
As of yet, we have not had conversations on the concrete planning of this. Our first meeting is will be in mid-May.
Will be in mid-May. So committee members, I would just encourage all of us to ensure that we have the resources we need to staff those transition meetings and to make sure that that transition is happening with an eye towards preserving the quality of care that we are providing through our beds and outreach systems, and that adequate reporting is happening between that work, the committee, as well as the broader council. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a follow-up to that. So, particularly in the wake of the county voting to withdraw its funds from LASA by July of next year, what are the potential impacts of the proposed 10% admin rate and the funding amounts on LASA's ability to carry out core functions, including the administration of the annual homeless count, managing HMIS, and overseeing city contracts?
With the decrease, Janine Trejo, CFO, LASA. With the decrease in Measure H fundings, there's a decrease in DPSS funding that LASA is receiving for 25-26, as well as the sunsetting of the Home Safe funding. Both of those did have admin costs that were being pooled by LASA and leveraged to extend the funds that LASA has in-house. And with those being reduced and with the reduction of the city general fund from 15% to 10%, there is a gap that LASA is experiencing for the city resources and the city staff. And that is approximately $2.3 million that we are seeing as a gap in our admin. And that was part of the memo and analysis that was shared last night.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to ask for a memo detailing a workload-based administrative funding analysis of LASA, please. Okay, Councilwoman Rahman, do you have more questions?
Just a follow-up question here. With the Measure A funding providing additional resources for data and oversight, is any of that funding coming directly to LASA for maintenance of the kind of the oversight teams that have been funded there?
The amount of funding that LASA is going to be receiving for data management, those are still part of the discussions that LASA has to have with the county, is with the funds for the direct program that's being pulled out and the amount of funding that LASA will receive for the direct programs, those are still part of the negotiations, and LASA has to have an understanding of what that contribution will be as well for homeless count, for data management, and the core functions of the COC.
Okay, and committee members, I would just want to make sure that we understand what the impacts on the functions that LASA is currently serving and the support functions that it provides to the city, how those will be impacted as a result of the change. One other question, programs like time-limited subsidies use both shared city and county funding. I also know that there's shelter sites that use shared city and county funding. How will these services be impacted as a result of this change? How will city resources potentially be impacted?
So, Rachel Johnson, Chief of Staff, we do braid a lot of our funding to extend it further, and so we can get the best use of it. And so we will have to unbraid most of our contracts that are leveraged with city and county funds, and this does include time limit of subsidy, which is braided together with county funds. And again, that will impact because of the admin, which I think Janine can elaborate a little bit further, we will see an impact on that, on our ability to deliver to execute and manage those contracts when it is just unbraided and it will just be a city contract. Do you want to elaborate on that?
Are there other funds besides time limited subsidies that are combined city-county funds?
Currently, there are HAP funds that LASA is utilizing, but with HAP funds being one time, we did see that there is an indication that there will potentially be a HAP 7 round. However, we have not received any further information on that, and we're still going through the application process for HAP 6 with all 6 jurisdictions in LA County.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Blumenfield?
Thanks. Thank you for being here, all of you. With the real potential of the county pulling out their funding, the timeline to create the new department, as we mentioned, is January. They're going to integrate the staff by July of 26. It's all happening very quickly, but it fits squarely in the budget we're deliberating today. And any reductions in the LASA budget proposed by the mayor, I guess I don't want to add anything back until we determine how we're moving forward with the city's homelessness structure. In H&H committee, there's a pending CLA report that seeks to reduce duplication and better coordination for all the homeless outreach programs that the city funds. Also pending in H&H is how the city structures on our decision-making process, how we coordinate, and whether we stand up a homelessness department, a bureau, or continue with LASA. We need to set the policy here in the council first, and then we can consider increases, decreases, whatnot. But I don't want us to put the cart before the horse too much, whenever avoidable. I have a couple of questions. I'm going to start with just some report backs, which is I wanted to request a report back from LASA with a breakdown of the total amount of general fund and other funding sources allocated to LASA for administration of homeless funding and programs. Second, to get a report back on LASA's administrative costs. What were the actuals for fiscal year 24-25 admin plus operation funding based on slide 4 in the presentation, and funding sources to meet the variance? What are the funding sources there are to meet the variance if over the contracted amount? Third, to request a report back from LASA on how much is allocated to LASA staff for the administration of Inside Safe contracts for fiscal year 23-24, 24-25, and proposed for 25-26. A report back on the vacant positions with LASA, and for all of the items under GCP Housing for LASA, a report back with more details distinguishing between program and administrative costs, and if possible, the number of staff assigned. I just want to better understand how we set the admin rate for LASA by first understanding how much of the city funding is going to programming versus administration. So to get a report, and there are several of those line items. I won't go through them all. Did want to ask, is it LASA's expectation that LASA be allowed to take 15% off the top of all funding provided by the city to LASA? Currently, we're allowing a 15% cut for admin on the general fund programs administered by LASA, and I just want to understand if your ask is for the entirety of it.
One of the things that we raised with your team and various meetings over the last year is that the work has grown exponentially, and the infrastructure and investment in admin has not. So that's why you will see where you may have an admin rate max of 15%, where we actually may be receiving 12% in some of those categories. So I just want to note that we've noticed that we are not on track to continue the investment in oversight, data collection, management, and the infrastructure that it takes to operate some of that work in excellence, meaning the infrastructure it takes to do that well, oversee, the accountability pieces, but I'll have Janine give some more specifics. Just want to have you remember that picture that we've been sharing, that growth over time has not kept pace with investment.
And for a little more context, when we're talking about the city general fund and the 15%, anytime funding is added programmatically, there is not a correlation of admin added. And so when we look at where we are with the city general fund today, it's approximately 12% for 23-24 based off of additional programmatic dollars that have been added to the contract. And that occurs with the Inside Safe budget as well. And there are 7 funding sources that LASA receives and administers through LAHD, and 3 of those 7 receive admin. One of them is ESG, which receives approximately 5% in admin that LASA receives. The admin is 5% because LASA shares the admin with LAHD, and LASA it's split. There is, when we start off the fiscal year for City General Fund, it starts off at 15%, Inside Safe was 10%. LASA is not asking for 15% across all of the funding sources. LASA is asking to maintain the 15% under the City General Fund, and where possible to have administrative dollars added to the remaining 4 contracts that LASA administers and does not have admin associated.
But so you're not asking for it for Inside Safe?
Inside Safe receives 10% in admin. So we're asking to maintain that 10% that LASA receives in admin for all of the Inside Safe dollars that would be transferred to LASA for fiscal year 25-26.
Right. And what was the rationale for the difference between 15% for general fund projects and 10% for Inside Safe?
I don't know that we ever received a clear explanation for that, but we were informed that it is different from the City General Fund, the dollars that are administered for Inside Safe. It's from a separate pot of money, and with that, it was 10% that was given to LASA. We did ask for the 15%, but that was not approved.
Okay. And then more generally, as the county's pulling out its money through the course of this year, what happens to the other, I don't know, 70, how many other cities do you work with? I know not, some of them are not, but 84? So there's 84 other cities that you're administering contracts for and doing different things for. What happens to the services for those cities as the county pulls out? Is the city of LA now bearing the cost of that, or the services not being provided, or how is that working?
LASA is only administering contracts for the city of LA. We do not administer contracts for any of the other local cities.
Okay, but you provide services for them?
There are services provided to the nonprofits and to the service providers in the community. LASA does not directly provide services to any of the other cities. There are a couple of contracts that have funds for those jurisdictions, in particular Long Beach and Pomona, and those are funds that are from the Measure H that is transferred to LASA.
I guess host would be an exception, right?
Hello? Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Nathaniel Vergado, Deputy Chief Program Officer. So as Janine was sharing, we don't have any direct contracts for other cities. The services that we do provide outside of the city of Los Angeles are all funded by Measure A or General Fund. Our direct services, our outreach are funded by Measure A, Measure H. And the larger contracts like time-limited subsidy, housing navigation, et cetera, are all funded, outside of the city, are all funded by Measure A.
So they're funded but through the county, essentially?
Correct.
And the county's pulling its money, so then what happens to that?
Those programs would be continued through the new department at the county.
Okay.
Say that again? Our understanding at this point is that those programs would be continued at the new department in the county.
Okay. So the total amount of admin that LASA is receiving from all general fund sources, do we know what that total is?
From all general fund sources, are you asking about the County of LA and the city?
Everything. Whatever state, federal, county, grandma, wherever.
All funded.
Do you have the 50 million? 50 million.
50?
50 million.
1.5 or 5.0?
5.0.
5.0, okay.
Across all of the funding sources that LASA receives.
Got it, okay. And
It's about 5.
And that equates to 5% of the overall budget that LASA administers.
okay,
5% admin when averaged across.
when averaged across everything,
Every funding source.
okay. And then, like LA HOP, when a request comes in for outreach outside of the city, does the city pay for that or does the county pay for that?
So the teams that do the outreach coordination have been paid through Measure H, now Measure A. So the county pays for that. The LA HOP program itself has been paid. The technology and maintenance of that system has been paid for by the county through Measure A, through Measure H prior.
Through Measure H.
Correct.
Right. But then the county decides whether, so a call comes in now, it's paid for by the county portion of the dollars.
The LA HOP system itself is paid for through, had been paid for through Measure H, will be continued at this point through Measure A. And so that system is contracted and paid for by the county.
Okay. They're not pulling the money for that?
No.
At this point, no.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember McCosker?
Thanks very much.
Councilwoman
I'm
Hernandez? No, it's okay, go
You
ahead.
sure?
I can't see Councilwoman Hutt.
You go right
There you
ahead.
are.
I will
Do you-
follow you.
And for those of you, Councilwomen, if you just, so that I don't always call on the people I can see more clearly. Okay, great. Mr. McCosker.
Thank you very much. Good morning. So I want to just come back to LASA and what LASA is, a joint powers authority, a joint power created by agreement between the city and the county. When the county makes a lawful choice to essentially, it's been described variously as pulling out or pulling its money out. The first implication being that they are out of LASA, and the second one being that they're just going to take their money but stay in LASA. I'm not sure how that works. Do we have an understanding as to whether the joint powers authority called LASA actually exists today? Because it's an agreement between two parties to form a separate authority. Has the county pulled out?
Our understanding is that the Measure A dollars are being pulled, but that there will still be dollars made available, somewhere around 7 or 8 million, from what we can determine that will remain, that would support some of the joint powers efforts.
So presumably then we would be asked to have an agreement with another agency, an agency with 10 times the budget of ours, where they put in $8 million and we put in how much last year?
Over all of the funding sources, it was over 300 million.
Okay, so we put in 300 million and the county puts in 8 million, and that's a joint powers agreement where we have some arm's length relationship and mutuality and linking arms with the county. 8 million, 300 million. Does LASA even exist today?
Does
I think what I need is, I'm sorry to interrupt you, I apologize.
I didn't know if this
I realize, but that is more than rhetorical, but it is, you need a budget memo on the LASA agreement, please, CLA, an analysis of what that agreement requires of the two parties. What did they sign? What did they say they were going to do as far as contributions? And if one party pulls out their contribution, what does that mean for the agreement? Does LASA exist today? And I think until we get the answer to that question, I think it makes sense for us to hold everything and you be every single contribution, because I think the optics, if you read the newspaper and if I went to the board meeting, it sounds very much like LASA doesn't exist today. The county board meeting, which is fine. It's fine if it doesn't exist, but then we damn well better have a plan for how we're going to complete all the contracts, meet all of our obligations, and then meet the sort of moral imperative that we have. I mean, it reminds me very much of when the CRAs wound down, and I actually had a chance to serve for the governor on the CRA wind down authority for the city of Los Angeles, and there we said, what are the obligations that we have? How are we going to meet all those obligations? Then how are we going to move on? And I think this is a move on moment. Go ahead.
And then what does secession look like? Because with this,
And and what does the wind down plan look like, and what does the ramp up look like?
Correct.
Because clearly we're going to not only meet our obligations, but unlike our friends up the street, we're going to actually exceed our statutory obligations to meet all of our moral obligation. But also I want to ask about the employee base. About how many employees do you have now that are paid through your LASA funds?
Just over 700.
There's approximately 900 employees that are funded by all funding sources, admin, and direct programs. About 260 or so are funded directly by the admin dollars.
So as the county pulls what it believes its Measure A dollars out of LASA, how many employees will you will you dismiss?
Along with the direct program dollars that we receive and the admin, it would be about 350 staff.
So about 350 laid off. How many do we expect the county will pick up with its Measure A dollars?
We're unsure. I think that's still under review.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Hernandez?
Thank you. On admin dollars, and I have a couple questions on some of these dollars. Can you all please share more detail on where admin dollars go from, that are given from the city? Where do they go? It is my understanding that these dollars have also been used in the past to cover gaps in things like the homelessness count and HMIS. Can you share more about that, and what are the impacts if your 15% request isn't met?
So admin dollars does fund direct programs that are underfunded when it comes to homeless count and it comes to HMIS. Data management itself costs approximately $11 million to administer, including the data management team, the software, the database. The homeless count costs approximately over $3 million to administer annually. The contributions that were previously received were $933,000 from the city, and the county was providing the match to that. So because it's over $3 million, that delta, $1 million or so, was covered through LASA's admin. And the same thing with the HMIS and data management team. Staff that are not able to be covered from the direct programs and the dollars that are received are then transferred over to the LASA admin, so that this way LASA can continue the core functions of the COC. And the core functions of the COC are data management, are HMIS, and homeless count, and the grants management and contracting.
Wonderful, thank you. Got it. Thank you. So let's say that the 15% isn't granted. Does that mean that we won't be able to administer the homelessness count, or that it would impact our HMIS system?
There would be an impact to HMIS. There would be an impact. We need approximately the $1.3 million that we requested for HMIS investment for that to be continuing and functional. We also need the request at least 1.1 to match the county. The remaining would be hitting the LASA admin. And we do need 2.3 million in LASA admin to be able to continue the core functions.
Thank you. And can you tell me about what that actually looks like in application? Like staff or teams or?
So for HMIS, that is bit focused directly. And
Hello, Bevan Kuhn, Deputy Chief Analytics Officer. HMIS, the 1.3 million would be funding directly the software costs around supporting the administration of HMIS. The HMIS team as a whole includes all the support staff to administer, analyze, train, report out on HMIS, and so it is much the $11 million includes all of that staff required to produce mini reports, including federal and local.
Great. Thank you. Can you share more about the real impact that placing part of the outreach team funding in the UB has on our districts and the ability of your teams to serve our unhoused constituents?
Thank you for that question. Nathaniel Vergara, Deputy Chief Program Officer. So the practice of putting half of the funds into the unappropriated balance on an annual basis initially came because the city was looking to directly contract and issue an RFP that did not result in the city directly contracting with outreach and has continued as a practice. The impact of this has been multifold, one of the primary being that we are not certain of how much funding we will have throughout the course of the year, whether the entire balance will be allocated, which has had impacts in our ability to hire and retain staff, given that they're not certain that the funding will remain. This is an annual process, and we get that feedback from our staff on a regular basis that that is a consideration as they're thinking about other opportunities outside of LASA. Additionally, each year, the second half of the unappropriated balance, or whatever portion the city does allocate to us, usually is not allocated until a couple of months into the third quarter of the year, which means that LASA is paying for its staff out of other resources. So we're borrowing from the admin pool to be able to pay those direct service staff until we get the funding from the city.
And I think it's important to note that LASA is primarily a cost reimbursement, which means that we incur the expenses, we have to submit it for reimbursement, and then there is the review of that, there is the approval of it, the runway for releasing the funds, and all of that creates a delay in being able to reimburse and actually pay staff. So there are challenges and implications when placing the budget into the unappropriated balance.
Got it. Thank you.
I think it's also important to note, as you and I have discussed, the importance of serving the people. And these teams that we're talking about serve the people. And as you said, if you don't have housing, sometimes it's just the relationship that maintains hope. And I believe that's been central to driving down unsheltered homelessness. Those relationships plus housing availability, a place to stay that night, can make all the difference in the world, and I think it's important for the city to maintain the momentum that we've already seen. Now looking at a second year reduction in unsheltered homelessness, those people on the streets that are saying, hello, and how you doing, and don't give up, are central to this work.
Thank you. And so just to make sure that I understood you correctly, you're saying that that money has been put there in the past to make sure that there's resources to hire staff later that fiscal year?
No, so we are given an annual total budget.
Yes.
Half of it is placed into the unappropriated balance. On an annual process, though, that we've not necessarily been allocated the entire second half of that, which has made it difficult in terms of planning. Additionally, because it is an annual question, as we are hiring staff, we often get questions of, is this job going to be for real, still in existence in 6 months? What about next year? And so that is a challenge as we are hiring into the positions for the city.
Got it. So it makes it hard for you to plan, and it lowers morale.
Correct.
It absolutely does.
Got
And
it.
just to clarify, the budget is approved annually, but that's placed in the unappropriated balance, which means that
Yeah.
LASA does not have authority to access it or to request reimbursement against it in our agreement. And we have to wait for the approvals and the authorizations to add it to the agreement before then LASA can even request reimbursement against it. And that creates uncertainty with the human resources team, us having a union that we have to respond to. Do you have those resources available to continue these teams? And it's an ongoing conversation at the middle of the fiscal year. Are we going to be able to access those funds to gain reimbursement to be able to continue funding the people through the last 6 months?
Got it, which also again impacts people experiencing homelessness in this process. Got it. You requested more funding for year-round emergency programs beyond winter shelter. How many inclement and emergency weather events did the city experience in the past fiscal year that prompted activation of emergency response from LASA? How many, weather events happened outside of typical winter shelter months. Did the funding allocated this fiscal year cover costs for the fire preparation / response in January?
Yes, hi.
And then I have a memo request. Thank you.
Lakeisha Williams, Deputy Chief Senior Advisor. So outside of the winter shelter program that we had existed, we had about 5 activations year to date. We're still not finished with the fiscal year thus far. And so that's the amount of activations that we've had.
Before you go on, Councilwoman Hunt has a follow-up.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for being here. Since we're on the topic of winter shelter program, how much additional funding would be needed to fund that winter shelter program, given the increase in bed rates?
Given the increase in the bed rates, we may have to get back to you on that. I'm trying to see if I have that information with me. I think we have to get back to you on that because interim housing the winter shelter program has only been funded at level funding, which is the 1.5 million since about fiscal year 22-23. So that does not include any cost of inflation, any cost of increase that are part of the program. And with that, there's then the decrease that are being able to be provided through motel vouchers or beds when we only receive level funding. And I'm trying to see, the new rate is $75, but I think we'll have to get back to you on that because it looks like with the year-round model, with up to 200 motel vouchers or 100 pop-up shelter beds that we could utilize for 51 days, let me get back to you on that.
Thank you. Thank you.
If I may also respond, this is Nathaniel Vergara, Deputy Chief Program Officer. Beyond the direct number of beds that will be available in terms of emergency response, the reduction of the HET teams will also have an impact on our overall ability to respond to emergencies, given their role in directly connecting individuals to the motel vouchers, transporting individuals to hotels and motels, transport to the winter shelter sites, and especially in the emergency response. Our teams were key in our response to the wildfires. We utilized our HET members both to assist in ensuring that we could move folks from shelter sites that were threatened by the fires to other locations, as well as in the management of the response at the Red Cross shelters, where we had staff on site at the Red Cross shelters 7 days a week throughout the Red Cross response so that we could help anybody who was experiencing homelessness prior to the fire ensure a transition not back to the streets or a fire-damaged area, but to a shelter bed.
I think that just connects to our plan and focus on reducing unsheltered homelessness, so people aren't coming in for the short stay. We're looking at their long-term stability, and those teams are central to that effort.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to note for colleagues around the horseshoe, we have 10 more departments we need to get through, and go ahead, but let's try and wrap this up as quickly as possible.
Thank you. This will be my last ones. So I'd like to request a memo. The memo should include detail on what impact of the proposed budget will have on the city/LASA's ability to quickly activate emergency response year-round. As we're seeing, these events are not happening in silos anymore. They're happening year after year, and we want to be ready for it. And we are ready and willing to start activating some of our locations to do that, but we would like to see the resources. So we talked about HET, right? How will the reduction in HET teams or homeless engagement teams affect current outreach coverage throughout the city? We talked about the emergency response, but I'm talking about just regular service. Can you also share if there are specific districts that will be impacted more than others?
So, Nathaniel Vergara, Deputy Chief Program Officer. So first of all, with the elimination of the roadmap teams, there will no longer be teams assigned per council district. So the teams that have been directly responsive to the council districts in assisting with their prioritized encampments, RVs or other activities, those teams will not be available to you. Additionally, the 27 teams that would remain would be essentially the staff that we've had allocated to work with the sanitation teams. And so those teams would have little opportunity to be engaged in proactive outreach, and as they will be tied primarily to sanitation activities. And so in terms of your question, in terms of specific districts that would be impacted, among the teams that were generalist funded, there were specific teams allocated for the downtown around the Civic Center. There was a team dedicated for CD8 around the 110 corridor, and another team dedicated to the Hollywood area. So those would be eliminated. Additionally, the loss of the OHS team would mean the loss of teams on Skid Row and the C3 reduction as well. So we would be reduced from 4 teams serving Skid Row down to a single team serving Skid Row.
Great, so it sounds like Council District 14 is getting really impacted with these cuts, and they have the largest population of people experiencing homelessness in the city. Just want to confirm that. Okay, great. And then we talked a little bit about this earlier, and this is my last question. Based off your request and the proposed budget, there are reductions to the voluntary and involuntary storage program that impact the city's unhoused population. Can you state a report back on how many people this would impact citywide by each council district? You're not doing it now if you don't have it, but would love a memo on that if you do.
We can give you more comprehensive information in a memo. I can share that currently the funding is for 4 sites, 3 voluntary sites, 2 of which are in the Skid Row area, and the 3rd in Echo Park, and then 1 involuntary site that is also it's located in the Skid Row, but it's tied to the facility that the LAPD uses for storage as well.
So those would all be closed?
Those would not necessarily be closed. There would be reductions in services. We are working with the provider, the contractor for that, to get a clear understanding of what the reduction would mean in terms of their ability to serve. It would likely, the primary impact would be on staffing most likely, and so potentially the number of service days or service hours for availability.
Wonderful, understood. Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hutt, followed by Councilmember Blumenfield to close us out.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one question. When do we expect the 2025 homeless count numbers to be released?
Early summer, is that what we're thinking?
Hi, Paul Rubenstein, Deputy Chief External Relations Officer. Yes, we are targeting June. Last year it was the end of June, but we are, due to the data improvements that we made that enabled us to release early preliminary results, we are targeting more like mid-June this year.
Thank you. That's all.
And we hope to announce a date very soon.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Right. And just following up on that, the statistical multiplier is changes this year again?
Yeah, Paul Rubenstein, Deputy Chief Executive Relations Officer. The multiplier changes every year based on the results of the demographic survey that the teams from USC do during their surveying period.
Okay, and then I wanted to ask separately, the admin funding provided by the city, does it go sometimes to vacant positions? And well, I guess that's the first question.
The funding doesn't go to vacant position unless there is a temp in that position that's backfilling it. Because it's cost reimbursement, we can only submit actual expenses for reimbursement.
So LASA can't reallocate those funds to staff salaries that are paid below the budgeted amount. And this happens in the city all the time. But sometimes it's opaque in terms of where the city funding for admin is going, because all of it's blended. So I ask these questions because I'm curious, once the money leaves the city, can LASA reprogram the dollars to any staff, especially with all the staff changes that happen?
We could reprogram to staff positions. So if we are going to eliminate the position, or we're reprogramming or reshaping, and that was done in this current fiscal year, there was a reshaping with staff. So where there was savings from vacancies, that went to other essential positions, and then there were positions that were eliminated.
Okay, so that's where it gets confusing, because we fund a position or something, and then there's a savings, and then it can go to another place, a different position.
That does not occur in direct program charges, and when it comes to the admin dollars, because it's pooled, LASA, typically there is a structural deficit when we're operating.
Right.
And so the cost savings that are going to be there are going to offset that structural deficit, which means that we're not going to incur those costs, so that structural deficit isn't there anymore. That's primarily what has occurred in the past, but it hasn't been really taking the funding and moving it elsewhere unless there is a restructuring of LASA.
Right, and what was not implying was being done inappropriately. Please understand that. It just does get confusing, and especially as we're entering this phase of a lot of reprogramming and a lot of changes, it's going to be very hard to track where the dollars ultimately go. So we're going to need to have that some sort of clarity on it, because I could see the scenarios where we're funding a structure and the structure is changing every day, and then that money is appropriately is moving to a different structure, and it's going to be very, very hard for us to
What
track.
I can offer to that is primarily where you see the movement is when we have the costs that are not covered for direct programs, such as homeless count, such as HMIS, that then have to hit the LASA admin. If there is any sort of savings, it is going to be able to cover those core functions.
Right. No, I get that. Just for us to try to understand it all is the hard part. Now, the county, as I understand it, is still going to have like 7 to 8 million for LASA, for JPA, for the LACOC, and to do the homeless count. So who or how is, and I asked this to the CAO, but who or how is the city's contribution amount to the admin of the continuum of care determined? Where does it state what the city's minimum contribution would be, or when has the council set the policy as to what our contribution rate would be? How do we determine it?
If you want to determine the contribution rate, I think it's based off of the analysis that we're going to be sharing, which shows what it costs to actually administer the city contracts. And the total cost when it comes to administering the contracting, the grants management and compliance, the data management, and so that this way you can see what those actual costs are. That is how you would be able to then determine the rate at which you're going to provide admin.
So you take that cost and you cut it in half and give half to the county and half to the city, or do you give 2/3 to the county and 1/3 to the city?
It's based off of ratios of contracts. So based off of the contracts that we have to administer, those ratios are applied to the contracting, the grants management and compliance when it is related to data management, and those costs are then just calculated for the city. And it is separating out any contracts or management from the county, because that funding and those contracts would not be administered through LASA anymore. So that was part of the analysis, was what does it actually take to administer the city contracts.
Okay. And then as far as the city goes, do you know, like, does the city have representation at the COC meetings? How many of our city sites receive funding from COC?
So there is a city representative both on the COC board and on the CES Policy Council.
And do they actually go to the meetings?
Yes. Actually, I don't attend the COC board meetings. That is a representative from the CAO, so I would put that to the CAO where their staff attends. But I am a member of the CES Policy Council, and I can attest that the city representative is present for all of those meetings.
Okay, and then on the COC, how much funding the COC gives out actually goes to city projects?
I think the number of contracts and the projects that are directly impacting the city, we would have to get back to you on.
Okay, because the majority of the COC is made up of the service providers?
So the majority of the COC funding is for permanent supportive housing. There is additionally funding for domestic violence and youth. And we have an additional contract that is the SUNOFO, which is specifically for services to address encampments. But the lion's share of funding is for permanent supportive housing projects. Many of those are legacy projects. but we can get you details.
We would love to have that. I mean, and I'd love if we have a list of which sites in the city are funded with COC funding, that would be great to see. Yeah, and I'll leave it at that. That may be available already. I don't know. I've had a hard time peering into that as well. So thank you.
Okay, colleagues, any more questions, memos? Okay, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate the time. We're going to take a 20-minute break for lunch, and then we'll come back and do the housing department. Thank you. Have we all had an opportunity to review the draft memo list? Can we call roll? Thank you.
Councilmember Yaroslavsky.
Here.
Blumenfield. Present. Hutt. Here. McCosker. Here. Hernandez. Present. 5 members present and a quorum, Madam Chair.
Okay. Colleagues, any edits to the memo list? I'll start. I have one. On memo 334, I'd like to add the CAO to report on that as well. Anyone else?
Yep.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
On, under fire, report 312, it says report on the cost. Instead, it should say report on the plan to fulfill full cost recovery to fund 4 positions in the fire department film permit unit if the film permit fees are reduced. So that's the issue, and it's really it's a budget, not a special, because it's about those positions. And then same thing on as a budget study number 342. No, I'll keep that as a special study. And then let's see.
If you want, I can come back to you.
Yeah, we can get back to you.
Okay. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Chairwoman. We are missing item number 296. It was in the draft this morning, and it's not in the final.
Okay.
Can we have it added back in, please?
Yeah, let's add that back in.
Thank you.
Councilmember McCosker?
Yes, I think we can remove one. I'd like to remove Special Study 257, which is a report on adding an instruction to add a report. And I'd like to instead just ask the CLA to add an Exhibit H instruction on the potential impacts of cost-saving measures that arise from implementation of the RAND Corporation study. So we'll skip the report on the report on the report and just put in a note into H. Okay?
Great.
Thank you.
Good catch. Councilwoman Hutt, do you have any?
No, but if they're calling them, do you
Can you speak into the mic? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
No, but members, when you're calling them, can you call the topic so that they're easier to find on the memo?
Good call.
Not just number, but topic.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Yeah, I wanted to, on ITA, it wasn't picked up, but I had asked for a report back on personnel and/or contractual services needed to resolve Workday. We talked about it in a couple different places, but if we could add it to ITA
Great.
as a report back.
Let's do that then.
Thank you.
Councilmember McCosker, any more? Councilwoman Hernandez, any more? Thank you. All right. I move adoption of this list as modified by this conversation. Do we need to vote on that?
Without objection.
Okay, great. Thank you. We're going to move on now to the Housing Department. Please come on up. Welcome. Welcome. You can go ahead and introduce yourself and your team.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tina Johnson Hall, and I'm the General Manager of the Housing Department. And I am joined today by Tricia Keene to my left, our Executive Officer, Luz Santiago, our AGM over the Administration Bureau, and Emily Zen Cervantes, who, among other things, heads up our budget team. We appreciate the opportunity to be before you today to discuss LAHD's budget. And although this is my very first time going through the city's budget process as the department's GM, Even I can tell that this is not a normal budget year, and that LAHD is fortunate to be in a much better position than many other parts of the city family. For that, we want to express our sincere thanks for the resources in the budget that will allow us to continue to do the critical work of the Housing Department. And we also want to thank Councilmember Blumenfield, who, with the support of Councilmember Yaroslavsky, already took steps to help us implement a solution to one issue, the single issue that we raised in our budget letter. In our letter, we requested the restoration of 4 positions that are critical to ensuring we continue to make timely payments to the people who are building our affordable housing and make sure that they comply with prevailing wage requirements. So we identified alternate sources that are not subsidized by the general fund that can be used to fund these positions. We have already switched to using our Housing Production Revolving Fund account for 2 of the positions, and with the motion that Councilmember Blumenfield introduced yesterday, we will be able to switch the funding sources for the other 2 positions as well. Not only will we be able to use these other sources for the remainder of the fiscal year, we have retroactively changed the funding for these positions, reaching all the way back to the beginning of the current fiscal year. And this results in a total savings of $688,000 in general fund savings for all 4 positions. Savings that can now be used to offset cuts elsewhere in the city. So we appreciate the support in getting this solution implemented with such urgency to make sure that we can continue to keep these positions with their new funding sources. We would request that your committee now direct the restoration of the resolution authority for these 4 positions, along with 12 months of funding for the alternate funding sources. I am happy to ask our team to work with your offices on any specific information you would need to make this happen. And with that, I will reiterate our thanks for your support and our support of our proposed budget. And we are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Sure. Thank you so much. We're going to start with Councilmember Blumenfield.
Yeah, just want to start follow-up. So appreciate you bringing that to me beforehand, and it highlights something that sometimes we can actually, you had a great swap idea, but most of the swap ideas we get are prospective. They're moving forward. And then I asked you if we could do this retroactively for the year, and you figured out a way to make that happen. So not only are you having positions that are important positions that are swapped without and freeing up general fund for this coming budget, but you have freed up general fund that was theoretically already spent. So that's bringing in more money to the general fund during this crisis. And I guess I would ask the CAO, as a report back generally, to look at all of the swaps that are being considered throughout this budget to see if a similar solution can be. I don't think this was unique. It's not going to apply everywhere, but there are many circumstances where it makes sense to swap out general fund for special fund. And there are legal and appropriate reasons why that can actually be done retroactively for the past year. So I would ask for a memo from the CAO to take this very creative and great strategy that is being affected here and see if it can happen in many other places throughout the budget, and basically use your example of not only saving funds in the moving forward, but pulling new general funds out. Because my hope is that, there's not a lot of places where we're actually getting more general fund. This is one of the very few, but it can be duplicated. So thank you for that, and then I'll come back for my regular term. Go ahead.
Okay, great. I'll ask a question and we'll go around. So the proposed budget allocates $450,000 for 4 positions that are supposed to provide oversight of LASA's homeless service programs. What oversight mechanisms are currently in place to monitor LASA's performance and program implementation?
Yes, thank you. Tricia?
Good afternoon. Tricia Keene, Executive Officer for the Housing Department. Thanks for that question, because I think it allows us to highlight the fact that we have we think a mighty team, but a small team of staff Currently, 6 positions, the 4 that are referenced in your question, one that, or a couple other ones that are not filled, that currently do our LASA contract oversight. That is currently the way that it's handled within the city structure, and I think this was alluded to or directly the subject of discussion earlier this morning, is split among a few different departments, with the housing department's role being in the actual administration of the mechanics of the contract, so the payment of invoices, the ensuring that we're being billed for actually gets paid out in a timely manner. And then also some of the recognition that the improvements to contracting could help with both the efficiency of our operations and the speed of payments. But that team is really dedicated to that type of contract oversight, and because it is a small team, is limited in what additional oversight work it could actually do if there is the desire to do more detailed work in that regard.
Thank you. A follow-up to that, does LAHD provide regular reports to the council right now? And if so, what metrics or evaluation criteria are used to assess outcomes and accountability?
So we are not providing regular reports in the way that some of the other departments have reporting structures coming through H&H committee, but we have I think do we have a public-facing dashboard for our payments at this point, or metrics that we share regularly with council? Yes, through the controller's office, sorry. We provide updated information and regular reporting through the controller's office with that. We also provide information directly to council members on a regular basis about the payments and invoicing work that we're doing. What we're not doing, but certainly are open to as we move through the process of better oversight of our homelessness work, is having some regular check-ins in a more formalized way, like with the Housing and Homelessness Committee.
Great. So I'm going to ask for a special study from LAHD with the assistance from CAO and CLA that includes key performance metrics such as program expenditures, contract compliance, housing placement and retention outcomes, population level impacts, and any identified issues or corrective actions. And I ask that these reports should be referred to the Housing and Homeless Committee and Budget and Finance Committee on a quarterly basis for the entirety of FY 25-26. Okay, I have more, but I'll move on. Councilwoman Hutt, do you want to go next?
Sure. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I have a few questions. What does the fiscal solvency of LAHD loan portfolio look like today?
Thank you for that question, council member, because this is one of my pet peeves, but it's also my pet love, which is the preservation of the existing properties that we currently have. I think it's worth noting that we have a portfolio that exists. It's approximately $3.1 billion, representing many properties throughout the city. And unfortunately, due to circumstances known and unknown, some of those properties are underperforming. Why? They're underperforming because of things that are happening through federal policy decisions, insurance, rising cost, folks challenged to pay their rent and so forth. And we are seeing some challenges within the portfolio. That is especially why we were grateful that we were able to receive through the budgeting process so far additional folks that could help monitor. I think while we are seeing some challenges, and I'll tell you, we've been able to actually take a look at the portfolio where we've screened approximately 70 units that are considered troubled assets today. Troubled assets just means that they're not meeting their debt service requirements or other requirements that are provided in our documents, and we're concerned about that. So it is at the point where we are paying particular attention. This council providing us the additional bodies will help us to monitor these a lot closely. We are also convening meetings with various other stakeholders, including but not limited to the Housing Authority for the City of Los Angeles, the state, and others to help us with this challenge. We're all in this together. And so that's been really helpful. We're also convening meetings with other affinity partners, including, as an example, the investors, the stakeholders, who also are invested in these projects. And so they also look at this in the same way that we do. So having the bodies is a great start. The second item that will help tremendously is the funding that will ultimately come through ULA. And so we will be bringing, that's one of the key programs, is providing operating support to these projects that are struggling. And hopefully we can keep these buildings safe and sound for the future.
And can you just elaborate on that 70 just a little bit? Is it 70 units in one property, or is it, you know, some here, there? How's that work?
I apologize, council member. It is 70 projects.
70 various.
70.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I have a different question about our REAP process. So does the department plan to make REAP hearings more accessible, for example, going back to the in-person hearings and providing language interpretation access?
Absolutely, council member, and thank you for the question. We think that that's going to be a critical part of our success, is having in-language support so that we can better serve the communities who need our help.
Thank you. And how will the budget situation impact our rollout of Measure ULA? You brought that up just a little bit. NOFA for affordable housing production and preservation this year.
Well, I mentioned one area that we know will help tremendously, council member, and I thank you for the question, and that is by providing additional operating support. That we have been told through our development community and other stakeholders that that is a key piece of a key driver to success for these projects. Tricia, other comments there? Yeah.
And when was the last time the department fees were updated?
So many of our fees have actually either been recently adopted or recently updated. The SCEP fee, for instance, was updated in 2021. The RSO fee study was approved in 2019 and effective in 2020. And the Just Cause fee was just updated and implemented in 2025. Most of those fees are done projecting a 3-year period, so they'll be up for revision and reanalysis soon. But we should note there are a few other fees that we have primarily around our land use work, so our covenants, the covenant implementation and preparation that we do need to study and update, and those are currently in the works, because I think it is important for us to ensure that our fees are matching the costs of us doing business.
Thank you. I'd like to request a special study to look at the potential of cross-training inspectors throughout the city and creating a system that would allow inspectors to have the skill set to work for any relevant departments like DBS, housing, BCA, et cetera. And I'd like to request a special study to the city, state, and federal legal and regulatory requirements that LAHD must satisfy to process reserve requests for developers and suggestions for advocacy to lower those barriers. And I'd like to request a budget memo on the Housing Department proposed offsets as outlined in their budget letter. And that's all from me, Madam Chair.
Okay, Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I'm going to be talking a little bit about some of the hazards. So 7 lead hazard remediation positions aren't being continued. Who will be doing that work moving forward? How is this related to the lead grant 12 funding?
Thank you for that question, because I think this gives us a good opportunity to clarify how that work is being handled and making sure that everyone understands the population is not going unserved when it comes to lead hazard remediation. The lead hazard program that the city operated was a small program with a very focused universe of households that could qualify for our services. And that is being, or was wound down very intentionally All of the remediation projects that were happening under that have been finished, and there's nothing outstanding for that because that work is being transferred over to the county. The county has a much broader lead program, much bigger pot of money, a larger pool of qualified households that can take advantage of that, and an infrastructure that gets the word out about that program that exceeds what we could do in the city alone. So the city residents will be served through the county program, and all of our work that was pending has actually been wrapped up. So that's the connection there with the lead program. Looking like it's going away, it's just being transitioned to a broader pool of resources.
Wonderful. And how does that play out in real life? Like, do we have someone on your team that is in constant communication with the county about these events or resources? Because I understand that the work that we have been tasked to do has been completed, but this issue is ongoing. And so how are we making sure that we are also a pipeline of information for our constituents?
That's a really good question. We have been in contact with the county about this wind down and their ability to serve the stakeholders. And we are absolutely open to ensuring that their information goes out through our network, and we will be happy to coordinate with them to make sure that they know our stakeholders that should be receiving outreach as well.
Wonderful. In the future, if you could please let us know who plays point, that would be great. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
In the Blue Book, it shows 770 affordable housing units being financed last year, but only 160 estimated for fiscal year 25-26. Can you explain this wide discrepancy?
There's a kind of simple answer to that. It's the winding down of the HHH funding and the conclusion of that program that had a sunset date, and then a gap in time before the ULA money is actually going to hit the street. We can certainly talk about the ULA Supernova process if anyone wants to get into more detail on that, but because there was a period of time where there was some uncertainty around ULA and also the need to actually collect the resources and then adopt program guidelines and deploy them, there is a gap in the amount of units that will be financed, and there will be a corresponding gap in the number of units that will come online for occupancy in the time frame it would normally take from financing to occupancy. So we'll see that in a couple of years potentially. But the good news is, in the meantime, we do expect to release a NOFA this year, this calendar year, later in the fall, that'll be about $376 million. Most of that through ULA resources, but some of it through our traditional funding sources that can actually help close this gap of financing and bring a lot more new production as well as preservation online.
And I would just add, council member, that it's an evergreen resource. That's something that the city enjoys out. I have not worked for a city that will enjoy that kind of levity, thanks to the voters. And so we are actually looking forward to it. It's going to be great to see more units come online, and we expect going forward that you won't have a lull like you've seen in the past.
Wonderful, thank you. And my last question is, in the Blue Book, we see a downward trend in the last 5 years of percent of tenant rent complaints resolved within 120 days from 91% to 65%. Yet for fiscal year 25-26, this estimate jumps to 80%. Can you tell us what's leading to the confidence in the reversal of this trend?
Yes, that downward trend is directly attributed to the increase of tenant protections. In the last few years, starting during COVID and then since the expiration of the emergency protections in COVID that were then memorialized as permanent tenant protections, we've had the tenant anti-harassment ordinance adopted, the eviction threshold ordinance and economic displacement ordinance adopted, and just cause for eviction ordinance adopted. Those did not come immediately with staffing resources. And so the adoption of those protections, the implementation of them, and the proper staffing to ensure that we were dealing with the increased volume of work didn't line up maybe the way we wished it would. However, just to put a sort of context around the volume of increase, we had, I think, an increase of about 400,000 households that were covered by tenant protections that were not before. So we had about 650,000 households that were protected. It has increased to about 1 million. The good news is that we've got 63 new positions to implement the tenant protections just cause ordinance. Currently, we have about a 43% vacancy rate if you count those positions in our bureau that handles this work. We have PCH requests in to unfreeze all 63 positions, so our confidence is coming from the fact that we have resources on the way, and we are eager to fill them as soon as those are able to be filled.
Thank you. And those dollars for those positions, are those general fund, special fund?
Those are fully covered by the fees that are adopted to implement all of those new ordinances, and the just cause fee that went into effect, has been collected, and has already reached an amount that covers the cost fully of the positions that have been created.
Wonderful. Chairwoman, I would like to put a budget memo around this particular item here. Sorry, I'm thinking out loud. Can we get a budget memo on what we need to do to remove these positions from the PCH process because they are going to be completely funded by these fees? I'd understand if it was general funding, then obviously we want to go through the entire detailed process, but if we know for sure that these positions will be paid by this revenue, I think we should try to bring them on sooner.
So you'd like for a memo looking at that, at those restorations? Yes. Okay. Okay. Councilmember McCosker?
Thank you very much. I appreciate all of your offsets and the information you provided in the briefings. I did want to ask about accessibility retrofits, though. Something that's out of your control, but within ours, is that we're likely to see Department of City Planning resources diminished. What will that do to LAHD's plans to seek discretionary approvals, some which you will have to be able to get through your accessibility retrofits? Will you be impacted by reductions in city planning, and do you have a plan to, do you have a workaround for that?
Mm-hmm. So thank you for that question, because I think, as many of you know, the accessible housing program is near and dear to my heart, or something like that. As far as retrofits are concerned, I don't believe that we will see a big impact from a change in staffing levels, because those typically are not discretionary projects.
Okay.
So that those can generally proceed through a building permit and construction phase. As far as new construction is concerned, where we get a significant amount of our accessible units, because up to 20% of the units in any given building that is newly constructed can be counted towards our settlement agreement obligations. Yep. Those, if they're 100% affordable housing, benefit from ED1 streamlining, and if there are any entitlements that are required that do not allow them to go through the ED1 streamlining process, we do know that there's still prioritization of affordable housing projects, but certainly if there is anything that we can do to partner with our fellow departments to make that process smoother, we are absolutely on board for that.
Okay, and if you find, I'll go back to a retrofit, if you do find that there are non-ministerial or ministerial actions that take a long time and are taking off course because it's not staffed up, I think you have to let us know. Because we need to get to the June 26 settlement date. Do you see any projects that may miss the deadline, or can you get there?
So that's actually an interesting question, because that settlement, I think there's a recognition that we are going to need additional time to complete the 4,000 units. One really solid example of that is during COVID, when we stopped in-person inspections and when we were trying very hard not to displace tenants who needed their units retrofitted, that put a several-year delay on implementing any kind of actual retrofit construction. The other challenge is all of the delays that have happened with bringing new projects online because of supply chain problems, interest rate increases, construction cost increases. So that's all set us back a bit to meeting our deadlines. And then our work is heavily dependent on the pipeline of affordable housing production because we get our units in projects that are happening, financed and funded for other reasons. So we are in close conversation with the plaintiffs on this matter to see what additional amount of time will be required to meet our obligations. I think the good thing to note is we are now over 1,500 units, certified accessible housing units, when a few years ago we were at 0. We started certifying units in like end of 2021, beginning of 2022, and we've managed to certify about 500 per year because we've had that many in the pipeline. We know that's going to dip a little bit for the reasons we talked about with financing issues, but with ULA money hitting the street, we're excited to have new projects coming that we can get accessible units in.
Okay, that sounds fair. Yeah, blame the pandemic and then move to tariffs. Let's talk about the fair housing progress and the accessibility within the housing element goals and how it will be tracked. Will you be affected by Department of City Planning resources in the tracking and the documentation within the housing element, or do you have a plan for that?
That is a good question because depending on how their resources are hit, that does directly affect our implementation and tracking of the housing element. We have a team of people in the housing department who track the housing programs, and they are not being affected by any budget issues, so we will be able to continue to do the work that the housing department is doing. But we are, again, this is another thing where we are happy to coordinate as closely as we can to figure out what we can do to help manage that burden.
I think you'll have to. All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Hutt, any more questions?
None, Madam Chair.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you so much for your time and answers to the questions. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on now to the Economic and Workforce Development Department. Before we do, I just want to acknowledge colleagues that the next three departments we're going to hear from, EWDD, Youth Development and Aging, are all proposed for consolidation in the mayor's proposed budget. Many folks have raised understandable concerns about the implied layoffs and vacancy eliminations, and about how this transition would unfold and how it might impact Angelenos and provision of services. We know that change, especially at this magnitude, is not easy, but I think we've heard the concerns from constituents and during public comment. Should this consolidation move forward, we're committed to making sure it's done thoughtfully and with a focus on minimizing disruption to services and supporting staff through the process. With that, I'd like to focus our conversation to the extent possible on service impacts related to the proposed consolidations, both in terms of efficiency and department mission. So welcome. Please introduce yourself and your team.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I'm Carolyn Hull, the General Manager of the Economic and Workforce Development Department, and I'll leave it up to my team members to introduce themselves.
Good afternoon. I'm Gerardo Rubalcaba, Assistant General Manager for Workforce Development.
Good afternoon. Fred Jackson, Assistant General Manager, Economic Development Division.
Fernando Campos, Assistant General Manager over Finance, Administration, and Technology Services.
Mark Renato, Chief Budget Director.
Caroline Kim Palacios, Senior Project Coordinator.
Thank you. So we received your letter. We've all read it. Is there anything from there that you want to highlight in particular? Otherwise, we can just go straight to questions. Up to you.
Oh, no, absolutely. So
go ahead.
First of all, I do want to thank you, Chairwoman, and the Budget and Finance Committee members for this opportunity to come before you today. It has been an honor and a privilege to serve the Mayor's office and the Council offices over the past 5 years as the General Manager of EWDD. I want to take a moment to recognize the amazing mission-driven staff of EWDD and thank you all for all that you do every day to support the residents and businesses in Los Angeles. The Economic and Workforce Development Department is a high-impact, low-cost engine for growth, generating general fund revenue through grant-funded programs that interrupt the cycle of homelessness, create quality, in-demand jobs, support small businesses, and accelerates the production of affordable housing, with over 90% of our funding sourced from special funds. Since the establishment in 2013, following the dissolution of the Community Redevelopment Agency, EWDD has proven that economic and workforce development are inextricably linked by developing programs and initiatives that support and develop a skilled workforce and implement strategies that assist small businesses. In other words, thriving businesses depend on a skilled workforce, and upward mobility requires access to quality jobs. On behalf of the department, I want to recognize the efforts in the mayor's team in developing a balanced budget as it appears in the Blue Book. In acknowledging the need to reduce costs, EWDD supports the mayor's proposed budget as it appears in the Blue Book. And we are confident in our ability to provide necessary offsets to preserve the filled roles proposed for deletion through our portfolio of special funds. With regard to Exhibit H and the proposed consolidation of EWDD into CIFD, I welcome the opportunity to discuss ways we can better position each of our respective departments financially, operationally, and programmatically to ensure fiscal sustainability as well as improved services. Toward this end, we concur that in the CLA's most recent recommendation to further analyze the true cost of consolidation. Angelenos do deserve a strong, efficient, and coordinated system of social services that meets the needs of individuals and families, especially those in crisis. However, beyond meeting immediate needs, the City of Los Angeles also needs a department that delivers the systems and strategies that stimulate economic growth, job creation, and business vitality through data-driven approaches to developing programs through creative partnerships with research institutes, community colleges, nonprofit organizations, and other county partners. EWDD answers questions of long-term and structural investments that addresses the need to generate opportunities for economic mobility through forward-thinking economic development and workforce innovative initiatives. For this reason, we believe that EWDD should remain an independent department to continue delivering this critical work. The proposed consolidation will dilute core functions, stretch limited resources, and slow the momentum we are building for long-term economic and workforce development. As Los Angeles continues disaster recovery and prepares to host global events such as the 2026 World Cup and 2028 Olympics and Paralympics, the need for experienced and focused economic workforce development leadership is greater now than ever. It should be noted that the absence of a dedicated economic development department alienates Los Angeles among major U.S. cities that maintain dedicated departments focused on economic development, small business support, workforce development, critical functions. Beyond the minimal savings achieved through the consolidation, much of which has yet to be detailed, the loss of several of EWDD's most senior and experienced leaders, individuals who have guided the department through crises and major transformation, represents an immeasurable cost to the city. The loss of highly specialized technical expertise earned over decades of experience will cause the delay of numerous critical workforce, real estate, economic development projects that require consistent and specialized leadership. EWDD has overcome incredible odds to build one of the strongest and most resilient organizational cultures in the city. Just 1 year ago, we were grappling with a vacancy rate exceeding 30%. Today, the number has been cut to nearly 10%, a remarkable turnaround made possible through our leadership team and combinations with the personnel department. This progress is about more than vacancy rate. It's about creating a department where talented people want to work and stay. But the budget crisis is real. However, as a department that designs solutions to the city's economic challenges, EWDD is ready to deliver actionable solutions that lower costs, protect jobs, and unlock both short-term and long-term revenue, all without disruption. In closing, I respectfully urge the council to exclude EWDD from consolidation to adopt the CLA's recommendation to allow time for a more thorough analysis of available options. EWDD stands ready to present our analysis, offering both cost savings and revenue-generating strategies. We are committed to being a proactive partner, not only in reducing costs, but in driving sustainable revenue to support the city's long-term goals. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of EWDD.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start with Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman. I'm going to go straight into questions. Thank you so much for being here with us today. Given that EWDD was established to address specific needs after the CRA was dissolved, did the CAO review those original goals? And can you confirm that the city will still meet those objectives under the new realignment plan?
Well, I can only address, I can't address what the CAO reviewed. However, let me speak to the reason why EWDD was created, and it was exactly that. CRA had been dissolved, and previously, under the previous department was called the Community Development Department. It primarily served as a pass-through of funds to the CRA. And the CRA actually carried out many of the economic and workforce development functions, mostly the economic and real estate functions. Once that department was dissolved, once that agency was dissolved, there was a study done, several studies done, that looked at the configuration of what did the city of Los Angeles need in order to not just fill that previous role of the CRA, but to actually kind of incorporate a path forward for creating a skilled workforce for the 21st century.
Great, thank you. Now to the Rodriguez gang injunction settlement. Why was the Rodriguez gang injunction settlement funding eliminated when we still have an active settlement in court and still providing services to claimants? What are you proposing to avoid more liabilities or legal consequences?
Hi, good afternoon, Council Member Susie Rios-Belnat with the City Administrative Officer's Office. The gang injunction funding actually for the current year is in the unappropriated balance. We are anticipating some funding still available in that line item at the end of this year, and we are including it in the budget as a reappropriation to 25-26. So there will still be, funding available.
Wonderful, so it's in the budget already being transferred?
That is correct.
Great, love to hear it, thank you. I have a few more questions and I'll pass it back to you, Chairwoman, a couple
Sure,
more.
go ahead.
Thank you. Recently, the council passed the DTLA 2040 plan, which includes a directive to support garment workers. I would like to request a budget memo outlining options, including recommended funding sources for fulfilling the garment worker plan as outlined in the DTLA 2040 plan under either an independent EWDD or the consolidation model. And then to the day laborer program. The fiscal year 2025 budget proposes eliminating funding for the day laborer program, which previously received over $1 million. As a daughter of immigrants, I personally know how vital these programs like the day laborer program are to our communities. These are services that protect some of our most vulnerable workers, many of them immigrant men and women, and people, offering them a safe place to connect with fair employment and vital resources. Cutting this funding isn't just eliminating a program, it pulls the rug out from under entire communities who rely on it to survive and stay safe. And let's not forget these workers live in every district across our city, from Wilmington to South LA to Northeast LA and the West Valley. In fact, my colleague on this committee, Councilmember Blumenfield, has shown leadership and real leadership in supporting immigrant workers, bringing this issue to the forefront by championing action on the rising cases of silicosis affecting our day laborers. So to defund this now seems it's difficult to understand, and this body has already invested in this, and we shouldn't take a step backwards. We need to stand up for our values and protect our most vulnerable people. So EWDD, can you speak to the specific services of the day laborer program, what it provides, and share more about who these workers are and how these programs are making a difference in their lives? And I think we have a handful of more departments, so if we can all just be brief, please, that would be great. Thank you.
Sure. So the day laborer program does serve, one of the most vulnerable populations in the city of LA. These are, mainly individuals that do not have right to work and, are often taken advantage of. So a lot of the work that our day labor centers do is provide services to those workers, so helping them connect to short-term jobs. In the last program year, we had over 48,000 short-term jobs connected. They provide services to help with wage recovery. So we know that, again, these individuals oftentimes are not paid for the work that they provide. So our centers work with them to ensure that they are able to recover wages. So in the last program year, we had over $250,000 recovered in terms of wages. We also, through the short-term employment, generate over $4 million in wages for, again, for day laborers. So it is a critical program. It is needed, again, especially given the climate at the federal level. And, again, folks are scared, and the need to protect these individuals is greater today than it was a year ago.
Thank you for sharing that. I want to request a budget memo on restoring funding for the day labor program, which is proposed for elimination. Thank you. Chairwoman, I pass it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a follow-up, Councilwoman Hutt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to add to your budget memo request and to include funding the day labor program, including through the con plan, to give us that option.
Okay, Councilmember. Thank you. Councilmember Blumenfield.
First, I just want to start. Thank you. I mean, whatever happens with the consolidation or not the consolidation, I've had really the pleasure of working with you and your team, and you guys have been doing fantastic work, creating opportunities in the city and really helping create economic development, which is exactly what you're all about. So I wanted to just start with a little appreciation for that, especially in these difficult times. Now, one of the EWD's strengths is economic development, particularly around real estate development. And because you have very capable staff who are knowledgeable in this area, I wanted to know, with all the bumping rights that'll kick in, even if we didn't move forward with the consolidation, will those key staff be able to remain in EWDD? Do you know?
I'm not completely sure. Like, many of them are exempt positions, so there may be an opportunity. Maybe Fernanda, you could speak to it more. There may be an opportunity for them to stay. We'd have to research that.
Absolutely, Fernando Campos. Just responding quickly, if we look at the proposed Blue Book as it is balanced right now, no, there would be no impact there. We do have 2 individuals that are filled in the 7 positions that are being deleted. However, when you look at Exhibit H, the consolidation, if the consolidation were to occur, then there would be a minor impact there to economic development, real estate development, and we would, of course, work with the personnel department to look at bumping and layoff, et cetera. So when we look at the proposed budget by itself, no, no impact there.
Okay, well, because your real estate team is phenomenal and don't want to lose these positions, I'd like to get a report back on the options to fund positions with special funds that are in EWDD or not listed in Exhibit H, just to see what the possibilities are. And speaking of the special funds, what are the special fund sources for EWDD?
Our major special funds are WIOA funding and CDBG. And WIOA stands for, I'm going to turn it over to Rob and make sure I get it right.
The Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act.
And the Community Development Block Grant Funds. And the important thing to know about WIOA is that there are very specific requirements that you can use those funds for. It is that you have to be very careful on the eligibility of the use of those funds. And they are restricted to individuals that have the right to work.
And if I can add to that, we also operate about $20 million in state funding that's available for a youth work experience.
Available for what?
For youth work experience programs.
Okay.
For summer youth employment. We operate another approximately $10 million in LA County grant that supports, previously supported homeless workforce, but that funding has been eliminated. However, we still have close to $10 million in youth work experience funding through LA County as well. So we, I think as a department, have close to 40 different funding revenue sources.
Yeah, and if I can add to that, Fernando Campos, again, we do have grants at the federal, state, local, endowment, and even foundational levels. So we do have, as AGM Rubalcava indicated, that 40 different types of grants that builds our portfolio of over 420 million. So although WIOA and CDBG are two of the major grants, we do have other grants that are coming in from LA County. We do have some from the state of California, the Governor's Office of Volunteers, which is a very stable grant that's coming in, Department of Labor, Department of Justice, and various other grants, Bank of America, the Irvine Foundation. So we do have series of foundations and endowments that do contribute to our portfolio as well.
Okay. And your letter mentions the possibility of losing $4 million of special fund reimbursement. Could you elaborate on what that means?
Do you want me to take that? Perfect. Fernando Campos again. Thank you for the question, Council Member. In regards to the $4 million that we are citing in our letter, we anticipate that there will be a savings of $1.1 million in general fund and about $4 million in special funds that would be unrealized or unclaimed. So I'm going to respond to it in two different ways. One is looking at it through the financial lens, and the second is looking at it at the practical lens. Financially, the driver of that money being lost or being left unclaimed is driven by headcount. So if the consolidation were to move forward as proposed, again, we're recommending that we be excluded from that consolidation. But if it was to move forward with it, those individuals that would be displaced would no longer be able to charge against the grant. So therefore, it would free up that money and no longer be eligible to be claimed against the grant. Theoretically, you can ask, well, why can't the city use that money to place other individuals? That's where the practical lens comes in. And practically, yes, it can be done. However, when you do that, you're transitioning individuals that may not have the subject matter expertise, they may not have the technical expertise, and as we highlighted in our letter, the leadership skills, the partnerships, the support, all the skills that we bring to the table to raise funds. Our grant seekers are part of that 25 that is being proposed to be deleted. Our grant writers are part of that list of lists that's going to be deleted. Our leadership team is going to be deleted. So to replace that, it's going to come with a cost. PCH, we know, cost us about $2.5 million last year just because of the delay. That delay included individuals that are programmatic folks, others that are in the financial, the accounting, the auditing team, and more importantly, these positions that are proposed to be deleted, they're also the auditors that help us maintain compliance with federal and state laws. Absent of those compliance, then we increase our risk of losing those funds or having those funds being reduced. So again, fiscally, yes, it's a savings. We would lose the money. However, we can use it in other ways. However, practically, to backfill with non-experts or non-technical expertise would cost the city a couple $1 million. In addition to that, the allowability, and what I mean by that is that there's certain activities that are allowed in the grant that you can charge. If you're moving someone from a general fund to a specialized fund activity, then the specialized activity would be eligible for reimbursement. However, there is a trade-off analysis, and I think that's where we are asking for time to report back to your committee so that you can receive what the options are. When you do that trade-off analysis, yes, you would provide a relief to the general fund, but then the general fund services would now be decreased in that area. So it is a trade-off analysis. So therefore, that's why the cost analysis, the assessments, the report back from the CLA's office, a report back from our office as well, and anybody else to provide your council and your committee those options for you to consider before you either say yes or no to that consolidation.
Yeah, no, and it just underscores overall the loss of productivity we're going to have with all the bumping and everything else. What percentage of the city's CDBG administrative dollars is allocated to EWDD, and what positions are funded with the CDBG?
Carolyn Hull. Fernando will go into the details, but the CDBG primarily funds our Economic Development Division, and Fernando, you might have some numbers to share.
Yeah, absolutely. CDBG represents approximately $2 million in administrative eligibility for reimbursement. This is in comparison to our $420 million. The type of positions that are funded through that funding source are our accountants, our auditors, our financial experts. We also have folks that are doing our budgeting to reimburse or to make the claim to CIFD. In addition to that, we also have our auditors, as I mentioned, and then the programmatic folks that are actually delivering and implementing the program. But specifically, Councilman, $2 million for administrative costs. The type of positions you're looking at: project coordinators, grant administrators, program monitors, auditors, accountants, financial experts.
Okay. And then I know historically you've been able to generate revenues and reimbursements through the programs. If you could tell us a little bit about how and how much EWDD has been able to generate.
Do you want me to take that?
Well, you take a step first.
I'll start, and then Fred, you can join me, then perfect. Great. Again, Fernando Campos. In regards to what we were able to recover this year, just alone in reimbursements and making claims to the state of California, the federal government, and local, and also the county of Los Angeles, we've collected close to $100 million in reimbursement. In addition to that, we are also on track to reimburse the reserve fund for $10 million. We've reimbursed the reserve funds for $6 million this year. We're on track to do another tranche of repayments to the reserve fund for another $4 million. So approximately $110 million is the short answer for this year alone. However, we do believe there's other opportunities to reimburse the reserve fund for an additional $10 million. Because of the slowdown and the delays in PCH, we were unable to bring our vacancy rate in our finance department from 55% much lower and much faster because of the PCH delays. Once we were able to get some approvals, we were able to bring our vacancy rate in our financial management division from 55 down to about 16 or 18%. With those hirings, we have been working towards repaying the reserve fund loan for an additional $10 million. In addition to that, we also have some funds that are idle that we believe would generate some revenue. So therefore, again, as we mentioned in our letter, having the ability to report back and being a partner in providing solutions to your council so that you can decide what is the best option for the city and what is the best course of action or course of plan for the city of Los Angeles is what we're recommending so that we can come back with proposed options for your consideration for revenue generation, revenue supporting, and how we can be a partner to help us in this crisis.
I just want to add to that we actually manage a portfolio of about $420 million at the moment through our bringing in grants through our strategic partnerships. Also through our economic development division, primarily our real estate team, we have been active in selling and activating underutilized properties. So not only does our full budget of special revenues consist of over $420 million through our ability to go after various grants at different times, our ability to activate underutilized public land actually generates money for the general fund. Because when you activate underutilized land, you get property taxes, sales taxes, and that economic impact can be actually, that's one of the areas that we really would like to work with other departments around the city, because there is an opportunity for actually more revenue generation.
Great. Thank you. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I think you all have all very clearly articulated how you all pay for a lot of the work that you do and then some, and reimburse us for some of that as well. And I would like to uplift item 151 right now in this conversation, because when we talk about the consolidation, we can't decide that in a matter of a few weeks. You all, each of the programs that would be impacted by this are dealing with a lot of money and a lot of different programs, some of the same population and some different populations. I think EWDD should still exist. How that configuration, do I think it could be changed, updated? 100%. I'd love to see more of how you can deal with all of our city property and make money off of that. I would love to see how you support cannabis businesses. They're constantly coming in here asking for support. What does that look like? They are small businesses. So again, uplifting item 151 of giving ourselves time as a city to consolidate and reconfigure with some time and intention so that we can get the best out of our buck and refine our teams to do that. So I just want to ask some questions about consolidation. In the proposed budget, the committee that was brought forth in Exhibit H, it says to create an economic workforce division with CIFD, including deleting a total of 37 positions. Can you explain some of the impacts of this consideration and the benefits of having this standalone department?
Is that to the department or Susan, you want to?
Yeah, your department, yeah.
As it's outlined in Exhibit H, most of our senior management with about over 120 years of service to the city would be eliminated or deleted. This would have a significant impact on all of the programs that we implement. It will be diluted in a larger department. There would be a limited dedicated economic development and potentially impact some of the things that we're talking about here in terms of doing greater real estate development. I don't know if Fernando or Mark, you want to chime in?
Yeah, I'll just highlight really quickly, part of the consolidation will yield those 25 positions being deleted. Again, I just want to highlight, these are our grant writers, these are our grant seekers, this is our leadership team that brings that partnership, the networking with our grantor agencies at the federal, state, local level, endowment levels as well. So all that would be compromised as well. Our auditors, as I keep mentioning, these are the folks that keep us in compliance so that we can generate and bring in additional funds in the future, and also is the first line of defense and safeguarding our assets with the city. So all that would be eliminated. In addition to that, our contracts team would be about 60% reduced. These are folks that are actually getting more than 400 contracts a year before July 1st. In fact, we've already started mobilizing for July 1st because we have to be ready on July 1st to start the new year. If those individuals were not there, then what could happen is that you have your youth source centers, your workforce centers, your business source centers that may experience a delay. Again, it may be curtailed, but it may be 3 to 6 months, and those 3 to 6 months we're talking now millions of dollars in lost productivity, lost revenue, or delayed revenue. And so therefore, that's why we believe that having that cost analysis, the assessment, is very prudent for the city so that we can take a look at what is really going to be gained by this consolidation, and could we do things a little different as well and better. So we are open to that, but we are asking your council for those report backs.
Thank you. And has there been to our CAO representative, has there been an analysis regarding whether CIFD has the capacity to manage those up to 400 annual contracts additional?
Thank you for the question. Again, this is Susie Rios-Bellanat with the CAO's office. I would have to defer in part to the CIFD analyst. You will have her appear in a couple departments, but I do not believe a comprehensive analysis has been performed of CIFD's capacity to absorb these departments.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Colleagues, Councilmember McCosker.
Thank you. I appreciate all of those questions. I want to focus on the Jedi zones and ask a couple of questions. What does, how do we look today on being able to support the Jedi zones, and what is the consolidation proposal, but more importantly, the position authorities within that proposal look like for the support of Jedi zones and the funding, I suppose, that'll need to back it up?
Just as a point of clarification, as it pertains to Exhibit H or the Blue Book?
Let's do both. I sort of gave you a little curveball there. I brought it to the Blue Book, but then moved to Exhibit H.
Well, and Fernando, keep me honest here. If we look at the mayor's balanced budget as it pertains in the Blue Book, don't believe our Jedi Zone staff has been impacted.
They're not.
But as it pertains to Exhibit H, senior leadership would be impacted, and hence the ability to operate and to maintain and manage the Jedi zones would be negatively impacted.
Okay, so for clarity then, Jedi zones not impacted with the balanced budget in the Blue Book. In consolidation, its oversight and implementation will be impacted, I presume impacted in a negative way?
Impacted in a negative way.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Hutt, you have a follow-up?
Not on Jedi Zone.
Okay, yeah, just go ahead then.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, EWDD. What's the total general fund savings from consolidating EWDD under CIFD, and how's the savings going to be achieved?
The total general fund savings under consolidation is about $1.2 million.
1.2 million?
Approximately, and that's all in cost, correct, Fernando? The direct salary costs are much lower.
That's correct. Direct and related costs.
Okay. And then I have another question. Since the pandemic, EWDD has increasingly played a critical role as an emergency response department, coordinating economic and workforce recovery, With numerous emergencies such as COVID-19 pandemic and more recently the wildfires, what's the impact of these proposed budget changes on the city's ability to respond to these issues efficiently?
Thank you for that question. You're absolutely correct. Since COVID-19, we have consistently become an emergency or an extension of an emergency management department. And we have done that through having strategic partnerships and relationships with philanthropy and through other state government entities. During COVID, we learned a great deal. We learned that, pandemics do not have boundaries, disasters do not have boundaries. We immediately formulated a group of individuals across business, across state, and other forms of government, so that when disasters occur, we bring together that community. It's almost like a sleeper cell. Like the day after the wildfires occurred, we were up at 8 o'clock in the morning the next day with our team that included business leaders, and we were able to coordinate with all levels of government in order to raise funding for immediate relief and recovery. And that is due to the leadership team at EWDD. So it will be negatively impacted.
And just to add to that, because of those relationships, that I think the combined team has, within 10 days of the start of the first fire, we had secured over $10 million to help with recovery efforts. That was done based on, again, direct relationships at the state level that we were able to help generate those funds. And that is part of the impact of eliminating, again, the executive team from EWDD.
So my question was in this new role, how do we anticipate that we'll be efficient in those same ways?
We would have to study that. Because in Exhibit H, all of the executive team of EWDD will be deleted.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all for me.
Councilmember Blumenfield?
Just to report back. I wanted to get a report back on all positions in EWD with blended funding between general fund and/or a combination of special funds, and a report to identify breakdowns of funds for each position, report to note which positions are filled versus not filled and proposed to be eliminated versus vacant.
All right. Colleagues, any other questions or memos? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Next, we're going to move on to YDD. Welcome. Good afternoon. If you could introduce yourselves.
Yes, good afternoon. Lisa Salazar, Executive Director of the Youth Development Department, joined by my senior leadership team, Joey Garcia, who leads Youth Protection, Sheldon Cruz, who leads Program Support and Community Engagement, Ramon Covarrubias, who leads our Strategic Planning, Data Collection and Evaluation, and Michael Bouvet, who leads our Administrative Division.
Thank you. Welcome. So we've had a chance to read your letter. Is there anything you want to highlight? You want to make a presentation at the top, and then we can get into questions?
Yes, I'd like to highlight some elements of our letter.
Wonderful. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here today to talk about the proposed budget. In our letter to the committee, I prioritized 3 critical positions: 2 management analysts who work with 30 youth-serving city departments to implement over 100 projects and initiatives that are outlined in the citywide youth development strategic plan. They collect data, they review program metrics, they facilitate training for city departments, young people, and youth-serving community-based organizations, including training in mental health, immigrant youth aid, and basic needs and supports for our disconnected youth population. We're also asking for one principal public relations representative who manages our public relations with the press, creates youth-friendly and engaging social media content, collects and cross-promotes the good work of our 30 youth-serving departments, and promotes public awareness campaigns. However, I would like to make it clear that every existing position and resource at YDD is essential and focused on critical work that supports the core duties as outlined in our department's ordinance. This includes all seven positions proposed for elimination that would result in layoff, $79,000 in as-needed wages to avoid laying off our 4 part-time community ambassador positions that are filled by youth workers, and $40,000 to host our annual Youth Summit and Youth Expo. Our 3rd annual expo is scheduled for May 31st at LA Trade Tech, where we expect over 1,000 attendees. During public comment, you heard an outpouring of support from the Invest in Youth Coalition, EAA members, and many others to restore all department funding and maintain the YDD as an independent department. Our young people spoke loudly and clearly that cutting the department staffing by nearly half and folding it into a larger department would undo the hard work and advocacy that the coalition led for more than a decade. The proposed savings to the general fund from cutting and consolidating the YDD are very small. Yet the long-term impact and reduction of services are too great. I also echo the comments of my fellow general managers who have called for an additional cost-benefit analysis and more community input, including from young people, to better understand the consequences of combining our departments. I commit to continue working with CIFD and other departments to ensure that we can coordinate services and planning as a one-stop shop for youth and families, meeting the intent of the proposed consolidation while maintaining YDD as an independent department. CIFD, EWDD, and YDD are already housed in the same building on the same floor, and collaboration amongst us is ongoing and strong. There are alternatives to consolidation, such as MOUs, that can strengthen our partnership and bring us much closer to operating as a functional one-stop shop. I recognize the gravity of our current financial situation, but would suggest rather than simply closing up shop, that we double down and take this opportunity to strengthen the YDD, especially at a time when the city's youth disconnection rate is an all-time high, with an estimated 48,000 16 to 24-year-olds who are neither in school or working. For the first time in the city's history, we have a citywide youth development strategic plan that provides a coordinated roadmap of youth services for the 30 departments that receive funds to serve youth, policy priorities, and focus services based on what we heard and learned from thousands of young people, parents, guardians, youth-serving organizations, and your offices. Before I conclude, I'd like to thank the men and women who work at the Youth Development Department, where there's no bonus pay, there's no overtime, and everybody wears multiple hats. These individuals roll up their sleeves every day because they are mission-driven and truly care about our young people. Our mayor is a community organizer at her heart, and has worked tirelessly to improve the lives of Tay and underserved youth. And I know that our city council members care deeply, not only about the young people in their districts, but for all Angelinos. I remain hopeful that we will continue to invest in our youth. I do not envy the position that you all are in and the difficult decisions in front of you. I truly appreciate your leadership through this process. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Colleagues, questions? Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Many youth-related, well, one, thank you so much for being here with us today. Many youth-related programs have been eliminated in your department's proposed budget. What is the impact of the cuts to contractual services?
We're thankful that the support for the Olivia Mitchell Youth Council is still intact, but we did lose funding, contractual services for our annual youth summit, where we bring together hundreds of young leaders from not only the city, but the county, the school district, Metro, LASA, who come together and talk about the policy priorities that are important to them. We lose funding for our annual youth summit. That is the only place where we bring together all of our youth-serving city departments, along with community-based organizations, to highlight the programs and services that are available to young people, especially while they're on vacation during the summer months, addressing the scavenger hunt for services. We're bringing them all into one place. Those are the key things, and those two items only cost $40,000.
$40,000 to invest in our young people? Okay, thank you. What are the effects of consolidation on your department, and what considerations would need to be taken into account to make thoughtful decisions around this?
On one hand, the consolidation may reduce the intentional focus and priority on youth planning and services because a consolidated department would have multiple priorities to juggle. I also think that in a city with over 800 young people, it would eliminate an important seat that is focused on youth in the mayor's executive cabinet. But on the other hand, I think there could be benefit from with the added administrative back-of-house support that has been under-resourced for the past 3 years. And that could allow us greater focus to concentrate on the core work of the department.
Thank you. Just two points that I want to move forward. I understand, and I believe I got a presentation of this when I in the Arts, Parks, and Libraries Committee around the youth protection protocols and liability work that y'all do. It is my understanding that LA County just agreed to pay out one of the largest settlements, I think, in history in the state of California in regards to harm done by youth in different parts of the county, but in particular incarcerated youth in the probation camps. And so I think having protocols and understanding around how to prevent youth harm and how to respond to youth harm, but most importantly, prevent it, I think that's important. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but that's some of what this division does, right? Or this representative does on your team, is help set those protocols for the rest of the city?
That's correct. We currently have 4 positions funded to do the work of youth protection. 3 of those positions are being eliminated in the proposed budget. You are correct, and LA County is paying the largest settlement due to sexual abuse in the juvenile halls. I believe it's a $4 billion with a B payout. The work that our team has initiated is working with our youth-serving departments to assess the policies and protocols that they have in place to keep kids safe while they're accessing resources and services within city municipal facilities, as well as facilities where we are contracting out services to community-based organizations. We have some best practices in place with some of our departments, but in other departments there is a need for training. There is a need for standardizing policy. There is a lot of work to do to mitigate potential liabilities in the future.
Great, thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up on that?
Yes.
Is the one position provided to do this work sufficient to support the youth protection system?
No. With the one position, we'll have to reevaluate our current capacity of what we can do moving forward. But as you can see, 30 different departments that provide services to young people and their contracted partners. One person,
Can we get a memo back on what work will no longer be feasible to be done, and what remains, and what you're able to do with one, just so we can get a better understanding?
Yes.
And then what's ideal? Okay, thank you. Back to you, Councilwoman.
To follow up on that, Chairwoman, I was going to request a budget memo to report back on the feasibility of maintaining and expanding the youth protection function within YDD, including staffing needs, interdepartmental coordination requirements, and the potential legal or financial risk associated with under-resourcing this area. So it can be in addition to, or it could be a separate one, however you'd like.
I'm happy to have them combined.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's it for me, Chairwoman, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Blumenfield, you have a question? Or I can't tell, Councilwoman Hutt. Oh, okay. Councilmember Blumenfield.
Most of the questions have been asked and answered, but just curious, does YDD work with youth source centers within the EWDD program portfolio? And how is that?
Yes, we have a very strong connection to EWDD's youth source system. In a couple of ways. One is we have been tasked with the program evaluation and a lot of the outreach functions under the California for All state grant, the $53 million grant. So we work hand in hand with them on that. We support the Hire LA initiatives in both training and outreach and recruitment. We are currently working with them to stand up a Hire LA steering committee to work on strategies to increase quality work experience opportunities for young people. We're very much connected, and I think even before we were on the same floor in the same building, we were working together, and even stronger now.
Great, thank you.
Colleagues, questions, memos? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on now to aging, and then after aging, we'll take a 5-minute break. Bless you. Actually, we'll take that break after CIFD. Welcome. You can go ahead and introduce yourself and your team.
Good
We'll get started.
afternoon. Jaime Pacheco Orozco, General Manager, Department of Aging. I'm joined today by members of my executive team, Stuart Young, Deputy Director of Strategic Planning and Partnerships to my left, and Daniel Kim, Deputy Director of Direct Services and Administration to my right. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the department's proposed budget.
Thank you. So we had a chance to read your letter. Is there anything in particular you want to highlight or bring to our attention before we jump into questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
We understand that the city is facing an extremely challenging fiscal time, one that requires difficult and painful decisions regarding which public services to provide and which communities to serve. As members of this committee have noted, a budget reflects our collective values, and what we choose to retain, to restore, and delete shows what kind of city we are. Personally, I believe that a city must ensure vulnerable and marginalized populations and residents are part of the calculus regarding these decisions. As the general manager, I've shared with you on several occasions that older adults constitute nearly a quarter of the city's population, and that each year, for the next 15 years, 50,000 city residents will turn 60 years of age. And that is why I'm glad that 40 years ago, city leaders had the foresight and wisdom to understand the need to create a distinct, independent Department of Aging, one that provides vital life-sustaining services for seniors and their caregivers. I believe that is also why the County of Los Angeles recently similarly pulled out aging services from its formerly designated Workforce Development, Aging, and Community Services Department to create a distinct department serving older adults and adults with disabilities. I am concerned that the recommendation to consolidate the Department of Aging under CIFD stems from an incomplete understanding of the programs and services that the department provides and administers through its older adult system of care. In the disability community, we continue to remind policymakers to consider our voices in any and all decisions. The refrain, "Nothing about us without us," is well to heed. Among seniors, we are aware that is what commonly occurs as we age, which with each successive generation, we experience a gradual slip into irrelevancy. I urge the Council to take the prudent approach, one that includes seniors and stakeholder input, and to request a study on the feasibility, effectiveness, and potential efficiencies of any proposed consolidation. I share with you today that the department has served nearly 30,000 seniors through our older adult system of care, a system which includes dedicated multipurpose senior centers, specialty contracted service providers, and community-based organizations across the city. On a daily basis, we continue to feed nearly 6,000 seniors through our congregate and home-delivered meal programs. Alongside our contracted providers, our city staff provide direct in-person services at our public counter downtown, as well as via telephone and email. In-house city staff have served approximately 4,000 seniors to date by providing information and referral services, linking adults with disabilities to specialized services, outreaching and staffing community events, supporting low-income and homeless seniors through subsidized community and employment opportunities. Furthermore, during emergency events, whether declared, such as the January wildfires, or not declared, such as the September Chinatown structure fire, the Department of Aging and its service providers have deployed staff to ensure that the critical needs of displaced seniors are addressed at the shelters, evacuation sites, and local assistance centers. We've also consistently supported the Emergency Management Department and the Department on Disability by providing staff at the Emergency Operations Center, at the Disaster Recovery Center, and at the local assistance centers. As we all know, older adults, particularly those with disabilities and chronic medical conditions, continue to be impacted disparately by the natural and man-made disasters that we encounter. The mayor's proposed budget for the department recommended reductions in program services and the deletion of 6 filled and 4 vacant positions. We hope off-budget grant awards that the department receives and manages can potentially minimize the impact of the proposed service reductions to service providers. As we noted in our response, we have proposed sustainable offsets to restore the deleted field positions. With that, we'd be happy to take any questions from the committee.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Councilwoman Hernandez to kick us off.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you so much for being here with us today. I'm going to go straight to questions. There are 6 field positions that are proposed to be eliminated. What are the impacts of the eliminations to the programs provided by the city?
We have 5 positions that are directly providing services to homeless seniors. Those positions, if they are eliminated, would cease all services to homeless seniors, exclusively employment and community engagement services. We have one position, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
We have one position in our program management division, which is our compliance and monitoring division. Elimination of that position, which is 1/16 of the division, would represent challenges for our staff to continue to monitor and adhere to federal and state regulations.
Wonderful. And please correct me if I'm wrong, anybody who would like to, but it's my understanding that about 25% of our population of people experiencing homelessness are seniors?
Absolutely. And what's particularly troubling is that the fastest growing demographic in homeless populations are seniors, but it is also seniors who are experiencing homelessness for the first time at age 50, and typically women.
I can imagine as rent goes up, but their fixed income doesn't, or
Exactly.
they're immigrants, or many other conditions, disabilities. So thank you for sharing that. Do any of the proposed position elimination risks the city losing grant funding and contracts or falling out of compliance with state or federal regulations?
The 5 positions under our older worker employment program are general funded, so there would be no impact to the federal and state grants. The one position in our program management division does address compliance requirements and provides technical assistance to our service providers to ensure compliance with those services.
Wonderful. And have there been any conversations with the CAO about other funding streams for funding these 5 positions that deal with seniors experiencing homelessness? Like we talk about Inside Save, we have talk about other buckets. Have there been conversations about that?
We have not had direct conversations, although I have suggested to the CAO Mayor's Office that the potential source of funds could be the ULA, since there is a dedicated funding stream specifically for older adults and individuals with disabilities.
Great. Well, I'd like to request a memo on reporting back on finding other funding streams for those 5 positions that support our seniors experiencing homelessness.
Councilman, but we have in our response to the budget, have identified
Offsets?
mechanism by which to support these positions. We have discussed this option with the CAO's analyst, and I believe we have concurrence that this is a viable, sustainable, long-term option to preserve these individuals.
Great. Then my budget memo would be to move that forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, wonderful. Just a couple more questions, Chairwoman, I'm done. Thank you. This is around the consolidation piece. What impacts would the proposed consolidation have on your department?
You know, there are 3 pieces that I think about, and I'll have Daniel elaborate further, but quite frankly, the consolidation itself makes it challenging for seniors and their caregivers to access and navigate aging services as a result of a name change that confuses rather than clarifies where to get help. The Department of Aging is clearly focused on serving older adults. Community Investment Family Development doesn't really lend itself. We receive a number of calls from individuals who are within the city, but also a number of calls for assistance from individuals outside the city and outside the state. And that's because they're able to identify. It also the recommendation diminishes the content expertise and the leadership required to maintain ongoing key relationships with local CBOs, key personnel at state and federal agencies, and philanthropic organizations. And it increases the potential loss of AAA designation. As I indicated in our memo, the Department of Aging is the area agency on aging for the city of Los Angeles. Consolidation may result in that loss of designation. Last year in April, the CLA prepared a report regarding SB 1249. Senate Bill 1249 reestablished the mechanism by which entities could seek state designation as a AAA. That legislation passed, was signed by the governor. It authorizes counties to submit to the state the authority to serve as a AAA. The Department of Aging is the only city-level entity in the state of California of the 33 AAAs to have that designation, to provide those services. Now, what's key here is we receive about $25 million just on the Older Americans Act. That is to serve older adults in the city of Los Angeles. We operate 19 multipurpose senior centers. The County of Los Angeles receives about $40 million to provide services countywide, and they use that through 14 centers. Bear in mind that the city of Los Angeles is 25% of the population of the county. I'm sorry, 40%. Give me the numbers right here. Okay, represents 40%, but it also operates in 1/10 the size. If we were to lose the AAA designation, that money would devolve to the county to decide how to distribute that money countywide. That means that areas outside of the city would likely experience an increase in revenue and support services that would come from money that would be has been specifically dedicated to the city of Los Angeles. That's a critical concern for us.
That's a big deal, especially because it's not something we have to assume. We as a city experience that very often in relationship with the county. So that's very troublesome to know that that could happen, that we could lose our designation.
Under SB 1249, the city does not have the authority to request.
But the Department of Aging allows us to.
The Department of Aging currently, as AAA, has retained its AAA status. Now, I will call to your attention that in 2020, fiscal year 2023, as part of our approach to ensure that the city maintained its AAA, we entered into an agreement with the county and with the state of California to operate and to develop a regional area plan that would maintain the city's Department of Aging as the AAA for the city and the county's Department of Aging and Disability as the AAA for the county. We submitted that regional plan to the state for approval. That regional plan was approved both by the City Council and by the County Board of Supervisors. We recently completed our required public hearings in January for our annual update to the regional area plan. I want to emphasize that we are required by law to ensure that the Advisory Council on Aging participates in any program redesign or operational changes. That has not occurred. The decision to consolidate is moving forward without complying with those requirements. Again, I urge you to seriously consider a feasibility study that includes community input, not only from the Department of Aging, not only from our service providers, but most importantly, from the seniors who are impacted by this decision.
Thank you so much. And so I want to clear up the memo that I asked earlier. I would like the CAO to work with the DOA to restore the positions identified for elimination by swapping a position authority and using special fund offsets identified in the DOA letter. Now, I'd also like to request a special study. I'd like to request a special study from the CLA in coordination with the Department of Aging and any other relevant departments to report back on all programs and services that serve seniors across LA City departments and opportunities to create efficiencies of management of these services.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues, questions? Okay. Councilwoman Hernandez covered all of it. Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Okay, next we're going to hear from CIFD. And then we'll take a short break and come back with transportation, and then Public Works. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Thank you.
If you could go ahead and just introduce yourself and your team, and we'll jump right in.
Thank you, Councilwoman Abigail Marquez, and I serve as the General Manager of the Community Investment for Families Department, and I will allow my colleagues to my right and then to the left introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, Council members. Veronica McDonald. I'm the Assistant General Manager for the Community Investment for Families Department, and I oversee the planning and administration of our consolidated plan as well as our program operations.
Good afternoon, Rosa Benavides, Assistant General Manager over Administration and Financial Management.
Good afternoon, Ruth Rodriguez, Executive Officer for the Community Investment for Families Department.
Shafia Mir, Chief Management Analyst over Admin and Financial Management Division, CIFD.
Thank you for being here. So we received your letter. Is there anything from the letter you'd like to highlight, or do you want us to just jump right in with questions? Totally up to you.
Councilwoman, we anticipate a very robust discussion, so we can jump right into questions.
Okay, great. I'm going to ask the first question, and then we'll just round robin it with colleagues. So let's start with the proposed consolidation of aging, EWDD, and youth development into CIFD. Can you speak to how you see this working And are there sufficient positions or funding provided to effectuate what you're envisioning here?
Thank you for the question. I do want to start by acknowledging that any changes to how we deliver services is both challenging to our workforce and the communities we serve. When I discussed the proposed consolidation with all of you, I mentioned that this would be the fourth for me in my 20-year history. I started my career with the Community Development Department. And under that department, at one point, all four of the departments that are being contemplated were under the banner of the Community Development Department. But if I'm being honest, it was the mission of the Community Development Department that drew me to the city. It was the mission to support families at every place, to support Angelinos, to create opportunities for individuals to thrive and to continue to drive neighborhood and community development, especially in underserved communities. And I've done that work over the last 20 years here in the city of Los Angeles. I have either been directly involved or supported all of the programs that are being proposed to come under this new, whatever we end up calling it, because I think there was comments about the name. I think part of what the mayor would like to see is to come back with the new framework if this consolidation moves forward. And I do want to lift up the vision of the mayor and the vision that she is proposing, because there is an opportunity for us to reimagine what it would be to respond in a unified manner to all of the needs of households. Yes, there is a lot of opportunity and focus on being intentional about how we identify strategies to support all of the subpopulations that are being impacted. But there's also an incredible opportunity for us as a city, independent and not just within this department, but in partnership with all of you, to address some of our systemic challenges around poverty, unemployment, housing instability, income inequality, and again, address and infuse additional investments into neighborhoods and communities through continued robust economic development and neighborhood development. So I do see some immediate opportunities to lift up some efficiencies. There are opportunities to be better at our planning, research, and data evaluation. All of us have independent scorecards. This would create an opportunity for us to have a unified response and to identify where there are gaps in the services that we're offering and where there are opportunities to lift up this shared resource that we would have available. We would be able to streamline our enrollment. We've talked about this, as this is something that is also lifted up in the youth development plan, to have a single point of entry for youth. We should have that and for everyone else. Because I will say to you that, yes, it's important to have our own unique identity, but when you ask community residents what they want access to services. They're not going to remember the name. It's important, and I don't want to minimize that, but what they're asking for is they want quality services that they can access, whether they're a small business, whether they are a dislocated worker that's looking for support, or whether they're a family, an immigrant family that's coming in and looking for services. We also have an opportunity to truly maximize all of our special fund and braid CDBG funding with WIOA dollars and minimize the impact to the general fund. And we have an opportunity to cross-train our staff so that we have expertise across multiple special funds and we're not working in a silo. And I will say to you that if this moves forward, I do recognize that we all have to feel comfortable with the direction that we're moving in. We as a department, in the 4 years that we have been established, we have identified internal efficiencies that position us to be ready to absorb if this is a direction that you want to move into. I do know and I recognize that there needs to be continued engagement with our stakeholders, broad range of stakeholders, to make sure that we have their input in this process, and we would continue to do that. I imagine that there will be a number of report backs that come before you and in discussion with the mayor's office to move in this direction if that is what we will continue, if that is what we will pursue.
Thank you. The council voted no more than 3 months ago to approve an expansion of survivor services in the city after we, in last year's budget, achieved the single largest increase in DV and human trafficking funding in the city's history. Now, I'll note 1 day after Denim Day, it appears that expansion is being rolled back. What would be the impact of this nearly $4.5 million cut to the city's survivor services system? How many potential beds are we talking about being lost, and how many survivors might be impacted?
Thank you for that question, and I do want to acknowledge our victim service providers who are here and who are very actively engaged in the public comment process. So it's important to walk you through what the impacts represent, because I know that there's been a lot of questions, and we did receive some additional clarity from our colleagues in the CAO's office. CIFD requested 12.3 million from the general fund. The proposed budget is recommending 7.8 million, which creates a total reduction of $4.4 million. I do want to emphasize, and I think some of the work is being characterized as new or expansion, and some of the work is continued. What I do want to emphasize that in our opinion, all of this is continued baseline services that were already approved in the current year. As you mentioned, Councilmember, this budget committee just recently approved both the continuation and the expansion. So when we submitted our budget in November, it was still potentially new because there was money in the UB. But since then, this council, and with the support of the mayor, directed us to move forward with the full expansion. So that represents that $12.3 million. Of what's being reduced, the impacts would impact all of our existing DV and human trafficking shelter agencies. And it's important to recognize that, because that does translate to a loss of 119 beds that we fought hard to increase. We also would no longer be able to operate the Crisis to Shelter program that funds 2 service providers. It funds the Journey Out, which is supporting survivors of trafficking, and it would also eliminate funding for the Genesee Center, who is supporting survivors of domestic violence and trafficking. What is different about Crisis to Shelter than the DART program, because I know there was discussion, both are great programs, but the Crisis to Shelter program has a housing resources, and they coordinate with the DART program, so that once the referrals are made from DART to Crisis to Shelter, this program actually has the resources to place survivors in interim hotels until they can find them a safe shelter. The other programs that would be impacted are a new human trafficking TAY shelter that would be operated by the Covenant House there in CD13. That brings online 42 new beds. The Survivors First program is a program that we have been lifting up as a very first of its kind Survivors First homelessness prevention program. It was initially funded with a state grant, and now it is being funded with both state funding, some general fund dollars, and some Home American Rescue dollars. So it's a combination. And what's really challenging is that the funding sources all have different criteria. So the state grant is focused on families. Our general funds are a little more flexible. The home ARP funds are focused on serving single adults. So we're really trying to braid all of these resources together so that we can have a robust continuum of care for survivors. And this funding elimination impacts St. Anne's, which is doing incredible work. They're operating in CD13, and they're primarily serving former foster youth who are now young adults with children who are survivors of trafficking, and Home at Last, which is a new facility that right now we're working with as well. There's also, I failed to mention, there's Duca Daniels that would also be impacted. We are working with Councilmember McCosker's office. They're currently in CD8, but they're looking at relocating into CD15. If that happens, they potentially have the opportunity to expand the number of beds. This reduces our shelter beds from 754 to 567 beds. 55 of the 187 beds may count towards the Alliance. We had a very robust and engaging conversation with our CAO and the City Attorney's Office, so we're hoping that we actually revisit all of the beds that we have available to see how many more can count towards the Alliance. And the elimination of these beds turns away approximately 750 survivors who would not be able to receive shelter-based services.
And is that for the year? Sorry to interrupt.
For the year,
750
yes.
for the year. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I think that wraps me up.
Okay. So this may be additive to a memo that Councilwoman Hutt previously brought, but and that was during our GCP discussion. But I'd like a memo to identify a funding source to reverse the proposed $4.4 million rollback of the Survivor Services System expansion. Yeah, find it. Okay. Councilwoman Hutt had a follow-up.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. I have a question. For the victims of human trafficking, vocal backfill is a necessary lifeline for services. Given these services have an over 90% success rate at permanently housing survivor system clients, without the $2.5 million previously allocated, what impact will there be on city homelessness numbers? And how will we ensure holistic services for homeless human trafficking survivors work? I personally have known two of the organizations way before I came here, and they've done amazing work. So
Yeah.
what does that look like?
Thank you for the question and for the support that you have offered to the survivor community. The VOCA funds, the restoration is included in the proposed budget. We did clarify that. What is not included is what the CAO's office is considering an expansion. So it's the expansion of shelter beds, but they all work and leverage each other. So I think that's what is important to emphasize, that one without the other still weakens the system as a whole. So although VOCA funds are restored, it does impact, we're losing 187 beds if we move forward with the reduction. So there are already a very limited number of beds. If we remember, council member, when we did our analysis, we came to you and we said we turned away 9,000 survivors who were seeking shelter beds. So this budget request represents a continuum of services that we're trying to make available for survivors, from preventing them in the beginning from entering shelter services to helping them to successfully transition out of shelter. And the VOCA funds, of course, help with all of the other wraparound services that we don't fund. If you also recall, our bed rate is about $40 per night per bed, which is much more cost effective, if you will, than the homeless bed rate for the traditional larger homeless system. So in our opinion, these dollars are all precious and are all critical, and they leverage each other.
So the 187 beds you're talking about, those are expansion beds or a reduction of what we already have?
So those are considered expansion beds, although they fund some of the same service providers, but they're considered expansion because we increased the funding award for each of the existing providers, and they were able to add more beds online. We have some examples of some of our agencies who had a wing, for example, that was empty, but because they didn't have funding to sustain it, they weren't able to bring those beds online. Now, because of this expansion that was approved last year and this year in the current budget, they're able to fill those beds with survivors.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilmember McCosker has a follow-up to that, and then I have one more question following up on that. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Can we stop saying they're expansion beds?
Yes.
We approved them as expansion beds. When we approved them, they became beds. These are now continuation beds. And so I appreciate Councilmember Yaroslavsky's budget memo. I would like to say that we should look hard at ULA, Inside Safe, but not just one-time funding. I mean, I think that we need to make sure we put ourselves in a position where there is sort of a structural funding for these beds, which are not expansion beds, for the continuation. Next time we expand, it'll be expansion.
That's right.
This is not an expansion. This is what we approved months ago. And, and just keep in mind, I mean, what people like Rainbow Services who are here, and I appreciate them very much. Thank you for calling out Do Good Daniels in hopefully soon in our district. What they know better than I is that this is a homeless intervention. These are homeless interventions. I mean, folks by their very nature are out of their home, out of their safe space, and getting to a safe space. So I appreciate it, and stop saying expansion.
I agree. Thank you.
Not a criticism,
I will.
that's a help.
I wanted to clarify the language.
You clarified it very
Thank you.
well,
Thank
but
you.
we will say now, henceforth, it's not an expansion, it's a maintenance of what we have today.
Yes, Councilmember Blumenfield, you had a follow-up.
Just to follow up, of the continuation beds, the 187 potential beds that are going to be lost, how many of those were Alliance compliant?
Approximately 55 of those beds, of the 187.
Right, so if we And those are beds that we get reimbursement from the county from?
Yes, I think the CAO can explain that process better than we can.
So actually, I'm sorry, good afternoon, Yolanda Chavez with the CAO. We're actually not sure if you would actually get reimbursed if the beds are, I think we have to confirm that they would all be determined to be for homeless individuals.
These are the beds that we walk through the city attorney with,
Okay.
yes.
So if the city attorney has confirmed the 55 beds, then we would.
Right, well, by definition, the first part of the question was, how many are Alliance compliant? And if the answer is, all the Alliance
55.
compliant
So
should.
far, 55.
Yes.
Right, and any Alliance compliant bed should be getting reimbursement,
Should
right?
be reimbursed, right.
Okay.
And so I think that CIFD is going to continue to speak with the city attorney to confirm whether any of the other beds are also compliant.
Right, because that could change the financial dynamic on this too, because
It
if
could.
if they're Alliance, if we can make more of them Alliance compliant, that changes the cost dynamic. I mean, but it's crazy to lose any beds, but it's even crazier to lose beds that are Alliance compliant when we're getting reimbursed for the services on those.
Correct. And maybe one of the things we could do is see how quickly we can determine how many more beds can be compliant with the city attorney to come back to you with a memo next week to see if we can increase that number.
Right.
And see how that figures into the funding.
And especially since, I mean, the DV beds tend to be much less expensive than the other Alliance compliance beds, but we still get the same amount of reimbursement from the county for a DV bed as we would for a non-DV bed, right?
Correct. Correct.
So, I mean, given that dynamic, you're printing money by having Alliance compliant DV beds. Is it a memo? It is, but what would the memo be?
I mean, maybe you could ask us to confirm whether the remaining 130 beds, 132 beds are compliant.
How many of them could be compliant?
Yes, so we
And-
can have a very quick call with the city attorney and confirm the others to see if we can somehow fund them that way.
Right, and then what would the cost savings be? What would be the reimbursement that we would get from those? How would that affect?
Correct.
The offset? Okay, thank you. I had other questions, but that was my follow-up, so I'll give it back to you.
Okay, who hasn't? Councilwoman Hernandez. New question.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here with us today. There are 12 filled positions that are proposed for elimination in the proposed budget. How will the loss of these positions impact your operations and core services? Do these positions help us with any state or federal obligations?
Thank you for that question. I will say first that the overall impact is about a 20% reduction to our workforce if you include both the filled and the vacant.
Wow.
Which for a department who is, in our opinion, very lean, and I do appreciate that you asked us all to include our org charts because it was hopefully helpful so that you can see the breadth and the portfolio of the Community Investment for Families Department and the very lean department that we operate. So for us, it is a pretty significant impact to our operations. There are some positions that there are one or two that we can potentially restore because they would be 100% grant funded. We would also like to offer some additional offsets. We did try to engage, or I should say, the mayor did engage along with the CAO. I think we ran out of time, but I do think that there is an opportunity to come back and offer some additional restoration recommendations to restore some positions. But it does impact the positions that we're losing are primarily a number of our management analyst positions that support a lot of their mid-level positions, but they support our budget, which we have only one person doing that work for a department that has over $200 million in grant funding and state and local dollars that we manage. It impacts our procurement team. We have over 200 contracts, and we have to make sure that we are issuing RFPs and managing and ensuring that we have procurement rules. It impacts our language access program. Right now, we only have 2 people. One of them is being proposed for elimination, and we do citywide language access support and coordination, including with the Department of Disability, which is why we have pink cards and red cards, because the pink cards are easier on the disability community. We worked very closely with the emergency management department during the wildfires to make sure that we translated all of the collateral material in the threshold languages. Our child care equity unit has 2 people. It would be down to 1. We are losing some other critical accounting positions. So these are all incredibly critical for us to continue to sustain. We do appreciate that our contract dollars are not being reduced, and I want to emphasize the deep appreciation for that. It will be really difficult for us to sustain the workforce without those additional positions, because we have made a commitment to our contractors to make sure that we are providing the best customer service possible. Our commitment is to make sure that we're executing contracts within 30 days and processing invoices within those 15 days of receipt. We would not be able to sustain that if we continue to reduce our workforce.
Thank you. I'd like you all to provide us a budget memo with the offsets that you have suggested in your letter and your conversations with the mayor and others to support the funding of these positions, please. Thank you. In light of the attacks on the immigrant community, including the ICE raids and complete disregard for due process, right now more than ever, legal services are critical to protect Angelenos. Over the past 2 meetings, we heard extensive public comment from members and community stakeholders asking for these resources. Can you tell us about the impact of this program has had on our communities? And I would also like to request a budget memo to restore $1 million for the Represent LA Fund.
Yes, absolutely. Through our Office of Immigrant Integration and Language Access, we do support the Language Access Program. Since the program's inception, it has supported over 9,000 individuals. It is a program that the city co-manages in partnership with LA County Department of Consumer and Business Affairs. The program is especially critical right now due to the political climate that we're in. You just said that, Councilmember Hernandez. So we are working with the mayor's office, and we're also working with the county, and we're working with your office. I know that we've engaged with your office to look at other funding sources to restore the $1 million that is currently budgeted for the Represent LA program.
Great, thank you. And so that's why I put the budget memo so we can continue that work and get that info. Thank you so much. The last question is, in the proposed budget under contractual services, there is no funding allocated for the Kids First program. Could you provide an overview of the program and the impacts it has had on the community, including any data or anecdotes, please?
Absolutely. I'm going to ask my colleague, Veronica, our Assistant General Manager, to talk about some of the metrics. But the Kids First program was initially a program that was created in CD6, and it was focused on supporting families with children who are unhoused living along the San Fernando corridor. And the program did expand to other parts of the valley, so it included Councilmember Bloomingfield's district and Councilmember Monica Rodriguez's district and other council members in that area. The program is unique because it's catching families. I think what happens is when a person is unhoused, whether it's an individual or a family, when they move into a hotel, under some of the definitions that are used, they're technically considered housed, but they're not. They're not permanently housed. They're and it's still vulnerable housing. So the Kids First program was a way to support the transition of those families who were in interim housing into permanent housing. And so initially when it was funded, it included a partnership with New Economics for Women and other service providers. When we expanded the Family Source system and we integrated the Solid Ground program into the Family Source system and we built in funding to support families in crisis, we were able to absorb the Kids First program. So that's where it is, but I think it is a program that is worth revisiting, I should say, down the road, and I think that it could be scaled to other parts of the city, but Veronica may have some additional metrics.
Thank you. Veronica McDonald, Assistant General Manager, and yes, thank you for the question, Council Member. Kids First is really unique because it's really addressing the academic achievement of children, which is something our Family Source centers do. But children that are experiencing homelessness have other trauma that complicates the success of their academic achievement and their studies. And so what we're looking at and what we're doing is we're working with LAUSD's Homeless Services Unit that is identifying students within LAUSD that are homeless, and our families and New Economics for Women is then providing these services and tracking outcomes around academic achievement. So they're looking at improving grades, attendance records, and which is really crucial because many times students that are homeless, they miss school for various reasons. Transportation is one of them, and so through this grant, New Economics for Women has been able to provide transportation assistance to get students to schools, to improve their attendance records. And so those are some of the things that they're looking at a larger scale. They serve about 100 students and have shown incredible achievements. Around 90% of students have improved their attendance, which then improves their academic achievement. And I'm happy to answer any other specific questions you may have.
The amount of that, of the Kids First program,
They serve 100 students through the Kids First program.
and how what's the cost
And I
to
should
that?
say 100 students and their families.
And the cost to that?
It's 525,000, I believe is what the contract amount.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Colleagues? Councilmember Blumenfield?
Great, thank you. A couple of questions. One, we asked EWDD to report with the funding sources and how many positions utilize CDBG. I do want to get a report back on all departments that receive CDBG money, admin dollars, and a percentage that's allocated. So we'd like to do that as a report back. Also, we asked LASA to spell out how many sites in the city get funding from LACOC and HUD, and we know that LACOC also does DV programs. Does CIFD get any funding from LACOC for DV?
No, we're not eligible to apply. The application has to be submitted by LASA, but we did recently partner with LASA to seek COC dollars through HUD for our integrated portal that we're trying to develop. So we're trying to have a system where a survivor does not have to call 5 different agencies to seek shelter. So that funding was preliminary awarded to LASA, and we will do that work in partnership with them. But the funds were allocated to LASA.
And why are we not eligible for COC dollars?
Because of the criteria or the policies under the continuum of care.
County continuum of care.
This is the official what?
It's the official continuum of care agency for LA County. So LA County is considered a continuum of care.
Right.
And they're the lead for that continuum of care officially
Right, but
for HUD purposes.
They have the policy board that we have a seat on, one seat. And they distribute a lot of funding, and they assured us that that our interests are being looked after. But then I'm hearing that we can't even get a dime of that money.
Well, I think we can get money, and they actually do provide a lot of money for interim housing and permanent housing for, funding they get from HUD. But because they are the COC, they apply directly through HUD, and they're the COC for the entire county of Los Angeles.
Okay, I guess I'm still a little confused on that, but I'll put that aside for the moment. A very narrow question. Is there an opportunity to reassign the 2 project coordinators working on the Children's Savings Account program, given that the state now has CalKids program and the county is also administering Opportunity LA for LAUSD students? So in other words, we had this program for a little while, good program. We have people already enrolled in it, but we stopped the program a while ago, so we don't have anybody new going into it. But we still have 2 people that we're spending money on to continue to administer the program, and the program is basically repetitive of what the state and the county does. So my question is, can we just convert the accounts that we have, the LA accounts, to either the state or the county, so that the folks who are enrolled don't, want to make sure they're held harmless and don't lose anything. But it seems like there's 2 positions that we don't necessarily need to continue unless I'm missing something.
Thank you for that question. Let me clarify where things are with respect to the Opportunity LA program and in relation to the state CalKids program. Our program is still operational. So we actually do have funding to continue the program into next year, maybe even the following year. And the reason for that, although it's unfortunate that LAUSD is seeing a decline in student enrollment, because of how the program was designed and approved by the council, any student who leaves the district, those dollars that were initially allocated to seed the deposit, which are $50, come back into the program. So we actually have money currently to continue this program into next fiscal or school year to continue this year. We're going to onboard another 30,000 or so students this spring, making it the largest program of its kind in the country. We have over 100,000 students that have already enrolled in our Opportunity LA program. There are some differences between our program and the state program, and our program is universal. So our program, you don't have to seek information about the program. You are automatically enrolled. Every first grader across the school district is automatically enrolled. You also don't need to have, you don't have to have a Social Security, so we're not asking for it. That with a state program, you do need to have an ITIN. They're trying to work through ways to enroll and make it more universal, and we do feel confident that we will get there, but we're not there yet. We also received a state grant to do cross-promotion. All of the cities in the state of California that have both, they're supporting, there's about 20 cities in the state of California that have an individual college savings account program, and they're also supporting the state program. They do differ. There is also an opportunity, our program does not impact public benefits, as an example, whereas the state program still may have that impact. And so in terms of the continuation of this program, we are getting ready to launch a pretty aggressive campaign. You're going to see bus shelter ads and ads on bus benches and other places that are promoting both programs. The county does fund the program, and it funds the city. It funds us, CIFD, the portion of the dollars that are supporting the enrollment of students that are outside of LA City. So both programs are still working in unison and coordination with each other. The other piece to the question that you asked about the two senior project coordinators is they're part of the Office of Community Wealth. So not only are they doing the outreach and supporting with the enrollment of the Opportunity LA program, but they're also helping with our free tax prep campaign. And so their highly leveraged positions are not just focused on the Opportunity LA program. They're working to support. This year we did pop-up events throughout the city in a number of districts where, in addition to the work that the Family Source Centers do, we are working with a lot of different communities to do pop-up tax prep events. We also received a grant to build the capacity of our service providers around financial coaching and financial counseling services. So they are highly, highly leveraged positions, and that's what we hope to continue to have them do.
Right. And you said the county pays for folks who enroll in our program that are outside of a city.
Correct.
Do they pay a portion of the amount for the kids within the city? What?
They do not.
Why not?
We will continue to encourage them to do that. We have asked them, and they've been terrific partners, I will say, but
you understand my concern. I mean,
of course.
We're seeing this across so many different realms of the city, that the county views its role as everybody except the city of LA, even though they rely on our tax dollars more so than everybody else's. And yet even programs that we're running, they're saying, oh, we'll pay for all the surrounding cities, but you just continue to pay 100%. Like, I would want at least as much as they're giving the other city to go to us, and then let us supplement that so that the LA kids get twice as much money. Why should the LA kids be shorted by the county just because they have the misfortune of having a generous city? It doesn't make any sense. Anyway, we can revisit this later. I mean, you seem to be doing a lot of great work on this. I thought it was a little bit more dormant. But I do feel like there is a role at some point for consolidation, because we're paying the same price the county, I mean, the school is paying and the state is paying, understanding there's some issues with documentation that we want to be sensitive to if the state's not allowing that. But I don't know. It just feels like that's an area where we have once again ventured, for good reasons, into something that's way outside of our core mission, but is really important. And there may be a way to leverage some dollars moving forward on that. But again, it's a great program that I think is wonderful, and I want to see it continue, just want to see us be as efficient as
Thank you.
possible.
And, to answer your question, Councilmember, we are working towards that transition. We have some dollars that can sustain the program into the next year, and we're working very closely with the state. We have Councilmember Nazarian, who spearheaded this work at the state level. We are engaging. We see this transition at some point to support a statewide program. It is a little different by design, but I think that is certainly the direction that we're moving into.
Great, thank you.
Councilwoman Hernandez, you have a follow-up? Yes. Go ahead.
But just to confirm, our program, can you correct me if I'm wrong, our program has, the criteria allows for more people to be eligible for the program, is that correct? Compared to the other jurisdictional programs?
It's universal, so it automatically enrolls a student. The student doesn't have to learn about the program from any outreach campaign or anything. They actually get automatically enrolled. We have an MOU with LAUSD where we get the data from all of the incoming first graders, and we automatically open up an account for that first grader. We also are able to support families who there's no requirement to have a social security number or an ITIN number. We're able to also help families make cash deposits. A number of the families that we're working with, if you consider the demographics of LAUSD, we partner with Citibank, and they can go to a Citibank branch to make a deposit, where the state program, you can't do that. And what's really remarkable about the College Savings Account program, and I hear what you're saying, Councilmember Bloomfield, is that there's so much research. San Francisco was the first city to create a children's savings account program. They've already graduated their first 12th grade class, and they were able to see higher rates of college enrollment, especially for students of color, which is why we are investing in this program over the long term. Because the research just does show that if you have a college savings account, regardless of how much is in that account, you are 3 times more likely to go to college and 4 times more likely to graduate. So this is one of my personal favorite programs, perhaps because I am the first in my family to go to college, but I hear what you're saying, and we will look at, again, the sustainability of this program is what's most important. And the other thing I'll say is we are talking to foundations about, again, a transition of this work, because we believe in it and we want it to continue.
Wonderful. I hope that these conversations are ones where we are leading and not getting swallowed up. Because, these programs do exist at different levels of government, but perhaps they're not doing it as well as you all are doing it for the city of Los Angeles. It's like we get tailor-made shoes, or we go buy some outside shoes that perhaps fit us, but maybe leaves people behind. And under this current administration, part of our core services is not leaving Angelinos behind. And so please, in those conversations, as much as you can push to be at the forefront of that and have people and other jurisdictions follow us, I think that's the way to move. You're setting the tempo, essentially. Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Okay. Colleagues, questions, memo requests? All right, thank you very much for all your work and for your time today. We appreciate it.
Thank you all.
All right, team, we're going to take a 5-minute break and come back and start with transportation. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
Councilmember Yaroslavsky.
Here.
Blumenfield. Present. Hutt.
Here.
McCosker.
Here.
Hernandez.
Present.
5 members present and a quorum, Madam Chair.
Wonderful, thank you. We're going to move to transportation. Welcome. If you could go ahead and introduce yourself and have your team introduce themselves, and we'll get started.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Laura Rubio Cornejo, the General Manager of the Los Angeles Department of Transportation. Joining me at the table are Kevin Min, Assistant General Manager of Administration, and Roy Cervantes, Chief Management Analyst. As the CLA highlighted in their analysis, LADOT is facing some of the most significant cuts in the proposed budget. 271 layoffs and 152 vacant positions, representing an overall 24% reduction in positions, plus a $7.1 million reduction in expenses. With that in mind, I would like to offer some opening remarks to supplement the information that was provided in my budget letter. One thing that I love about working in transportation is that when everything is running well, we fade into the background. No one knows that we exist. But despite the hard work and the dedication of the men and women at LADOT, there remains much work to be done to make our streets safer. The ongoing need to address the increasing numbers and traffic fatalities on our streets, the continued need to make progress toward mobility goals, and the continual fine-tuning of our multimodal and very complex street network. My goal is to maintain a level of service that keeps us out of the spotlight. I want your constituents to make it to the Dodgers Stadium game for that first pitch. I want them to make it to that doctor's appointment on time. And I want them to enjoy their evening walk without fear of a crash that changes or ends their life. And the pressure and stakes to do so are extremely high, especially as we hit center stage with major events over the next few years. The proposed budget, if adopted, will not allow LADOT to provide many of the services you and your constituents have come to expect. Combined cuts to parking enforcement and parking adjudication will reduce driver compliance with parking rules, resulting in reduced parking availability, less effective street sweeping, more abandoned vehicles, and congested bus lanes, while also reducing general fund revenue. And our parking officers do so much more than just issue parking tickets. Last fiscal year, they provided white glove traffic control services at more than 5,000 special events, supported our first responders at 200 public safety emergencies, and provided support to 80 inside safe operations. And these are just a few examples of the quality of life services our traffic officers provide. These services have already been impacted this year with the reductions in the current budget, but will suffer even more so with the proposed cuts in the proposed budget for next year. The budget proposes eliminating 150 filled and vacant officer positions, plus a 61% reduction to our dispatch center slated for elimination in the coming fiscal year. In addition, a 24% cut across all engineering classifications, many of which provide highly specialized services, will result in a backlog of 311 requests and closing at least one district office. It will jeopardize our $1.8 billion grant portfolio and potentially require that we pay back $80 million in already reimbursed grant funds. It will also delay efforts to modernize our signal systems and implement transit signal priority. These engineering cuts may also increase the city's liability while reducing LADOT's ability to support the city attorney in ongoing cases and implement corrective actions. Taken together, this budget will make it impossible for us to deliver on the city's 2028 Games mobility objectives, whether that is achieving a car-free event or facilitating safe and orderly vehicle access through planned road closures and traffic control services. To preserve these critical services, I am prepared to propose a series of offsets. These are structural changes and not one-time solutions. The proposed budget leaves LADOT funded vacancies that can be used to spare the elimination of 54 in-kind positions. Based on overtime trends this fiscal year, we will propose repurposing up to $2 million in the proposed overtime funding, which can preserve another 33 filled positions. A combination of interim appropriations from awarded grant funds and ongoing special funded capital programs can be used to offset an estimated 60 additional positions. Potential fee or revenue generating increases and parking related funds can also be considered to offset parking operations positions and provide ongoing revenue in future fiscal years. The most challenging proposed position eliminations to offset are those of the parking enforcement and traffic control officer positions. But I would welcome the opportunity to report back on options we are exploring. I want to again thank you for your thoughtful consideration of what these impacts mean for services LADOT provides and the offsets identified. I recognize the financial challenges the city must navigate and trust that what I have put forth for your consideration acknowledges this challenge and reconciles a need to be financially prudent while maintaining a most basic level of service. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to addressing your questions.
Thank you very much. We're going to start off with our Transportation Committee Chair, Councilwoman Hutt, to lead the questions.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, and I'm going to start off with some questions and then some budget memo requests. Okay, so my first question is, what staffing levels are needed to properly administer and process and adjudicate citations from the automated bus lane enforcement and from the automated speed enforcement programs?
I will start by noting that our parking adjudication team is slated for a 58% reduction in staffing levels. We are already struggling to keep up with the number of appeals we receive. We process approximately 8,500 appeals every single month. Since we've launched the bus lane enforcement program, we have seen additional appeals coming in. We have issued citations under that program, and so just as we're seeing an increase in citation numbers, these positions would also threaten those positions. I will note that the budget does provide positions in the engineering and engineering positions that support the program. However, what we need are also traffic officers that review those citations and essentially confirm that the citations being issued are valid, and we also need adjudication staff to be able to process those. I would suggest at the very minimum, restoring the positions that are being cut in this budget would be necessary in order for us to be able to maintain a certain level of service and meet the state mandated review requirements. But we would also need parking enforcement officers to be able to review those citations before they are issued.
Thank you. My next question is about the bus lane enforcement. What's the project revenue from the bus lane enforcement program for the upcoming year?
So we launched the bus lane enforcement program earlier this year, and if you'll recall, there was a 60-day warning period. So we just recently started collecting revenue from the citations. Over the last 3 months that the program has been collecting revenue, we have collected $1.7 million.
In 3 months?
In 3 months. 25% of that comes to the city. There's a split between the city and Metro for capital investment in the program. We have also launched 2 additional routes and will begin collecting citation revenue on those 2 routes this month. And so we anticipate additional revenue from those new routes. In addition, we are in conversations with neighboring cities who have launched similar programs within their cities, and they are partnering with us so that we can start issuing citations within the city portion of their routes, and we are also exploring launching a similar program on our own DASH system.
Is Metro providing the city with enough funding to cover all of the positions and services that DOT is providing for them?
Metro does reimburse the city based on the Metro Work Plan program. I will note that the proposed budget does, however, eliminate some key support positions, including executive positions, senior management positions, and management analyst positions, all of which support either from an administrative function or from an oversight function.
Okay, I want to ask a parking enforcement question. What are the revenues or the revenue projections with the loss of a substantial 110 positions in parking enforcement?
Yeah, I think I'll provide a little bit of historical context, and then I'll get to responding if you're okay with that, council member. Historically, parking enforcement and traffic control had a 70-30 split. 70% of their time had historically been allocated for parking enforcement efforts, the other 30% for more service, quality of life type of services. More recently, the demands on the services have really increased, and that has also happened while we've had fewer traffic officers. So now the split is really more 50-50. And how they allocate their time. I think to be able to calculate what the revenue projections would be and the impact, we would have to better understand how many officers we would be left with, also what this ongoing service demands would be. It's very difficult for us when we are asked to support a First Amendment event or when there's an inside safe operation. What that means is that takes priority, and so enforcement efforts are second to those service efforts. What I will note is that in 2020, in the fiscal year 24, our traffic officers did bring in approximately $109.6 million in revenue, all of which goes to the general fund.
Thank you.
Can I, do you have a follow-up to that or a memo to ask for related to that?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, great, good.
But you have a follow-up?
No, that's okay. I had a memo, but if you're going to do it, go right ahead.
Okay. Well, I have one more question, and then I'll get to my memos. When's the last time we increased parking rates or parking citations?
The last time so the parking rates are reflected in the admin code, and that has not been updated since 2014.
2014?
2014.
Okay. Okay, now I'll get to my budget memos. I'd like to request a budget memo on DOT's proposed offsets as outlined in their budget letter and include options to retain critical functions, including the traffic control plan review group and the administrative contracting. Then I'd like to request a budget memo to look at restoring as many parking enforcement officers as possible and have them dedicated specifically to citations and other revenue-generating activities or assignments. I'd like to request a budget memo to look at making changes to the PPD ordinance to allow for further coverage of staffing costs related to PPDs, including parking enforcement, paint and signage, and other related costs that are currently impacting the general fund. And then I'd like to request a budget memo from the CAO to provide options and recommendations to restore Lonnie's $500,000 in funding that does not impact the general fund. I'd like to request a budget memo from DOT to look at moving current field staff positions to grant-funded positions to work on the backload of grants in DOT, the Public Works Bureau, and any other department that has a large grant portfolio. And then I'd like to request a budget memo to report back on the potential revenue if parking rates are increased, since we heard 2014 is the last time. I'd like to request a special study for DOT to look at getting parking enforcement and traffic control officers access to out-of-state vehicle registration information because it becomes difficult to cite them. And we also know that our rent-a-car companies often use out-of-state vehicles, and that's also a loss in revenue. I'd like to request, my final request, Madam Chair. I'd like to request a special study for DOT to evaluate the EV charging station needs at their facilities, EV charging regular and superchargers at their facilities, and come back with options and recommendations to increase EV charging stations capacities at the DOT facilities.
Just a clarification, when you say DOT facilities, is that for our transit vehicles or for public?
Public use.
Public, thank you for that clarification.
And transit. Public use, we seem to have a loss, especially in South Los Angeles in my district, of the superchargers. And I'm hearing from constituents, they don't have the amount of hours it takes to fill up. So let's see if we could get the supercharger in play. Those are all my budget requests and questions, Madam Chair.
All right. I have a slight tweak to, if that's all right, to one of your memos. For the memo on moving salary positions to grant funding, ask that the department look at the option of unfunded positions that would be tasked with grant-funded project delivery, similar to the BOE model. Councilmember McCosker, you have a follow-up, followed by Councilwoman Hernandez for a follow-up.
Just a follow-up on those excellent memos that Councilmember Hutt asked for. On the one that asked for an analysis of increasing rates, could we also add increasing hours? I spend a lot of time telling folks, oh no, sir, it's after 6 p.m., it's free. They were ready to pay. And we might want to extend hours as well as look at rates, which might actually, extending hours might be less painful than increasing rates.
You mean hours of...
Or both, yeah. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hernandez, you had a follow-up?
Oh, yes, follow-up to the memos. One of the memos was to restore positions. I would like to add to that memo, or have a separate memo, asking for a report back on restoring the parking adjudication positions.
Adjudication position?
Yes, thank you. And I also have new questions, but whenever.
Okay, I just want to make sure, Councilwoman Hutt, have you had a chance to ask your questions and ask for your memos?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I'm just unclear on Councilmember McCosker's. Are you saying extended time on, like if the meter says 5 o'clock, change it to 7, is that?
Yeah, thank you for clarifying me. Hours of operation. So if for example, on at 6 p.m., for example, if it's free after 6 p.m., maybe extending it into longer hours.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hernandez?
Wonderful, thank you. Thank you so much for joining us today. The CLA overview report notes that LADOT has 4 transportation-related fees and permits that are not at full cost recovery. What are these fees, and are there any plans to update these fees?
I'll ask Roy Cervantes to respond to that question.
Hi, good afternoon. Roy Cervantes, Chief Management Analyst. The 4 of the fees that are being referred to, 3 of them are in the process of being updated. Those include the fees for the dockless scooter program, the temporary meter removal fee, as well as the removal of temporary no parking signs. The 4th one is actually in reference to a franchise fee, which is the old model of enforcing sort of taxi cab enforcement and for hire vehicles. We're now under a permit system, so the franchise fee is no longer in existence. We are in the process of also looking at just those vehicle and driver permit fees as well.
Great, thank you. What revenue sources does LADOT manage, and what opportunities exist to increase fees to support restoring positions long-term?
Hi.
It's on.
Afternoon, council members.
Can you put the mic a little closer? Thank you.
The department manages quite a number of different revenue sources, whether it be parking lots, parking meters, permit fees from preferential parking districts, overnight parking districts. There's also development services fees, transportation impact fees. We're happy to report back on a comprehensive list because I don't think I could spend enough time going through all the various fees that we actually manage.
Wonderful. Yes, please report back with the comprehensive list of revenue-generating programs LADOT manages and any opportunities to increase revenue to create long-term offsets for restored positions and service funding, please. When was the last time meter parking rates were increased? I think
In
Councilwoman-
2014.
2014? Wonderful. I would like to add an Exhibit H instruction. Direct LADOT to establish increased parking meter rate based on the Consumer Price Index to be effectuated starting July 1st, 2025, and request the city attorney to prepare an ordinance to reflect those changes to LAMC Code 88.00 and direct LADOT to recommend an increase to offset off-street parking rates to present to the Board of Transportation Commissioners for adoption. And I do have several more questions, Chairwoman, but if you want, I can pass it back to you.
Why don't you ask one or two more, and then we'll go to somebody else, and we'll come back to you.
Beautiful, thank you so much.
You bet.
Now around positions and liabilities. Are there any filled or vacant positions proposed for elimination that are essential to maintaining compliance with grants, contracts, or other governmental regulations, or that help mitigate potential liabilities?
So I will start by noting that the proposed budget does add a couple of positions within our district engineering bureau that would support litigation services. I think what's important to give you a more broader response is all the other things that go into preventing litigations and being proactive, and even as we look at how we address corrective actions. So I'll start with our district engineers, where there is a proposed reduction in 29% staffing within our district engineering bureau. What that means is that while we have the litigation capacity to support the city attorney's office, what we will be lacking are a couple things. One is a proactive measures to prevent litigation to come our way. These are the engineers that receive the 311 requests for crosswalks, stop signs, traffic signals, all of the safety infrastructure that comes out of the District Engineering Bureau. So we would be really taxed in being able to respond to those needs proactively. Secondly, when there is litigation, while we have litigation support positions, it is these engineers that help collect that information and prepare our expert witnesses to make sure that we are representing the city as best as possible. There is also then the side of our field services. Without having crews substantially staffed, which right now our paint and sign is subject to a 34% reduction in staffing levels, someone needs to implement those improvements, whether it's restriping, posting new stop signs, new crosswalks. That comes from our field crews. Then there's also a separate group within our administration office that is strictly risk management. This is a group that handles all third-party claims. They also read all of our contract language for liability, insurance requirements, all the things that protect the city from any potential issues that are unforeseen. This group is subject to a 44% reduction in staffing. So while we did get a couple of positions in litigation support, there are so many other impacts within the budget that really threaten our capacity to defend and protect the city from liability.
Thank you so much for that. And like we're experiencing right now, we can't afford to allow that to increase. By that I mean our liability costs. My last question before I pass it back to the chairwoman is, what offsets, including remaining vacant positions, would you propose to retain critical positions and functions in your department?
I spoke to using grant funding. We have a report back on that. I spoke to overtime and vacant positions. I think there's also other opportunities to explore other programmatic and policy changes that could potentially preserve our parking enforcement and traffic control office, and would look forward or welcome an opportunity to report back on that.
Great. I would like to ask for a budget memo on that. DOT, can you please report back on the associated costs if these positions are not funded and proposed offsets, including swapping remaining vacant positions, that LADOT would propose to retain critical positions and functions in the next fiscal year. The report should also consider any off-budget funds that could be used to restore positions and ensure project delivery continues during the next fiscal year. Thank you, Chairwoman.
All All right, I'm going to go next to Councilmember Blumenfield and then McCosker.
Okay, thank you. I have a bunch, but I'll do a few and then keep it moving. Thank you all for being here. CAO and DOT just provided council with a joint Vision Zero report identifying key recommendations from 2 third-party audits. Would this budget support implementation of those recommendations? And if not, what would be impacted?
So I'll start again by noting what the budget does provide. And what it does sustain is the Vision Zero programmatic funding. Beyond that, the cuts would jeopardize our ability to be able to fulfill the recommendations that are in the joint report. I'll start with on the planning side, while most of our planning positions remain intact, there are a few critical positions that were proposed for elimination in the budget. We have the 38% reduction in our project delivery team, and these are the engineers that manage our $1.8 billion grant portfolio. They are also the engineers that do all of the coordination, both internally within the department and externally with our partners at the Department of Public Works to help deliver the infrastructure. We also have the 58% cut to our parking adjudication team, which will really make it difficult for us to keep up with the AB 645 program. So as we start launching the speed safety camera pilot, and we anticipate that there are citation appeals, again, going back to this is the group that reviews all of those citation appeals, and we are state mandated to review them within a certain time frame. Without those positions, it will be difficult, and what that means is if we are not reviewing those citations, we lose that revenue to the city. Lastly, there's also the cuts to our external affairs team. There's a 50% cut to that team. If we are slated to do an engagement, education and awareness campaign, it would be very difficult for us to be able to sustain and meet that recommendation. The last point, I don't want to speak on behalf of my partners at BOE or BSS, but we look to them to support us as well, whether it's with civil design, resurfacing, any other efforts that are outside of the Department of Transportation. We look to the Department of Public Works for that support. And so without speaking on their behalf, I imagine that their resources would also be limited in being able to support us on delivering on the Vision Zero commitment.
Okay, so can I get a report back on the recommendations outlined in the joint DOT-CAO Vision Zero report that could be impacted by the proposed cuts outlined in the mayor's budget? Next, I want to talk about the HLA. You know, that was the message from the voters to implement the mobility plan, deliver more safe and mobility improvements. How would this budget affect the planning, engagement, design, delivery of Mobility 2035 projects? Or specifically, how many miles of bike lanes will LADOT actually be able to install next year?
I'll start by noting that a lot of the impacts or challenges are similar to that of the Vision Zero. The planning efforts come out of the same group, and so a lot of our Vision Zero and HLA compliant work comes out of our Mobility 2035 program. So it's the same group that is delivering this work. It's the same team of engineers that is supporting the delivery, the same field staff, and also Public Works that supports us. So what I will note, if I could just take a moment, in terms of projects that would be ready, we would have, without any funding or staffing issues, we would be able to deliver 19 projects next year at a value of $123 million. The reduction in staffing levels would impede our ability to deliver on these projects.
So how many would we not be able to deliver because of that?
Correct.
All of those, you're saying?
Not all of them. We would hope to still be able to deliver on some, but again, when we deliver projects, it's not just the Department of Transportation.
Right.
We work with Public Works. So part of what we do is at the end of every fiscal year, we provide our work plan to BOE and BSS. They look at the resources, and then there's a determination of what level of support they can provide to us. What I am sharing with you is what projects we would have ready that are shovel-ready for next year. 19 projects would be ready to go.
And what about the bike lanes question? How many miles of bike lanes would we be able to install next year?
I'll need to, if I could get back to you with that information.
Yeah, if we could do a report back on that, you know. My fear is it's going to be a very low number, but I want to have our eyes wide open. Another question. Exhibit H includes an instruction to have DOT in every department prioritize projects near the venues for the 2028 games. If this instruction is included and this budget is adopted, what capacity will DOT have to implement safety projects in the 3rd district or in every other part of the city that's not actually near a venue?
What I will note is what is helpful about that direction, or what would be helpful about that direction, is ensuring that every single department is prioritizing whatever resources they have towards delivering for the games. And while not every council district has a games venue within their district, there's 2 components of this. There's the games venues, the first last mile, the assets and infrastructure that should be addressed around the games venues. Then there's also the regional aspect, that these are regional games that go well beyond even Los Angeles County. And so from that perspective, and working closely with Metro, we are delivering and supporting them on delivering bus-only lanes, and they are working towards delivering rail projects. And so in essence, when we look at the map, every single council district does receive some mobility improvement as part of the games, whether it's being delivered by the City of Los Angeles or by Metro as a regional agency.
I don't mean to interrupt, I'm just, we're short on the time, but in terms of actual, I mean, I understand we all get a benefit from the Olympics and there's regional and all that's great, but in terms of my telling my constituents that over the next this budget, some of the critical transportation projects in their district, can I say that any of them will get funded, or does this prioritization mean that none of them get funded?
What I would say is that at reduced staffing levels as proposed within the budget, if we were directed to only focus on games delivery, that is likely the only thing we would be able to do.
Right. That's my fear, is that doing this is telling my constituents that there will be no projects in the district. They just have to enjoy the benefits of this regional everything, but forget the streets that are broken in their area. So let me just close that one. I'd like to get a report back on how the proposed budget may impact LADOT's ability to execute the necessary planning, engagement, and design required to deliver HLA compliant and 2035 projects in the upcoming fiscal year and in future years, based on the cuts made in the proposed budget. I understand what you're saying, and you're in a tough spot. It's just, I want to have my eyes wide open of what a statement like that means for the rest of the city. Another question. Council recently adopted a report in response to my motion regarding the repurposing of peak hour lanes. Restoring peak hour parking helps businesses, restaurants especially, makes it easier to implement safety improvements. Will the cuts in this budget slow down the effort to convert peak hour lanes and/or safety improvements?
What I would say is the implementation, as underway with let me take a step back. The proposed cuts to our field crews, which are paint and sign, would slow down the implementation of that. We would still advance that work, but it would be delayed. There's also the other side of the enforcement, which I've already spoken to. So there's also that other component of how would we enforce the peak hour lanes with fewer officers out in the field.
That was my fear. Okay, so another question. Metro recently began working on the G line, or I still call it the Orange line, the improvements project. In the West Valley, the only project element is traffic signal improvements, which incidentally would also mean users of the Orange line bike path don't have to push a pedestrian call button at every single intersection. What does this budget mean for those signal changes?
I think, Council Member, if it would be okay for any specific project-related impacts, I'm happy to provide a more thorough report back. I think my generic response would be that given the cuts, I would anticipate that there would be some impacts, but that's a generic response. I think I would like the opportunity to really be able to provide you with a more thorough response on any specific related impacts.
Fair enough. I will get a report back on that. I have a bunch more, but you know what? I'm gonna let you roll it and I'll be back.
Okay, before I forget, I'm going to ask Councilwoman Hutt to clarify your, was it
Thank
a
you.
memo request?
Yes, thank
Great.
you. DOT, I want to clarify the parking fines memo request. So in the request, I would like to review parking fine increases related to parking violations for a potential increase. So what was it, and give us a percentage on what it can be. Then the next one is review parking rates and hours of operations at meters and DOT lots for potential increases. And report on potential revenue that may be generated to offset the budget reductions in the proposed budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. McCosker.
Thank you very much. I have questions in two areas. One's in our ability to pull down grant dollars, and the other is effects on our ability to do painting, construction, repairs. So first, I'd like to get a budget memo from DOT and the CIO identifying grant-funded projects where money might be at risk of being forfeited due to the elimination of the grants management section as proposed. And also, the memo should include funding recommendations for retaining filled positions within that group. The second one goes to painting and sign maintenance and signal systems. I'd like a budget memo detailing recommendations to retain the filled positions within the traffic, paint, and sign and traffic signal systems group, which should include funding recommendations for the proposed to stave off the proposed loss of $500,000 for the paint and sign maintenance and repairs expense budget. Thank you.
Anything else, Councilmember? No. Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Now, I want to talk about parking enforcement and traffic control officers. Given there are significant cuts to your parking enforcement and traffic control officers, what services would be impacted and who would pick up those services?
So based on the proposed cuts, first off, right now, our parking enforcement traffic control program is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. With a 22% reduction in staffing, we anticipate no longer being able to sustain that level of operation and would potentially need to reduce 2 shifts and restructure the way we deploy. We would also no longer be able to support non-reimbursable events and would look to LAPD as the only other entity who could manage traffic control to be able to provide those services. The last thing that I'll point out is that we would also then probably, given the ongoing demands for quality of life services, have to focus on those and again, really sacrifice the revenue generating aspect of what our traffic officers do. I do also want to note that a subset of our parking enforcement traffic control group is our communications center, which is staffed by a subset of parking officers that are trained to be able to take in calls, assess the situation, and dispatch out officers. That group is subject to a 61% reduction in staffing. That is also currently a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week operation, and actually it serves as a backup to the 311 call system during off hours. We would need to reduce staffing down to 1 shift and determine when we would allocate those resources. So those would be just high level, some of the impacts based on the proposed budget.
Great, thank you. So I'd like to follow up with 2 budget memo requests. The first one is, but before I put them in, actually I have one more follow-up. Do traffic control officers currently generate enough revenue to be fully cost recoverable? And how critical is the work of the parking citation adjudication unit to the work for parking enforcement and traffic control officers?
So in 2020 and fiscal year 24, an average cost of a traffic officer, was about $110,000. I mentioned earlier that in that same fiscal year, they collectively generated $109.6 million in revenue through parking violation enforcement activities. On average, this balances out to about $100,000 net revenue per officer. This was in fiscal year 24. If we account for fiscal year 25 increase, health insurance costs, any additional raises, bonuses, whatever was negotiated as part of their MOU, we estimate that that would be an additional maybe $30,000 per officer in costs. We would still estimate that each officer would generate a net revenue for the general fund.
So they would be essentially cost neutral. They would generate enough revenue to cover themselves.
They would be cost neutral to cover themselves and still contribute to the general fund.
Excellent, thank you. So I have two budget memo requests. The first one is to have DOT to report back on the revenue generated by parking enforcement and traffic control services and whether that revenue fully covers the cost of the existing workforce, which you've said, and it adds, but still would be great to get that in there. Report should include the number of service hours provided to non-revenue generating services, as well as the impact that proposed staff cuts will have on these services and the impact of proposed cuts on revenue generation, please. The second request is around what you had mentioned that LAPD is reported to be the only other city department allowed to replace DOT for traffic control of non-reimbursable special events. I would like for you to do a cost analysis on what it costs for traffic officers or DOT members to be responding to these, what are we calling them?
You could just call them
the
special
non-reimbursable events.
Got it.
Yeah, can I get a budget memo on the cost analysis of how much it costs for DOT and LAPD to be the ones responding to these events, please? Thank you so much. And Chairwoman, I do have a couple more questions, but around crossing guards, and then I'm done.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Now around crossing guards, please. Thank you. In the proposed budget, DOT received a $13 million program budget for crossing guards to fund a projected 550 crossing guards for the city. What are your current staffing levels for crossing guards, and do you have options on how to best restructure this program?
So, as noted, the budget does allocate $13.2 million, and it's a general fund allocation to fund the crossing guard program. Out of those funds, we can budget or hire almost 500 crossing guards, and these are all part-time positions. We currently have approximately 460 or so guards that we deploy on a daily basis based on call-outs or just not, or having vacancies. This allows us to staff almost half of the 700 or so requested locations that we have right now for, to be served by crossing guards. In terms of restructuring the program, there are options that I'd be happy to report back on how we can restructure the program, how we can fold that into other services that the city already provides within the department, and I'd be happy to report back on those.
Yes, I would like a report back. If you want to include those things, please do. And if you can also include DOT to report back on funding and service level options for the crossing guard program and identify potential savings from each option that could be used to fund filled positions proposed for elimination, please. Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Let's see. I think you just asked my question. Yeah, and I think as part of restoring those positions from potential tiers of reductions of the program versus eliminating the program for the crossing guard program, what the priority of keep maintaining positions would be. So that is to say, if you could keep the full, what is it, $15.2 million in the crossing guard program?
13.2.
13.2, which positions would you choose to retain?
Follow up on that?
Yes.
And right now, the school district, they can't have volunteers because of our program, is that right? Like, if we didn't have a program, would we be able to work with the schools to supplement that with volunteers that currently are prohibited from operation? Is there any synergy there?
I can't speak to why LAUSD doesn't have a volunteer program. What I will provide you with are two potential options that I can provide the report back in Councilmember Hernandez's report back request. One is if we wanted to have a school safety volunteer program, I imagine that it would be one that LADOT would still administer, we would still support in coordination with LAUSD, and we would provide proper training to those volunteers working with LAUSD. A second option for reimagining that program, and this is really a policy decision for the mayor and the council to make, is folding those services into what our parking enforcement traffic control officers already do. Having to restructure their shifts so that we're covering the morning and the afternoon, and being able to still provide those services, not as crossing guards, but as traffic control at intersections near schools. And I think there's an important distinction there to be made. And still be able to go about their day providing other services, whether it's parking enforcement and other quality of life services that our parking officers continue to provide. And so I think there's two things that we can report back as we respond to Councilmember Hernandez's report back request, and how we would reimagine that program, how we would be able to fold that in, or have a volunteer program in coordination with LAUSD, and also be able to identify what positions and how many positions we could offset with those savings.
Because I've heard from school board members who've wanted to have a program. And so we should definitely, coordinating with them, and even if appropriate, letting them take the lead. We don't have to lead everything, especially when it comes to schools, if that's what they're interested in. So just keep that in the options. Obviously, we're all concerned about safety first and foremost, but I'm also all about letting other avenues of government that are interested, letting them take on roles that we've just taken on. Anyway, that was my follow-up, so you can go back to you, and I have questions after you're done.
I think that was it for me. My understanding is that school districts can't have volunteer programs as long as we have a paid program. Can you clarify that, whether that's the case?
I'm not certain. I could confirm that and include that in the report back.
Yeah, if you could include that in the report back, and see if there's any other cost-sharing models with LAUSD or private schools that we could engage with them on, or local businesses or nonprofit organizations that might want to sponsor this program, see if there's any way for us to bring down the overall general fund obligation of this program, which everyone wants to keep and loves, but is there a way that this is something school districts take on, or we figure out how to move it some other way? Okay, anyone else? Councilmember Blumenfield.
Great, thank you. We've been improving our 311 platform, working to reduce the service request response times. How is this budget going to support or undermine that goal?
I think primarily the impacts to our district engineering staff would impact the backlog that we've been working our way through. If the staffing eliminations would remain in place, what we would need to do is pause any 311 requests that we identify to not be an immediate safety issue, while we are able to respond to other more safety-related and imminent safety issues that we receive through the 311. So we would have a growing backlog and potentially pause all non-safety related requests.
I mean, that's a huge impact. So I'd like to get a report back on the number of 311 service requests that DOT receives on an annual basis, the number of requests currently being processed, and the anticipated impact on response times and backlog based on the proposed budget. Okay. And we talked a little bit about this, but I just want to put a finer point. The impacts to grant project delivery and other off-budget capital projects, how can these funds be used to pay for proposed cuts and to ensure no funds are lost?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. The idea of using grant funds to pay for staff is really not a new idea. We used to do this about a decade ago, where reimbursements from the grants would then cash flow the salaries through interim appropriations to staffing who worked on them. And so, given the grant portfolio that we currently have, along with our partners at Public Works, there should be more than enough money to offset several positions, as we've already indicated, to work on those grant projects and also be fully funded by those grant projects. And we're also including the CTO and fringe benefits that are considered as direct costs from the grantors. So there actually may be slight revenues, actually, if we work on those directly.
Okay, and I know we've asked for some report backs on this, but I just want to make sure that as part of our report backs, we also have a list of grants where the city is at risk of losing or having to return funds because we may miss performance or expenditure deadlines, including the amount of grants, the date that the grant was originally awarded, and whether or not we've previously sought extensions, so that we have our eyes wide open on that. And then I guess my last question I'm going to ask is about the speed safety systems. I'm glad the budget includes funding for speed safety systems. We want these to be installed as quickly as possible. So what is the status and the next steps, and when will the impact report, and when will that be available, and what are the list of potential locations? When will that be released?
We are in the process of bringing on a consultant to help us come up with the methodology that would inform the locations where the cameras would be located. We would then present those to council for approval before we proceed. Part of this is also the engagement program, the equity program. All of that is folded into the work that we are carrying out right now. Simultaneous to that, we are also looking at several procurement options for the cameras themselves. Looking at other cities, City of San Francisco recently launched, we're looking at piggyback options in order to minimize the procurement timeline to be able to launch this program. We anticipate being able to launch it by next year.
By next year, okay. So could I include an instruction in Exhibit H to direct DOT to provide council with an impact report, use policy, and a list of potential locations within 15 days after adoption of the fiscal year 25-26 budget? And I'll stop there.
Okay.
Thanks.
Colleagues? Okay. No more memos, no more questions. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you so much. We're going to move now to the Board of Public Works, followed by Bureau of Sanitation, Bureau of Engineering, and rounding out the day, Bureau of Street Services. Board of Public Works. Great. Welcome. If you could go ahead and introduce yourselves, and we'll get right into it.
Good afternoon, council members. Vahid Korsan, President, Board of Public Works. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm joined by Elise Matson, Executive Officer of the Board of Public Works, and Raul Mendoza. We appreciate your time and the thoughtful consideration you're giving to our budget. As outlined in the letter we submitted, the proposed budget includes reductions to the board, an 18% cut to our total authorized positions, including the elimination of 15 currently filled roles. This level of reduction will alter how the board operates, narrowing our focus to charter-mandated responsibilities and core services. In addition to our charter functions, the board also provides financial and accounting support to all 5 bureaus and oversees the Office of Community Beautification. The loss of 2 key positions in these areas is especially concerning. These staff are essential to the day-to-day fiscal operations of the board, including processing funding transfers and payments to community-based organizations who provide graffiti abatement and beautification services across the city. Without them, our ability to deliver these essential services will be severely impacted. We've included an offset proposal in our letter to preserve these positions and maintain continuity in service. Beyond staffing reductions, the policy offices currently housed within the board are also facing significant changes. The Office of Petroleum and Natural Gas, for example, is proposed to transfer to the Department of City Planning, but with a more than 50% budget cut. This would halt much of its current work, including 2 revenue-generating initiatives. Other units, such as Risk Management Office, the Film Office, and the Climate Office, are proposed for full elimination. We understand the difficult fiscal environment the city is facing and recognize tough choices ahead. Thank you for your consideration. We welcome your questions and look forward to the discussion. Elise and Raul are fully capable of taking a deep dive on any questions you throw at us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Councilwoman Hernandez to kick us off.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm excited to be able to open up questions for the board and bureaus today because it's near and dear to my heart, all the work that you all do and what it represents. You know, it's the services that we provide to our constituents and help make sure that the daily life of Angelenos is a smooth one. I want to start off, I have 4 questions and 2 budget memos, but I want to start off with oil and gas regulation. A lot of the work of the board is administration of programs that can't really be housed in any of the bureaus or another department. One of the major changes is the budget of Bureau of Public Works. To the Bureau of Public Works is the deletion of multiple positions that assist with oil and gas regulation. Exhibit H includes the transfer of oil and gas regulation to planning, but like we talked about in Public Works Committee last week, we also collect $60 million in general funds a year in franchise revenue from oil pipelines, gas, and electric. What are the impacts of the staff cuts to this program, and what will happen to that revenue?
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. Good afternoon, Elise Matson, Executive Officer with the Board of Public Works. Yes, you point out correctly, one of the offices that's being cut the most drastically without being deleted in its entirety is the Office of Petroleum and Natural Gas. 2 positions are being deleted who manage the city's 43 pipeline franchise agreements. Like you also mentioned, these agreements bring in approximately $50 to $60 million of general fund revenue annually, with the largest being from SoCalGas. One example of the work of these 2 employees is assessing late fees and penalties. This year, these staff have brought in over $300,000 of late payment fees and penalties. Those penalties alone, although the general fund revenue is quite large, and $300,000 might not seem like too much in comparison with that, those penalties alone, which are over and above budgeted revenue, would cover the cost of both of their positions, including indirect costs. So I think, we wanted to we spoke about this in Public Works Committee, and we wanted to uplift that to you, that those are kind of 2 super crucial positions that we would be concerned about in terms of not being able to collect on that revenue.
Thank you. And just to confirm that I heard you correctly, you said that these 2 positions would be funded through the revenue that they generated. Is that correct?
They're front-funded with general fund, but we believe that they more than pay for themselves based on those revenue figures we were just talking about.
Great, so that we can reimburse the general fund or just straight use those dollars?
The revenue that comes in through the pipeline franchises is transferred directly to the general fund.
Okay.
And the board receives front funding for those positions of general funds as well.
Beautiful, thank you. We've been looking at opportunities for revenue. I understand there's a potential for increased revenues from the, and I think you might have covered this already. I understand that there's a potential for increased revenues from the pipeline franchises. Can you elaborate on that, and what would it take to make that happen?
Sure, of course. So like I mentioned, we have 43 active or pipeline franchise agreements. And when I say active, they still pay us and they still utilize our pipelines, but the agreements are actually expired and require a renegotiation process. So what you're referring to, that would be our chance to try to get a different pricing structure for the city. Just for some context, a comparative study was completed in 2020, and it did contemplate different pricing scenarios, including changing our base rates to linear feet rather than how they're currently calculated at cubic feet, which would yield more revenue. If council was interested in exploring this as a revenue generating option, we could report back, and we could also offer different scenarios. Based on preliminary estimates, that could get us somewhere between $2 and $10 million per year in general fund revenues. But I do just want to note that that work would require staffing, and so we would need for the positions to remain intact. And we think we could likely have a report ready for council consideration within 4 to 6 months.
Great, so if I'm hearing you correctly, like you're saying don't cut the positions that are set to cut so that they can do this work.
Yes, we think that we could utilize the existing staff and then have them prioritize this work in order to focus on creating more revenue for the city.
Great, and the revenue could potentially be up to $10 million, is that?
Yeah, based on the comparative study that was done, it depends on how everyone at the council would decide to opine on how those fees are structured, but it includes changing the way that we charge our rates, as well as adding additional items like an increase to an application fee or a change fee or late penalties.
Great, I would like a budget memo on that, please. And I'd like to add that I'd like to request a report back on the positions needed to perform the work of billing for franchise agreements, ensuring compliance with bonds and insurance, and up-to-date actual costs, whether there are any anticipated fines that may be due to the city, and opportunities to increase revenue from pipeline franchises, as well as revenue generated from them, please.
Can I ask a follow-up question when you're done?
Yes.
Sorry, I cut you off. I didn't mean to.
No, go ahead.
So if there's an opportunity to renegotiate these things, or as they expire, to negotiate them such that we're increasing revenues coming in, why aren't we already doing that?
I think I'd probably invite our petroleum administrator to answer a little bit more further, but I could say there was maybe some hesitation on the council's side back in 2018 when this was originally being considered, given that it's related to oil and gas and environmental concerns. But Ms. Erica Blyther is here.
So we're just going to leave money on the table and not negotiate? I mean, we have a bunch of expired ones, right, across the city, including in my district, that have been expired for a really long time. And I'm of the mind that we should just try and get out of them and stop pumping oil and gas in our neighborhoods. But if we're going to continue to go down this path, why wouldn't we have already been doing this? I mean, 2018 was almost a decade ago, and in the meantime, we've left up to $10 million a year on the table because we haven't negotiated these in a way that brings in more revenue. I'm just wondering, what are we waiting for, and what have we been waiting for?
So, thank you, Erica Blyther, City's Petroleum Administrator. Thank you for pointing that out. That is correct. We could renegotiate these. So the one that we did negotiate, some of you might remember SoCal Gas. That was done in 21, 22, and that was a huge effort. So there were members of the CAO's office who helped as well. Some of you remember there are multiple committees that we had to go through, coordination with city attorney as well as city clerk. It's a huge effort. My mandate was to do amortization studies, so that's where my focus went after finishing SoCal Gas. My plan was always to come back to the other franchises. So I think we're at that time now. We are wrapping up amortization studies, and we can move forward with that.
Chairwoman, do you want to make that a separate memo or add it to the memo that I asked for?
Let me think about it. For now,
Okay.
I've got nothing to add. It was just a follow-up question.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you. I have two more last questions. I know I said I had 4, but then other ones led to other ones, so sorry. We had some discussion in Public Works Committee about the critical staff that are proposed to be cut that take care of payments to our community organizations who do graffiti abatement and cleanup work. Can you talk about the impact of that to our partner organizations and the graffiti and cleanup work that happens all across the city? I do want to, before you start, say that the graffiti abatement teams, particularly the ones in my district, and I'm sure throughout the city, but they are some of our first lines of defense when it comes to public safety and preventing people from getting hurt, preventing violence between different gangs. And so it's just another tool that we have to keep our community safe, and we very much appreciate that we have access to those resources in our district. Obviously not enough, but grateful for what we do have. But yes, please, thank you.
Yes, thank you. So we, as President Corsan mentioned, we are losing 2 positions who perform daily financial services at the board, and their main task is making sure that transfers of funds and payments are made to these CBOs who perform graffiti abatement and other cleanup and beautification work citywide. So this would even include, for example, the motions that come to us from the city council to ask us to effectuate the different projects in their districts. And so a few years ago, we were a bit slow at processing those invoices. I know that's been an issue, and so we've been improving at that. We got our average payment time of invoices to these CBOs down to 11.7 days from receipt of invoice. So we're also concerned that the gains that we've made so far would be lost if we lose these positions. And I also just want to note, you were talking about the importance of the Office of Community Beautification. There's a cut happening there too on the expense side. But I also just wanted to mention that we were listening to the ITA hearing yesterday, and there is a loss of about $150,000 of licenses that are utilized by our CBOs and our OCB staff. So that translates to 150 licenses used by the contractors and our OCB staff. And so that would really be detrimental to our ability to track the responses to 311 requests. Even would hamper our ability to pay invoices, because one big part of our invoice payment process is confirming that the work has been done through that 311 app. So just wanted to kind of highlight that as well.
Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, it'd be really sad if that was to happen after we just spent so much time and money updating the 311 app. So thank you. I would like to end it with requesting a budget memo. I would like to report on the positions needed for reconciliating permit revenue in the Public Works Trust Fund and potential revenue amounts that can be realized in fiscal year 25 and 26 and beyond, please. Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Councilwoman Hutt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to talk about the graffiti abatement. I know we talked about it in committee. What are the proposed impacts to our graffiti abatement program? And what are the additional funds needed to maintain the program at its current service level?
Thank you for that question. So the expense funding that's being cut is $937,000. One thing that we wanted to note was that in July, a state prevailing wage increase of about 23% is set to go into effect. So that would impact how far those dollars go. And kind of in terms of service provision, we are estimating that based on both of those things, about 8.7 million square feet of graffiti would not be able to be removed next fiscal year.
Say the number again. Say the number again.
It was 8.7 million square feet of graffiti.
Okay. Councilmember McCosker.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have more?
I was moving slow. I have a memo request.
Oh, great. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to request a budget memo from the CAO to provide options and recommendations to restore the graffiti abatement budget to the 24-25 service level. Thank you.
And can we ask them to identify where that money is going to come from? Ask the CAO to find the money? Is that all right?
Yeah, that's a great addition. Sure.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councilmember McCosker.
Just a follow-up on that first, what would be the delta on that? What's the amount of money we're looking for? Maybe that'll be in the memo. Ballpark? No?
I'm sorry.
What's the amount of money that we'd be looking for to get back to the level that Councilmember Hutt asked for?
Oh, well, so given the 900, it would be $937,000 and then maybe about 20% on top of that to make up for the prevailing wage increase.
Okay, well, we're looking for offsets. I want to go back to an offset that I alluded to the other day, and I did hear a couple of times the word charter in the presentation. I'm sure that was placed on purpose. So going back to the charter responsibilities of the Department of Public Works, there shall be a Public Works Board. Members of the Public Works Board shall devote their entire time to the duties of the office, subject to the charter and applicable ordinances. They have a whole set of duties here. I understand that's a charter provision. That's why I asked for Note H, or I asked for a note within Exhibit H to look at how we could eliminate the Board of Public Works. In looking at, and I know that it would take a little bit of time for the full elimination if that was the desire, but looking at the general fund savings from such a thing, we begin to approach that number. We begin to approach $1 million if we include board support annually. In the meantime, I would like a study, or no, I would like consideration of zeroing out the compensation to these board members. I realize it's a lot of work for folks for free, but the workload is comparable to DWP, Airport, Harbor, and other commissions that run departments. And so I just want to look to see what the savings would be, and I think that'd be a board note on what the savings would be if we zeroed out the Board of Public Works compensation. And I think it will show, but I want this to come back in our report. I think it'll show about $500,000 in general fund and a little over $500,000 in special funds for a total of $950,000. Thank you.
Okay. Has everyone had a chance to ask one question? No, you haven't yet, Councilmember. Okay, go ahead.
Yep, you're welcome to go first. As you know, I've been a big advocate of making sure our nonprofit partners get paid on time. And, you know, we've had problems with that quite a bit, and I won't go through all the reasons why that becomes a big problem, but can you talk about the progress that's been made on this, and do the proposed cuts impact any of this progress?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you for asking that. So like I was mentioning, we were trying really hard to get better at our invoice payment. So we did convene a working group to try and streamline our processes within the board and increase communication. We also were able to hire a staff person who would process these invoices and could be more focused directly on that. And so about 3 years ago, our payment processing time was about 42 days, and we've gotten it down, like I mentioned, to 11.7. That's an average. And so that's one of our concerns in our, that President Corsand was highlighting. We're worried that that work that we've done would be lost if those two positions, it's an accountant and a senior management analyst, were deleted because they're integral to that process and that progress that we've made.
Okay, so I wanted to get a report back on the positions, although you've identified them, and the funding needed to ensure that the funding transfers of discretionary monies, contract amendments, and payments to CBOs are made in a timely manner, and other options to make that happen. So just it's important to me that at the end of the day, those payments go through quickly. I understand the thinking behind moving the chief forest officer to urban forestry, but while Streets LA manages street trees, most of the trees in Los Angeles are on private property, you know, or parks or open space. For that reason, it might make more sense to move these positions into the planning department. So I'd like to get a report back on moving the chief forest officer and environmental specialist 2 to the Department of City Planning as a different option. And then, Vahid, I think you were quoted in the Times about a grant being at
Can I
risk.
ask a follow-up to, or have
Yeah.
a follow-up to
Sure.
add to that? So what percentage of the Office of City Forest Management is dedicated to long-range planning versus day-to-day operations?
I would probably invite our city forest officer up to talk about that. There are 2 staff, and their primary function is long-range planning, but she might be able to speak a little bit more detail about the day-to-day operational work that her team does.
Hello, thank you for the question. Rachel Manich, City Forest Officer. We did actually have 3 members on our team, one of them promoted to a position at LAWA about a month ago, and that position is proposed to be deleted. And she, as a senior management analyst, handled a lot of the day-to-day operations for our office and some of the functions that we play. But largely, as Ms. Mattson alluded to, our work is looking at long-range planning. What is the vision for the city's urban forest, and how do our policies and programs align in that way? Again, being an advisor to council, mayor, and departments on tree issues and tree policies is our mandate and our function. We're looking at how we plan for the urban forest of the future and how we support departments in making changes or shifts or being aware that if we're not making the right changes and the shifts and what some of those trade-offs are. So we're looking, that's our role, is looking at the long-range policy and planning for the urban forest.
So to Councilmember Blumenfield's point, it seems like planning might be a better fit than BSS. Is there a preference within the board for where it would go, assuming it goes somewhere?
I would say, based on the conversation that was just had, I think it would be planning, but we also want to be sensitive to planning because I know they're, experiencing a lot of cuts, but I think that would be our proposal.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Blumenfield.
Sure. I read an article where you quoted about a grant that was at risk because of the cutting of the climate office. So I just wanted to hear more about that and what the concerns are and what grants we might lose.
That is correct. I'll let Elise answer a little bit about the details about how we process grants and what the status of that grant would be.
Thank you. Yeah, so we recently received an award letter for a $750,000 grant from the governor's office to create the city's first heat action resilience plan. Council authorized the board to apply for this grant in April of 2024. So the next steps for us after receipt of this award letter are to accept the grant and bring a report before the city council to make that acceptance and present grant documents to you all. And so I think our thinking behind this was that we would need some level of staffing in order to administrate the grant. The outcomes of it would be this heat action resilience plan that would kind of advise on the city's potential options to help people manage extreme heat. And then part of that grant process is, a lot of extensive community outreach to impacted communities. So that's kind of the scope of work of the grant. And so our point with that was that we would need some level of staffing in order to administrate it.
The grant doesn't provide enough funding within it to do it?
We would need to, speak to the state about that. We did have a draft budget that we put together for the grant. I don't think that it disallows staff costs, but we would need to see if we could move anything around to fit some level of staff costs within that grant. And we'd also have to speak to the state about that and how that might impact the scope of work.
Great. Well, if we get a report back on that.
Yes, and we'll try and speak with
we don't want to lose any grants.
We'll try and speak with the state to incorporate that into our report back.
And I believe, Councilmember, that we asked EMD yesterday about their capacity to basically take that grant on, whether that was something they're going to report back on that, I believe. Okay. It's good to hear from you, too, on it. Council members, anybody else? Any more questions?
Yep, that's it.
Okay. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, next we're going to move to the Bureau of Sanitation.
Right there. Is Matt coming back?
All right, welcome. Once you get settled, if you could go ahead and introduce yourself and have your team introduce themselves, that'd be great.
Good afternoon. I was almost going to make it to good evening. My name is Barbara Romero, and I'm the Director and General Manager of LA Sanitation Environment. And I'm here with Sarai Baga, the CFO. And to my right, I have Robert Potter, the Assistant Director over Solids and Livability Services. And I have several other assistant directors here who are ready to answer any questions.
Great.
So
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I want to first start on a positive note and say thank you to the mayor and to the council for your support on our sewer rates. Because of that, your support, we were able to, in this upcoming budget, provide positions, positions to address high priority clean water projects. So thank you very much. It is much needed. We're also aware that other departments and bureaus have proposed reductions in their budgets, and we're working with the different departments to identify those key positions and support that can support the clean water program. We are in full support of their request. Unfortunately, on the other front, for essential services covered in our or subsidized by the general fund, the proposed budget includes 238 position eliminations. 167 of those are filled. In the proposed budget, and of those, 196 of those position eliminations are in illegal dumping and encampment cleanups. There's also some key and mighty environmental programs that, with the proposed cuts, these key and mighty small programs would be eliminated. The Brownfields program, which provides remediation for several affordable housing projects in key needed districts. Tracking and reporting for the GHG's emissions with the reduction and elimination of our climate action program. We would, cleanup, greenup would be eliminated because it's one position, which focuses on DAC communities. It's in a couple key communities, Ball Heights, Wilmington, Pacoima. And also we would stop tracking our biodiversity index because there's proposed one position eliminated for our biodiversity and healthy soils program. There's also 12 cuts to our watershed protection program, which those are key positions that allow us to comply with our stormwater permit and put us at risk of legal enforcement for these regulations. Getting back to our biggest cuts, those proposed reductions to Care and Care Plus are gonna simply put from 26 Care and Care Plus teams to 15 Care and Plus teams, and also a reduction from 30 illegal dumping teams today to 16, and with also reduced hours, and the elimination of the alt shift. Last year's budget, for example, for our Care Plus program, our livability programs, was $76 million. And this year, it's reduced to $46 million. It's a 40% reduction. After closely reviewing the proposed budget, we realigned our program with the available resources of $46 million. We've provided in our letter an alternative proposal within the proposed budget to meet the basic levels of Care and Care Plus services for each council office. But after doing that, it is clear to me that we need more resources to meet our mandate to clean the city. I will now turn it over to Robert Potter to describe this alternative proposal in the meantime.
Thank you. In response, we've developed a realignment strategy that's focused on preserving core programs, particularly care and illegal dumping, and ensuring we can continue delivering essential services effectively, even with reduced staffing levels and maintaining as many LSD employees as possible. Our realignment prioritized minimizing impacts to core services and programs by reinstating 40 positions while still adhering to the mayor's proposed $46 million budget. The majority of the cuts were made to programs that rely heavily on contractual services, such as our MHU, Mobile Hygiene Unit Program, A zero-based budget approach was used to rebuild programs from the ground up, ensuring alignment with the core service needs within the constraints of the $29.5 million reduction. Administrative, GIS, and safety and training support staff were included in the realignment, as these critical positions are essential in supporting the large field operational divisions. There were 456 positions in the LSD 24-25 budget. The proposed 25-26 budget would be 266 positions, and the LA Sands realignment proposal would be 306 positions. So I'm going to go quickly through some of the program impacts. I'll start with Care Plus. The Care Plus program will reduce from 26 teams to 17 teams. This will be an elimination of a total of 9 teams, including 4 ABH teams, LA River team, Hollywood team, Downtown LA team, and citywide contingency team, which handled a lot of the inside safe and other operations, and the emergency response after hours. There's also a consolidation of the Grand Avenue and Coastal teams from a 5-day-a-week operation to 5 days every 2 weeks. The remaining teams include 17 Care Plus teams, 1 assigned to each council district, providing 2 days of Care Plus service and 3 days of care service. 1 team assigned to the Operation Healthy Streets Skid Row area, and a consolidated team providing services to the Grand Avenue and Coastal teams. Our illegal dumping program. The illegal dumping program would transition from 7 days a week operation with 2 shifts running from 6 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. to a single 8-hour shift, 6 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., Monday through Friday. This change is a result of the budget reductions in the illegal dumping program, specifically in supervision and district management, which no longer support an extended coverage. As a result, the ID program will no longer be able to respond to urgent requests outside of normal working hours, and overall response times will increase. Our receptacle program. The automated litter bin section would be reduced from 10 refuse collection truck operator positions to 6, the minimum required to continue providing citywide service with strategic adjustments. Maintaining all 26 maintenance labor positions is critical to operating the program as designed, using paired teams while meeting the demands of a 7-day collection schedule. Reducing staff would necessitate a shift to Monday through Saturday service, with a focus on maximizing Saturday coverage in areas with less frequent weekday collections. One of the unfortunate situations that occurred with realignment was the elimination of the mobile hygiene units. The mobile hygiene unit program that provides bathroom and shower services is proposed for elimination as a cost-saving measure due to its heavy reliance on contractual service and high operational expenses. This decision was tough, but preserves positions due to the contractual cuts. Lastly, we'll be able to provide, like was stated earlier, 2 days of Care Plus and 3 days of care to each council district. But this is a reduction in the service levels currently provided, as many council districts have access to other care services, such as ABH and other dedicated teams that will be eliminated. There's also a reduction in our overtime from 24-25. That was a cushion and gave us the ability to run a little longer on our services and provide additional services to the homeless encampments. Turn it back to Barbara.
I just want to thank you again for your thoughtful consideration of our budget, and I ask for your assistance in moving the proposals contained in our letter, and respectfully ask you to go beyond and give consideration to restoring the full Care Plus, and illegal dumping programs. I also ask that to the extent possible that LASAM be given consideration for moving staff to specially funded positions in order to prevent layoffs within our department, and also for the bureaus to be treated as a standalone department and not as part of the overall Public Works Department for the purposes of determining bumping rights. Thank you, and we are available to answer any questions.
All right, Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Barbara, and your team for joining us this afternoon. The work that the Bureau does is integral to our constituents' quality of life and supports public health for all Angelinos, and has definitely been a game changer in MacArthur Park. In the mayor's proposed budget, there's a significant cut to your bureau. And so we have two additional bureaus after you, so if we could be as brief as possible, please, that would be great, just to make sure we get everybody in. Can you walk us through the proposal you put forward in the budget letter, the realignment proposed, and what service impacts will occur even with this realignment?
As Robert Potter mentioned, for example, like in MacArthur Park, it would be, we wouldn't have the afternoon shift, the alt shift, so for any kind of emergencies, that would not be available. We would, the responsiveness for any emergencies after hours, and it would just limit the amount of teams and operations that we could do on a regular basis.
So what does that mean? Trash stays out there longer, bulky items stay out there longer?
Yeah, the illegal dumping would just, it would, I do not want to imagine looking back, even just back to COVID, and we're just getting back from restoring the city. It took us over 5 years to get to a point to almost getting to 5 days a week. So yeah, that's why I respectfully ask for additional resources, because the proposal that we're doing can be scaled up as hopefully as you direct us.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilmember McCosker has a follow-up.
Go ahead.
Can I just do a memo on that? Let's just get right to it.
Yeah, please.
Could we request the department report back on the staff, the contractual, and equipment costs necessary to restore the full livability program, including the Care Plus, illegal dumping, and street hygiene programs?
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you. We were just talking about the Board of, to the Board of Public Works about the oil and petroleum regulations. Can you tell us a little bit about what these programs specifically do? The environmental teams, I mean.
Oh. So the environmental teams
around the brownfields and climate action programs.
So the brownfields, as I mentioned, it's a small team that basically applies for. They'd get EPA funding, usually state and federal funding, to address, affordable housing projects to do the remediation, and typically in disadvantaged communities. So they play a key role in making sure that the money gap, that we address that money gap. In the GHG tracking, that's something that nobody else is doing. So we basically, we get to know, we get to understand where we are, what good things we're doing, where we need to go. So that level of measurement of what additional environmental interventions that have to be made, we are tracking at Sanitation. Interestingly enough, all these environmental programs that are slated to be cut today were things that we adopted back in the recession, that when there was an environmental affairs department. So for me, this is, sustaining the lifeline because although they're small, we have a large group of stakeholders who really care about the work that they do for the city.
Great, thank you. I'd like a budget memo considering the importance of this work and the need for LA to do its part in combating climate change and remediating our contaminated land. I would like to request a budget memo asking the CAO and CLA to work with LA Sanitation on the feasibility of finding $1.5 million in funding needed to maintain the Brownfields program, the Biodiversity and Healthy Soils program, the Climate Action program, and the Clean Up Green Up program. Great. I'm going to go just straight into memos because I think there's Councilmember McCosker touched on some of these things. When we talk about the realignment piece that you brought up in your budget letter, and you had offered some options for us, especially regarding the external affairs teams. But I would like a budget memo based on this explanation that you all have presented. I would like to request a budget memo for the CAO to work with LA Sanitation on the funding funding technical corrections and funding staff realignment needed to restore the proposed deleted positions in the Wastewater Engineering Services Division, External Affairs and Engagement, and Watershed Administrative Support.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. And now just to illegal dumping. Something I have to talk about to my constituents is like, look, it takes us a long time to fix a sidewalk. Our tree trimming cycle is very long. To put in a blue handicap curb takes a long time. But what we do well is pick up bulky items, and we could do it quickly. And I always talk about that, and I am nervous to hear that this might also be slowed down because it's one of those, like, carrots to our community. Like, we can come through and we can come through quickly. Can you please reiterate, and again briefly, how this service will be impacted by the proposed budget as it stands? And I have a budget memo to follow up. Thank you.
So it took, it's going to go from a 7-day operation.
To the 5 days a week?
To 5 days a week, and it's going to reduce the times also from it's going to go to an 8-hour shift to right now we have 2 shifts working, so the alt shift completely in the afternoon we do a lot of proactive work.
Yeah.
Because as you know, in districts like yourselves, people are not always necessarily calling in. So we're out there using our data to determine where chronic illegal dumping locations are.
Great, thank you. So my budget memo is that I would like to request the CAO and CLA to work with LA Sanitation on the necessary steps to provide, and I think Councilmember McCosker might have said this a little bit, on the necessary steps to provide illegal dumping services citywide. This includes an analysis of the service impacts based on the proposed budget, the feasibility, funding, and service impacts of LSD's restructuring proposal, and the feasibility and funding necessary to maintain 7 days of service and alternative shift programs. Great, thank you. And I have a couple more budget memos, but I can pass it back to you, Chair.
Sure. We can come back to you. How's that?
Okay, thank you.
I'll have one question, then I'll go to Councilwoman Hutt. Can you speak to what's included in your contract line for as-needed maintenance under sewer construction and maintenance fund? We see this line item has nearly doubled from the current year's budget to more than 10 million.
Do you know which one? That it's double? Can you ask the question again?
Yeah, so there's a contract line for as-needed maintenance under sewer construction and maintenance fund.
Is that the emergency contract?
Two in the weeds.
We'll get back to you.
Okay,
It might
we
be
just
the
know that it's
emergency
doubled.
contract. It might be
Okay.
the emergency contractors, but we'll let you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. One more question. On the low-impact development program, would establishing fees for cost recovery preserve the 2 positions proposed to be cut?
Yes, it would.
When is the report coming back that could speak to getting the cost recovery, and how?
It should be on my desk. The goal was, next week. So it's ready to, if it gets scheduled in committee, we're ready to.
Okay, have you considered how this program may be impacted by rebuilding in the Palisades? How rebuilding in the Palisades may impact this program?
So it's interesting because in the mayor's executive directive, she talked about, using some of low-impact development strategies. But there's also, the state is looking at exempting low-impact development. So I think it might not, but it's a sensitive habitat area, so that area is not subject to the amended ordinance. So it's still, depending on what the state does, it's unknown. I don't know today, but I'm tracking it for sure with Mark Gold and others.
Thank you. I'd like to ask for a memo that identifies any ways to reconcile projected increases in fees for low-impact development plan check with the recovery of the Civil Engineering Associate 2 and Environmental Engineering Associate 2 positions.
Thank you.
Cool. Councilwoman Hutt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question on Care and Care Plus. If we are changing the Care and Care Plus program, who will fill the gap to provide cleaning services around our bridge homes?
Well, so the idea would be that the 15 teams, you would just schedule it as one of your days. One is your operations. If we just stay at 15 plus the 2 other teams that we added in our realignment.
I see. Okay. Then I have a few budget memo requests. 2 of them are aligned with Councilmember Hernandez. One is when she is talking about the budget memo for biodiversity and the GHG, just implementing goals, providing GIS and mapping services for care programs, and conducting vitally important safety trainings for city staff operating the LASA equipment to go along with her first memo. And then on biodiversity. And then the next one, to go along with the Brownsfield program that you asked for a memo, I would just like to add the feasibility for a stable funding source. Because that Brownsfield program is a little over 30 years old, and it's been really successful. So we just need to understand where the stable funding source for the program will be, so that it could return.
Interesting enough, it's primarily throughout the years has been, grant funded because it's a bipartisan program. I actually talked to EPA on Friday and asked if we can do a budget scope amendment to add these positions, and they said unlikely because they can only cover 5%, which is, we never typically bill for staffing costs because we usually put all the money into the actual remediation. But they said that DOJ would probably scrutinize it, so anything above 5%. So, but I'll take 150,000. So we do have one offset that we weren't contemplating.
Okay, then I have another budget memo request on an option for maintaining separate Care Plus teams for the coastal area and the Grand Avenue, which you did say there's 2 teams for that, including necessary staffing costs. And I feel like it's important that we look at this. There's some other services that go along with homeless service that were divided by 15 and then cut out. So we need to stabilize in our fragile areas.
Yeah, the way in the budget, it was basically those 2 like there was reduction in the size of some of the teams. So in order to preserve the operations, we thought it was better to combine the teams so that you can maximize the work, the deployment work.
Thank you. That's all for me, Madam Chair. All for me.
Councilmember Blumenfield?
Yeah. Fortunately, this committee has been very thorough, so most of everything that I was going to cover has been covered. But just to make the point, all these things that we're talking about, they're all connected to other city goals. I mean, whether it's quality of life, whether it's even housing. The lid. If we slow down our approvals with lid, if we don't have those positions, we're not going to be able to approve as much housing as fast, and that's one of our big goals too. So it's hard to separate these from everything else. So anyway, I certainly support the 2 lid positions, restoring those and trying to figure out creative ways we talked about. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McCosker?
Thank you. Could we come back to the clean up, green up, the CUGU loss? What is it that's being taken from the department? Is it one position?
One position.
And can you describe to me how we would be able to effectively respond to clean up, green up issues in Wilmington, Pacoima, and East LA, I think, right? I know certainly in Wilmington, where we have a lot of CUGU issues that can't all be addressed because we have so many needs.
So currently we have one person. I think it was intended to be a bigger team, but it's one person who is coordinating amongst the department as we work within those districts.
Right.
So it's more like a coordinator planner, not someone that's out there working on the ground, but she is, she's doing a lot of planning and community outreach with industry to improve, just educating them on, it's a lot of outreach, educating them on ways to improve their operations. But, if you haven't, worked with them, then that's something that we need to do and introduce you to our person
No, I'm aware.
to maximize that.
I'm aware of the resource, but I'm just saying there are so many needs for cleanup, green up implementation that don't get met. Probably because it's one person and because
Yes.
it also involves various departments, from sanitation to planning,
Yeah.
enforcement, building and safety, to clean up these issues. I would like a memo on the replacement of that position, looking for, offsets somewhere, anywhere else that we can find them.
Yeah.
I don't think necessarily within your department. I would ask specifically if the CIO or the CLA could look at the general city purposes monies. I see there's probably a couple of things that might be applicable. We could look at community engagement, which is $406,000. Maybe there's a way to offset that to make sure that we can take care of our CUGU issues. There's also a program called Green Workforce Sustainability Plan. I didn't ask about those during the GCP discussion, but I think that it would be worthy for us to take a look at some offsets of the GCP money to put it into CUGU so that we could deal with the most pressing environmental injustices in some of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Councilwoman.
I need you to, and you said it already, but I need you to say it again for us. You've already confirmed that we're going to be cutting Care Plus and care teams, right? How will these cuts impact services throughout the city? I know that you said, for example, if we wanted to use it for another location, it would have to be our team removed from doing our regular Care Pluses to do this alternative work within our district. But can you just, and I want you to emphasize it and make it clear, because for some of us in our districts, that's the only line of resources that we have to deal with some of the public health issues that arise from really large encampments. So can you just reiterate that for us?
I think the level, the visibility first of the amount of operations that we have going on, the tonnage that we're eliminating from all the communities will be possibly, will be 40% less, just because we're not going to have the teams to do that. In addition, we're not going to be able to, we could do some overtime, but because we're not going to have any contingency, if people are out, then, we're probably going to go back. We're going to cancel operations because, and you know how long it takes for you to schedule that operation. Sometimes it takes 2 weeks of planning and coordinating with other departments and starting over because we don't have enough people at the table. But I think Gabe has not said anything. I think Gabe can help me elaborate the magnitude of the cuts and the impacts that it will have, that we'll all visibly see on the streets.
Thank you.
Get closer.
Gabe Miranda, Division Manager with Livability Services Division. As Barbara mentioned, for the Care and Care Plus program, I think the timing for it is also unfortunate. Currently, we have just over 100 vacancies, and we're actually trending towards 5 days of Care Plus service per council district, right? But based on these cuts and the understanding of these cuts, we did conduct a realignment to ensure that each council district was going to maintain their Care and Care Plus service 5 days a week. Although Care Plus will be at 2 days, just having that team dedicated to the council district and ensuring that the resources are being applied to the areas within that district, we think is very important. And as it relates to illegal dumping, as Barbara did mention, we've made a lot of progress there as well. So we're currently responding to all illegal dumping within 48 hours. And part of that was due to some system enhancements, but the other part of that was also due to some shift changes and some additional staffing. So currently we have 7 days a week operation with 2 shifts. So we have illegal dumping operations taking place from 6 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. And unfortunately with the cuts, that's going to be moved and transitioned to Monday through Friday. So those are some of the impacts we're going to see to those 2 core programs.
Thank you. I'd like to request a budget memo. I would like to request that the CAO and CLA work with LA Sanitation on the necessary steps to provide comprehensive service to the city. This includes an analysis of the service impacts based on the mayor's proposed budget and the feasibility and funding and service impacts of the LA Sanitation Livability Division Services restructuring proposal that includes efficiencies and the feasibility and funding necessary to maintain all existing programs. And then I want to talk about watershed protection. We've worked together on a watershed protection program and project in my district, and I know that that's happening throughout the city. You have been doing incredibly important work making sure that water output from our sewer system is clean and not creating a health risk for residents in surrounding areas where contaminated water might be pooling. Very briefly, can you please provide a short overview of the work that the Watershed Protection Division does? And I have a budget memo to follow up.
So, at water?
Oh, and also on what the impacts will be to, with the cuts to this division.
What was the second part?
And what the cuts will look like on this division, on the services provided.
So the folks at Watershed Protection are responsible for planning and implementing our stormwater permit. And every that's a department that the division has been cut in the last couple years because the funding source has been is subsidized by the general fund. So these folks are the ones that ensure that we comply with all the regulatory requirements that are required to ensure that we protect our waterways. But most importantly, those positions, we have an agreement with 18 cities that we are responsible for managing the stormwater permit for all of us, and we get revenue from that. So we actually get like almost 40% like offset of the positions, and in this, and what we, we have an offset for these 12 positions. And the question is, do we get it annually? We have an agreement till I think 27, and we're responsible, it's a liability if we don't not only, comply with the permit, but, the responsibility with the agreement with these other 18 cities. So it's an ongoing revenue. It's the way I see it is they subsidize this agreement, subsidizes these positions.
Thank you. I would like to request a budget memo incorporating the proposed offset revenue in the stormwater pollution abatement budget to restore essential positions in the Watershed Protection Division. I hear the potential liabilities, and also I hear in 2027, you said, it's an opportunity to rediscuss and reassess how much we are getting back. So I hope we include that. Also, correct me if I'm wrong, or please enlighten me. Aren't the folks part of the Watershed Protection Program also some that investigate illegal dumping? Or is there crossover there?
Oh, yes, thank you for asking that. Some of the key people in watershed protection are also trained to enforce on illegal dumping. Unfortunately, we haven't had any money to fund them because their primary work is to enforce the permit, but they are trained, and if, sometimes we get a little bit of funding. We right now are only responding to situations. We're not proactively providing, across the city, we're not enforcing.
I hear that.
But they have the ability to do that if there was funding available.
Wonderful. I would like a budget memo. If you could please report back what it looks like to increase fines and fees for the application of illegal dumping that could then be used to fund these positions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Colleagues.
Thank you.
Okay.
We have an answer. Sarai has an answer for your question that we didn't have earlier.
Yes, hi, Sarai Baga, CFO for Sanitation. Following up on the question you asked about the increase on the as needed.
Yeah.
So that is to fund maintenance projects at Hyperion. It's, as you know, an aging facility, and there have been delays in funding maintenance, and operations are suffering from that. So that is what that funding is intended for.
All right, so it's a one-time thing.
For the most part,
Okay,
yes.
okay. Thank you.
One more thing. If we can ask one favor for our CAO friends and for our staff here, if we can consolidate all of the memo requests related to Care Plus, so that we can provide a comprehensive, cohesive response to all of the questions that have been raised.
As long as everything gets answered, I think we would appreciate you figuring out how to get us organized.
As a former CAO staffer.
Thank you.
That's a solid.
Wonderful. Thanks very much, team. We appreciate you all very much. Thanks.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, we're going to move on now to the Bureau of Engineering. Welcome. You could go ahead and introduce yourself and have your team do the same.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Ted Allen, City Engineer with the Bureau of Engineering, and I guess we'll start over here with Patrick and come around.
Patrick Schmidt, Acting Deputy of Engineering Services Program.
Bert Wokelbus, Deputy City Engineer over Development Services and Permits.
Alfred Mata, Deputy City Engineer over our Clean Water Infrastructure Program.
Robert Katamatsu, Chief Financial Officer for the Bureau of Engineering.
Eric Bruins, Director of Strategic Initiatives for the Bureau of Engineering.
Great. So we got your letter. If you want to, if there's anything in particular you want to highlight or give a brief presentation, please go ahead.
I know you've had a long afternoon, so I'm going to keep it very brief. The letter very well explains still our current position. And just to highlight, there were 131 position cuts for the Bureau of Engineering, 91 of those filled. And we have some alternative proposals that are cost neutral to the general fund and the other general fund subsidized funds that would bring the position cuts down to 55 if we're asked to report back on those categories that we highlighted in our budget letter. And with that, in the interest of saving time, I'll just open it up to questions and comments, if that's okay.
Great, thank you so much. We're going to turn to Councilwoman Hernandez.
Wonderful, thank you. Thank you so much for being here with us today. So colleagues, just an overview real quick. I have a question about layoffs, capital program, and Build LA, and I have a handful of memos. So I can go through a few of them and then pass them back. In the mayor's proposed budget, there's a significant cut to your bureau. You house a lot of the asset management work, as well as planning for public right-of-way infrastructure projects. You talked a little bit about that right now, the positions cut, but can you very briefly paint that picture in real life for us, please?
As far as the capital project impacts, or the
proposed budgets, proposed layoffs in general in your department.
Oh, the proposed layoff. So as it stands, as it's proposed, the budget actually leaves us with about equal positions to staff, but the classifications don't all line up, and so as it stands, there would potentially be layoffs. We've identified a lot of cost-neutral alternatives that would result in not needing any layoffs, absent, displacements from other departments and such, which we wouldn't have control over.
Ted, can you talk a little bit about more of those strategies in detail, please?
Sure. So starting, we have a number of special fund vacancies that are left in the budget. So the first strategy is moving people into those special funded vacancies as quickly as possible by July 1st. And that in itself would mean we don't need the 4 months funding that's identified, provided in the budget for the cut filled positions that would be vacated by that, which would then in turn allow us to use that funding to restore some of the other critical positions, which would then mean we don't need any funding because we'd be able to vacate all of the positions by July 1st, meaning we don't need any funding for that 4 month. A few other strategies, a small number of positions where we would shift consultant funding to fund city staff positions, and also sometimes grant or project-based funding for a small number of positions as well. And then all told, that would enable us to have spots for all of our staff and avoid layoffs.
Great. And Ted, let's say the proposed budget for your department passes as proposed. What will be the real-life impacts to the projects and work that are under your department's purview?
It would allow us to retain all the people, so that would minimize impacts, but there would be still some impacts to projects because some of the general funded projects that are deferred or not funded in the budget, we would need to shift those people to more special funded work, so there would be reductions in some of the general funded side of projects.
And Ted, I want you to apply it to real life, like, so the people that are listening, if this proposed budget passed, how would your work be delayed in the delivery of the service? Sidewalks, curb cuts. I want to hear that. What is that impact?
It's a long, specific list of projects that I don't have in front of me. Sidewalks is one of the things that would be impacted if our alternatives are not implemented. It would affect community level contracting, our ability to do that. It would basically shift. We would still be able to do the basic access request for the sidewalks, but not community level contracting. On the project side, there are decarb projects that we would be reducing work on as it's proposed, and some other general funded projects that I don't have all the specific lists in front of me.
Great. No, and I don't think we need specific projects, but more like I want to understand, like, what would the delay be to our sidewalks if it already takes us 7 to 10 years? What would be the delay on other important projects that and again, no specifics, but real life, I want you to apply those in real life so that folks can understand.
On the sidewalk side, in recent years, council and mayor have been able to give us some funding beyond just I think all of you are probably familiar with the Willett settlement agreement and the minimum that the current budget does provide for that. In past years, there was some going beyond that to do elective sidewalk repairs, city facilities. The city facility sidewalk repairs would be delayed, in this proposed budget until funding's available in the future. It does provide for one sidewalk crew for liability work outside of Willits. I think that's really the only sidewalk work outside of Willits that's able to be funded in this budget.
Great. And you are also the pathway for many other departments to get their projects completed. How will this proposed budget impact the project that other departments have to deliver on?
As it's proposed, as we do survey for other departments, environmental, the general fund side is, it's a little of everything really, so it really would just be kind of a reduction across the board. We will have to really prioritize the special funded work, which is sewer construction maintenance and some of the street projects.
Got it. Will things like HLA be delayed?
Well, HLA, we will comply with HLA. Compliance with HLA means when we do the project, we do it a certain way. And so it's just more like the speed of implementation of projects. Street projects, we already were working with the Street Oversight Committee to shift some of the street projects out because even before the cuts, we really didn't have enough staffing for the number of projects we had. So there will be a little bit more of that, but honestly in the street program, there weren't a lot of cuts in this budget as far as our staffing, but some of the projects may have been deferred. And then some of the administrative cuts in our budget, if it went through as proposed, there's a lot of, say, administrative clerks, management analysts that do billings for grants and things like that that would be affected as far as the funding recovery.
Thank you. I'm going to go into my budget memos and then I'll pass it back to the chair. So I have a 3-part memo I would like to ask for. Number 1, direct BOE to report back with an alternative set of position reductions that would achieve the same general fund savings while reducing the negative impacts to services and project delivery included in the proposed budget and avoiding layoffs to the extent possible. Number 2, direct BOE to report back with the list of positions to be restored using the 4-month salary for eliminated filled positions included in the proposed budget as an offset. And number 3, direct BOE to report back with authority needed to fill vacant positions and other personnel actions needed to execute BOE's layoff avoidance plan. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Councilwoman Hutt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to go back to the sidewalks, okay? So what are the proposed budget impacts with respect to the sidewalk repair program run by BOE? Because I heard you say Willits would be intact, didn't I? And then you said something about another sidewalk program, a grant-funded sidewalk program?
Well, so we have different ways of doing the sidewalk work, and one of the ones that we've been really proud of and has been really great is called community level contracting, where we award work to smaller contractors throughout the city and help them grow. That does require, because you're putting the work in more packages, smaller packages, it does require a little bit more work on our side. So in recent years, we received kind of like management analysts, senior management analysts, a few positions like that to help with all of that packaging. So in the current budget, those are proposed to be cut, and we're proposing to restore those using, basically taking some funding from the consultant line item in the budget for that program, so it would be cost neutral.
And then our regular 20-year scheduled sidewalks, what happens to them?
Oh, so yeah, the Willits program and the minimum annual commitment, which is a little over $35 million right now, it would comply with that, but there would be nothing beyond that. So the city facilities would need to wait for future funding. So it would be mainly just funding access requests for mobility impaired individuals with the current budget.
I see. Okay, my next question is when was the last time BOE reviewed and increased any fees?
Yeah, and thank you for asking that, because when you asked about the impacts, I completely, and it's funny because I was deputy city engineer for over 10 years over development services, but I forgot to mention development services. So over a quarter of our positions in development services are proposed to be cut in the current budget, and it's been about 10 years, almost 10 years since we last adjusted fees. And we did we had done an internal fee study in recent years because of that, but then there was a desire to have us do a professional fee study, so we hired a consultant last year to do a professional fee study. It's now complete. We have the results of it, and so we do have the study needed to adjust fees, and that's our proposal to undo those 30, I believe it's 31, right around 30 cuts in the development services program would be to adjust fees. We'll propose a few options if requested from full cost recovery or something less, just enough to cover the cost of those positions, and then maybe easing into the full cost recovery in future years if council desires.
So your time, when I asked you when the last time, you said 10 years ago, then you did a fee study and then it didn't happen, but you recently did a fee study in 24. You're just getting the findings, and you intend to increase the fees according to what was learned.
Yeah, if asked to report back, we have the proposal ready for the fees. We have the results of that fee study ready.
Well, then I'd like to request a budget memo or report back on what the fee increases will be according to the most recent study.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have an amendment or an addition to Councilwoman Hernandez's staffing memo. Could you report back with opportunities to insource professional services that would otherwise be contracted out, including which positions can be restored by using project and/or contractual services funding to cover salary costs?
Yes,
if that wasn't already in there. Okay. Colleagues? Councilmember Blumenfield.
Great, a couple things. The budget, as you know, proposed deleting funding for several existing CTIEP programs, including several in the 3rd district and some administered by BOE. So what alternative sources of funding can be identified so that BOE can continue to deliver these projects? Can we work closer with LADWP, for example, or what are the other options?
We have been reaching out to the proprietaries to see if they have any additional services they might want of us, but I don't know that that would help fund those projects that weren't funded. We have been talking about the 6th Street lighting that's proposed, that maybe some of that could be deferred, because there are some CIP projects that were not funded in the budget that are actually in construction and would need some additional funding. For the most part, it aligned with our proposals to the Street Oversight Committee of some projects that were going to be deferred due to the staffing needs anyway. But so far, the only hard money pot that we've seen is maybe the construction side of Sixth Street lighting could be deferred to a future year, but for us to actually move forward with it, this is where it's hard doing a one-year budget as the city, right? Some of that could wait till the following budget year if we know we want to do it. I don't know what that looks like in the budget. I guess maybe it's just a direction to continue with it, but maybe moving some of that money into a pot that could be used through the year where needed to fund these other CIP projects that would be short.
Definitely. In fact, I'll put that as a report. I mentioned that before. It's like my fear is we do it this year, it just gets vandalized again, and then we have to do it a second time before the Olympics. Let's do it the week before the Olympics. Let's get it up.
I think the schedule honestly will get us about there, and that's why we don't need all the construction funding this year. Yeah.
So we'll put that in a memo, a report back. And similarly, more broadly, for the prior year's CTIEP projects to be defunded and managed by BOE, I would like to direct BOE to try to identify which projects could be continued should alternative funding, including the lighting, be identified and actions necessary to make that happen, including, but not exclusive to the projects that I'm concerned about, such as Bedell Street, the upslope debris wall, which we're in the middle of, the pedestrian bridge and tunnel improvements, Dirt Mulholland Phase 1, West Valley Municipal decarbonization, West Valley Police Station decarbonization. Those are examples. They're not exclusive, but those are the ones that I've had my eye on. Second, following up on that question, one of the deletions in the budget is the building decarb workbook policy. I understand we need to tighten our belts, but how can you update that framework to maintain our work, even without all the funding?
Well, the budget did continue our decarb positions, and so we would keep working on design and working towards those. But there are some projects, as you mentioned, that are in construction now that I think would be great. You know, ideally you want to do that decarb work when you're renovating a building anyway, because you want to do the work all together. So there are some projects we would like to identify funding to. As far as the policy itself, I think it's just a change to the timeline of the policy, but I don't think that we would be stopping work on the policy itself, but we could do a report back on that. Maybe there's something I'm not aware of.
That would be great, and I'll put a finer point on it to instruct BOE to update the building decarbonization work plan, starting with fiscal year 25-26, prioritizing gas to electric conversions, including the end of life on city sites and properties that have been that provide broad GHG reduction benefits, such as hosting renewable energy assets like solar and battery installations, in order to maximize the DWP incentives for projects and staff. Because that's the other thing, it's so painful. We're throwing away money because our dollars are matched threefold, fourfold. So I hate to lose those kind of leveraged projects.
Mr. McCosker has a follow-up.
Okay, sure.
If that's okay? Of course. Unless you're not done with that specific.
Well, it's not.
No, go ahead, follow up. Go ahead, it's all you.
It has to do with specific projects. That's the only way that it's follow-up. But if I may, I could
Sure.
jump in here. A big project that you've probably seen over much of your career is the planning for the Alameda widening, north and south. Significant, important project, been on the books for years and years, too many years. And now it looks like it's going to be delayed because of it doesn't look like, it will be delayed because of the Vincent Thomas Bridge project, because we want to make sure that we're not doing both projects at the same time. That would be, a problem for traffic, and it wouldn't make any sense. Right. If it is delayed, when it is delayed, knowing that we are also going to pull down some money from Caltrans to make sure we can cover our costs, what does this budget proposal do to our ability to actually complete that project after the Vincent Thomas Bridge?
I'm not aware of it having an effect on that project, but I'll be happy to double check and get back to you. I haven't heard of any impact on that project from this budget. I don't know, do you know of anything?
There's no specific impact to that project schedule. As you mentioned, the project schedule was affected by the coordination with the bridge project.
Right.
There will be a project shortfall, and we did request funding in the CTIEP. However,
Right.
the need for that funding is not this coming fiscal year, and so it was not prioritized within the CTIEP this coming fiscal year. We also will need to work with the South Bay Cities Council of Governments because they are an investor in that project, and we will need them to up their investment because the project is more expensive. And so I think there's coordination with a couple of regional entities as well to close the funding gap.
But we will have the staffing and the ability to perform on that project?
Yes, the staffing were not affected for that project.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Chairwoman. So capital program.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. There was a follow-up, and
Go
he
ahead.
was
Yes,
still
sorry
going.
about- Go ahead.
You can go back to me. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. So around capital program, what is the current size of BOE's capital program? What opportunities are there to preserve jobs and keep projects on track by increasing the share of staff costs paid for by project budgets?
Yeah, our current portfolio is a little over $5 billion. It's $5.4 billion. That's just the construction costs, not counting the labor side. We deliver about $500 million a year in projects, so we have almost a 10-year portfolio, which is why project prioritization is important. The vast majority of those are special funded or grant funded, and that's why a lot of our strategy is, part of the strategy includes shifting people that would have otherwise been laid off to work on those special or grant funded projects that we have that we were already not able to get to all of them because of not having enough staffing. It makes sense to shift people to those instead of laying them off.
Great, thank you. I would like to direct BOE to report back with the recommendation to increase development services fees to improve cost recovery and reduce general funding subsidy, including positions recommending to be restored using the improved cost recovery as an offset. Thank you. Could you provide some information on projects you work on that would help prevent liabilities? I have some in my district that involve reconstructing crumbling streets, preventing vehicles from getting stuck on the road, and more importantly, putting people in harm's way when a vehicle flips over into their backyard. A lot of it is because of our infrastructure. And so, yeah, can you please talk about that?
We don't have much that's liability specific. I think you could argue every project we do somehow improves safety as far as streets and whatnot, but there is, as I mentioned, in the sidewalk area, there's one crew funded in Streets LA to do sidewalk liability, to focus on sidewalk liabilities. Other than that, I'm not aware of any liability-specific things that we get in the Bureau of Engineering.
Great. Well, I would like to to request a budget memo providing a line item list of projects that are stalled due to this proposed budget and the potential liability costs associated with not completing these projects in a timely manner. Being on budget and finance, now seeing the liability cases come in, I would agree with you that a lot of your projects are to prevent liability. And we should not move away from that because I'm sure that under the proposed budget, we will have more liabilities if it moves forward. Now, to close it out, Build LA. You recently launched Build LA, a unified portal for permit applications to see, for permit applicants to see all of their pending business with various city agencies in one place. Great job. What resources are needed to maintain this permit streamlining initiative?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question. The Build LA is currently in a soft launch phase, so it is live and it has been launched, and we're very proud and happy to see that. The city, we don't really have a strategy on what the long-term approach is to funding those positions, and it really became highlighted this year because up until now, the few positions we've received have been general funded. But I think with the fact that, you have building and safety, city planning, and building and safety has their enterprise fund. Should it be like a mix of funds from departments, not just general fund? Or the consultant side, a lot of the development we've been using consultant staff augmentation is paid for an additional 1% surcharge on building permits. As you may know, years ago it went from 2% to 3% surcharge. That extra 1% was for Build LA. So could that 1%, which is right now just not able to be used for city staff salaries, but as it transitions to city staff maintaining the program, maybe that 1% should be continued for funding city staff. the city needs to decide, but I think right now, general fund's absorbing all the cost of supporting Build LA, which is essentially a program to help our various development services programs in the departments.
Which if we want to continue to streamline development, especially in rebuilding Palisades, the Palisades, we're going to need this and continue to need it. So I would like to propose a budget memo directing BOE in consultation with LADBS, CAO, and the city attorney to report back with options for long-term operations and maintenance funding for Build LA, including city staff costs. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Councilmember Blumenfield.
Thanks. What role does BOE play in the HLA implementation, and is that adequately funded? Are you funded for the work to update the street design manual? And if not, are these positions included in the positions that your proposal would restore?
Yeah, we play a couple different roles. We collaborate with the other departments in the city and kind of policy implementation, figuring out how we will all coordinate together to properly scope the projects and deliver them. And then we're the project delivery arm for many of those projects themselves. And, so as mentioned earlier, all of our street projects comply with HLA. As one of the components in that coordinating with other departments is establishing our new street design manual, because it's very outdated. Past budgets, we had 2 positions plus some consultant funding. With the cuts this year, at first there was talk about maybe cutting the consultant funding. In this one case, we actually encouraged, if we have to cut, we'd really like to keep the consultant funding because that team is very strong and moving, and we would just use our other city staff to work with them. So as it currently stands in the proposed budget, the 2 city positions for the street design manual work would be cut, but the consultant funding is preserved to keep it moving forward. And then, hopefully in future years, we could restore some additional city staff, but we will certainly keep supporting the project with the other base city staff that we have if those positions are cut.
So even with your swaps, those aren't going to be supported?
We did not propose those for restoration. No.
Okay. All right, well, I guess since we've asked for every other one, I'll add this to the mix with the report backs, because doing the street manual is important, but we'll have to figure that out as we go. But we'll report back on the positions and funding needed to implement HLA, but specifically to update the street design manual. I'll stop there.
Colleagues, memos, questions? Questions, memos? Okay. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, this is Ted's last budget.
Oh. Congratulations. This is your last budget? Go ahead.
Budget memo on Ted's last budget.
Yeah, we need
Ted,
a
congratulations.
On what his future is.
Thank you.
Where he likes to fish, that kind of thing.
Yeah, the plan is to retire as of May 30th. So.
It's my birthday.
Well deserved.
Oh,
There you
happy
go.
birthday.
It's like the opposite of a birthday present. All right. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Last of the day, we're going to hear from Bureau of Street Services. Welcome. Go ahead and introduce yourselves and
All right.
get started.
Hello, Keith Mose, General Manager for Street Services. I have with me Shirley Lau, Stephanie Clements, and Anna Duena Ruddy. I'd like to say a few words, just take me about a minute. Street Services provides crucial services that affect health, safety, and quality of life. Constituents depend on services such as pavement preservation, street sweeping, tree trimming, and our crews responding during storms, disasters, public events, and civil disturbances. Los Angeles has the largest municipal street network in the nation, and the fact that year after year we are paving fewer and fewer miles is not a good practice or advisable, as our PCI paving condition will decline. We are facing economic difficulties, and I know we must all make sacrifices, but the proposed cuts will have impacts that will be felt for years to come as future maintenance costs increase and backlogs increase. The proposed budget will eliminate 129 field positions that constitute 1,900 years of institutional knowledge. It will take us down to our lowest levels in the history of the Bureau, going back decades, to over only 1,073 people. My executive team and I have a proposed plan to offset and avoid laying off 129 field positions, and we're here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Wonderful. I'm going to turn it again over to Councilwoman Hernandez to start us off.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Keith, and team, for joining us this afternoon, and thank you for your patience. I want to start off by saying that the work you all do is imperative to ensuring a high quality of life for Angelinos. And it's often the first time, it's often one of the first things that our constituents interact with of the city. If you could please give us a brief and quick overview of your services and your proposed offsets, please.
Shirley.
Good afternoon, Shirley Lau, Executive Officer. I'll go over a little bit about the impacts of 129 positions were completely eliminated from the Bureau. As Keith mentioned, it will bring the Bureau down to 1,073 people. That is the lowest in decades at the Bureau of Street Services. Additionally, the most impacted division is our Investigation and Enforcement Division, where 83% of that division will be eliminated. And those are our street services investigators who oversee our obstructions in the public right-of-way, ensure ADA compliance in the public right-of-way, and they get over 66,000 permits annually. And so we will really have a big impact in that division. Additionally, 53% of our general administration and support staff would be eliminated out of those 129 people. And it's a big impact in that the Bureau functions based on these folks who work on our payroll. They handle our contracts. They pay the bills for all our ops, our equipment, our bills. And so without them, I think we will struggle in continuing our division's work. Additionally, our street maintenance division and our other operational divisions have some impacts in that services may be delayed. So that would be the general impacts.
Thank you, Shirley. Now, can you please translate that on how that actually applies to, like I said earlier, real life? What does that translate to, 13% of street sweeping going away? What does it translate to having 30% of street maintenance taken away? Can you please share some of those details?
I'll go ahead. So basically, the real life is basically we're paving less miles going into next year, which basically our pavement condition will decline. Basically, will increase our exposure to liability out there in our streets. Backlogs will go up as far as will be delays with tree trimming or just different repairs out there in the right-of-way. It will delay our response to, say, our storm response, things like that. With street sweeping, we'll be missing routes potentially as far as we have 76 filled positions and elimination of 15 will reduce us down to about 64, give or take. And so we would have to rethink in how we do our street sweeping program for the entire city.
Great, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but under this proposed budget, street sweeping would be reduced so much that, certain places would only get cleaned once every quarter, or that even posted signage streets would receive less street sweeping. Is that correct?
That's correct. We'll have to sit down with everyone and basically figure out on how we reprioritize our street sweeping program in its entirety.
Got it, thank you.
Also with a cut of, with a cut of 46 supports.
Can we have our mic, please check? Go ahead. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, with a cut of 46 support staff in IT, HR, contracts, payroll, risk and safety, litigation support, call center, and executive staff, All that work does not go away. It will get pushed to operations. So operations will have to absorb that work. That is not their specialty. So there will be further impacts on metrics if 53% of the admin support positions are cut.
Great. Thank you for sharing that. And what do you mean by operations? Who are our operations folks? What do they do?
Well, that's the street paving, tree trimmers, sidewalks.
So you're saying our tree trimmer, you're saying operations will have to take on admin
Correct.
because of the proposed cuts in this budget?
Correct.
Got it. Okay, so I'd like to request a memo. I'd like to request a budget memo from BSS and CAO to report back on the feasibility of using Streets LA's alternative funding proposal for layoff avoidance as detailed in their letter, including the use of CTIEP special fund appropriations and grant funds. Now to talk a little bit about liabilities, and I'll pass it back to the chair after that. One of the major components we see in our liabilities is the dangerous conditions of our sidewalks and our roads. You talked a little bit about how this proposed budget will lead to declining road conditions. This is a question for both the CAO and BSS. Given the significantly reduced staffing for BSS in the proposed budget, how do you anticipate liabilities for the city due to conditions of the sidewalks and roads will be impacted? I think in 2023, we paid $78 million just on sidewalk liabilities. Are there any plans to mitigate this in the coming fiscal year?
Basically, for street services, currently we're not funded for any sidewalk repair at this point. We have one risk and liability crew that responds to city charging locations where we've already paid out liability claims. When it comes to our roads, things like that, basically our average PCI pavement condition is 69 for each street. That will drop at least 3 points going into next year. And basically, only 53% of our streets will be in good condition. After that, the other 47% will be in poor condition or failing. And so we need to pave more streets. We'll be only paving 560, or doing 560 miles of pavement preservation, 60 of which would be actual resurfacing, and 500 miles of slurry seal. That's due to not having enough staffing for that.
Got it, thank you.
And council member, just to add from the CAO perspective, we are highly concerned that the reductions would increase the likelihood of liability. That is certainly an area of concern. So as we said in our opening, there will be significant impacts to some of these reductions, and the potential of increased liability is one of them. So to the extent that we can find alternatives, we certainly would be supportive as long as they're structural.
Got it, thank you. So from what I'm hearing from both of you is that the proposed budget for this department most definitely will lead to liability costs in the future. Keith, can you tell us a little bit about, for folks that don't know, what is a street that's in poor condition, or you used another failing condition? What does that look like in real life?
So basically, the street is full of potholes, cracks, things like that. The asphalt is gray and aged, and full of potholes, and has a very rough ride, failed gutters, and so forth. And it's basically a bumpy and poor ride.
So you're saying a little bit over 40% of our streets are like that, in that condition right now?
Yes.
And that the proposed budget would increase that?
Correct.
Got it, thank you. I'd like to request a budget memo looking at historical trends for the last 5 years of sidewalk and dangerous condition liabilities, and how proactive work that will not be performed based on the proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26 will impact future liabilities to the city. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Okay, Councilman McCosker.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask about a CTIP entry, and it's the item called Capital and Technology Improvement Expenditure Program, Physical Plant Funds provided for the design and construction of various street and transportation projects, including active transportation program funding gaps, 2028 games, public right-of-way improvements, and wildfire recovery. It's $23.9 million. And I wanted to ask about what is your understanding of your Bureau's responsibility for that, and would you have the capacity to cover it? Like, who is going to do this work?
Well, we have concerns too. The CTIEP does not have position authorities or expense funding for the Bureau of Street Services. We have identified about $62 million in CTIEP earmarks funded by SB1, Measure M, Measure R. These are ongoing funding sources that we get year after year. And part of our solution to not laying off people would be to tap into those monies, get departmental appropriations for positions and expenses to avoid some layoffs. So yes, there is a concern with all that funding in the CTIEP without position authorities. We cannot do that, all that work on overtime.
Okay, so can we get a memo from the CIO on that particular entry, that 23.9? Who's going to be responsible for that work with what position authorities? Can I also ask, since we're looking...
Follow up on that?
Yes.
Just not only who, but how much of those funds can BSS actually expect to use without those positions? And how much are we leaving on the table?
Right.
I think that's what you're getting at, but I'm just putting a finer point on it as
Thank
part
you.
of the report back.
Thank you very much. Also, since we're looking at these entries, I want to go back to GCP. And there's item number 43, infrastructure planning. Funding will support the oversight of the citywide infrastructure project to activate the public realm, provide economic revitalization, and support great neighborhoods. Now, it's only $500,000, so I don't know how much if we can do all that with $500,000. But probably not for you, but I would ask the CAO, who is that 43 infrastructure planning for $500,000? And what are we getting for that?
Number 40.
Yeah, we'll need to report on that.
Okay, because this is in that category of, we have to look people in the eye for laying off 1,600 people. And if we're spending $500,000 to revitalize the public realm, which sounds like, doesn't sound like a physical improvement, and maybe we repurpose this money for physical improvements.
Well, I believe that's funding for the mayor's office.
Okay.
Mayor's
well,
office staff dedicated to that work.
Okay, then I stand by my question. Can we look at repurposing this money and putting it back into street services?
We can look at that, yes.
Okay, I have a question. How long have the 5 vacant positions in the sidewalk and transit amenities program been open?
I'm sorry, member, could you repeat the question?
In the STAP program,
Yes.
there are 5 vacancies, 5 vacant positions in that program. Just wondering how long those have been vacant.
I recall they were vacant last year as well, and I don't have anything beyond that.
Okay, my understanding is that that program is revenue generating, right?
That's correct. It is revenue generating, and the revenues can pay for all 5 positions.
Great. Can I get a memo reporting back on what we can do to restore funding for the 5 eliminated positions in STAP by having it come from that fund? Okay, great.
And they were requested via PCH, and they were not approved. We did try to fill those positions.
Well, you did try and fill them. Okay, so if we can get them funded through that and then try again. Okay, great. One more question. Are current posted street sweeping routes correlated to areas in the city with the most water runoff? My understanding is the intent of the program is to meet our stormwater pollution mitigation goals.
Yeah, currently I couldn't answer that. Basically, as the posted routes were designed, back in the 90s and even before, they were meant to basically remove debris from the right-of-way, basically to prevent debris from going into these storm drains. So, but I can't tell you exactly where that water is.
Okay, my understanding is that the department has started a street sweeping optimization study in order to verify the most effective sweeping routes, but it's no longer going to be funded based on the proposed budget. Is that accurate?
Correct. We had a phase 1 where we conducted some analysis on where the debris volumes are in the city, and we also selected Route Smart, which is a software that utilizes route optimization so that we can look at our 4,700 curb miles of posted routes and make sure that's optimized. So we are currently utilizing that software and internally making that adjustments, but phase 3 is what we requested, and that's to expand and to also include open routes in the future optimization. So we would also come to the council offices to identify and prioritize open routes that are
Okay.
currently not posted.
Can you give us a report back on options for using Measure W funds to complete this optimization study?
Yes.
Okay,
absolutely.
wonderful. I have another one, but I'll pass it. Council member?
Okay. First, just to build on your STAP question, the budget includes the transfer of $5 million, which it calls surplus, from the Raise LA fund to the reserve fund. Now, the Raise LA is something that myself and Councilwoman Rahman created to ensure that the revenue from the STAP street furniture program went first and foremost to the construction and installation of 3,000 transit shelters across the city, and then to the sidewalks and street projects to improve access to transit stops. And as we just talked about, this is a revenue-generating activity. So you were talking about where do we find the money for the deleted STAP positions. Well, I see it right there. That's the whole point of the Raise LA Fund, is to make sure that happens. So anyway, you've asked for the report back on that, but I just wanted to put a finer point on that. A couple other things. The HLA, Angelinos voted for it. It called for the installation of various safety improvements. Wanted to know how many miles of HLA improvements are actually going to be installed this fiscal year, and under the proposal, how many will be installed this coming year, and without the cuts to your budget, how many would be installed?
So this fiscal year, we have 16 projects that have been completed roughly over 3 centerline miles, and we have about half a centerline mile to go. These are projects that have been resurfaced, and in conjunction with the resurfacing, we've implemented the HLA elements along in coordination with LADOT. In the coming fiscal year, in the proposed budget, I don't believe it provided the funding that we had requested in the CTIP for building out access ramps as part of potential HLA projects. We had requested $17.5 million to build access ramps so that we can resurface the streets that the DOT's HLA projects called for. So in the coming year, should the cuts be as it is, we can pivot to some slurry, and the slurry that could be completed would be roughly 13 centerline miles, which we can then implement the HLA components on. So it's not very many, but it's 13 centerline miles.
That's not a lot. And due to the reductions in the anticipated SDRF revenue, the budget deletes $2 million for mobility improvements. What could those funds have been used for?
Right, the $2 million that was identified in the SDRF this year, it could have been used for various things for the standard elements in HLA, such as bike lane striping. It could be used for bollards. It could also pay for access ramps or slurry or large asphalt repairs, whatever, any of those components.
But I believe it was cut, right? Wasn't it in the SDRF report, the $2 million this year was cut for mobility plan?
It was. That was the premise of the question is, it's cut, and I'm just trying to daylight the kinds of things that we're missing out on as far as that goes. Thank you.
I mean, it was cut this year too, so even the $2 million that you see in the 24, 25 was cut, yeah, okay.
Thank you. In terms of grants, how large is your portfolio of grant-funded projects?
We have $560 million in awarded grants.
And does the budget jeopardize the implementation of any of those projects?
We have been requesting for staffing, I think, in the past to implement. We do have a shortage of project managers, and I think more importantly, in conjunction with our other sister departments, LADOT and BSL and BOE, we really need staffing in all of those departments in order to effectively catch up on a lot of these grant-funded projects. Because it's not really only Streets LA, we rely on a lot of the other departments to implement these very large grant projects.
Right, so we want to have our eyes wide open, just as some funding can leverage more funding, some loss of funding can deleverage lots of funding. So if we get a report back to instruct BSS, CAO, to report with a list of grants for which the city is at risk of losing or having to return funds because we may miss performance or expenditure deadlines, including the amount of the grant, the date the grant was originally awarded, and whether we've previously sought extensions. So get a report back on that.
Can I add to that?
Please.
I'd like, as part of that, a report back on the number of positions that could be saved by using the grant funds for staff to complete projects. So as part of that.
Great.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
And then I know my colleagues have touched on street sweeping, but wanted to talk about it vis-a-vis bike lanes. So currently, does Streets LA have a program to ensure that streets with bike lanes are swept on a regular schedule? And if so, what's the frequency?
So the answer is yes. We sweep the downtown corridors weekly and every other bike lane every 8 weeks.
And under the proposed budget, how often will streets with bike lanes be swept?
We're going to have to, again, rethink our street sweeping program as basically we will have to look at where we have to apply our resources with our motor sweeper operators.
Okay. What's that?
I couldn't hear that.
Oh, could you repeat that?
Yeah, so basically we have to, again, rethink our whole street sweeping program based on available resources.
Right, and there's a strong argument that when we don't sweep the bike lanes, there's an additional liability and obviously danger to our residents. So I asked for a report back to instruct BSS to report with a plan to ensure that streets with bike lanes and commercial corridors are swept with at least the same frequency as posted routes on residential streets. Because I know if we just sort of generally ratchet things down, we kind of get out of whack as far as that goes, and there is a more compelling reason if we are doing this to focus some of our energies on that regular commercial routes and bike lanes. So I would just add that with making sure there's some parity there with at least the same frequency as posted routes on residential streets. What's the impact of eliminating risk management positions, and specifically the impact of eliminating 83% of the positions in the investigation and enforcement division?
I'll start with the risk management. Basically, we have 2 of the top 10 hazardous conditions, hazardous jobs in the nation, and that's construction worker and heavy-duty truck operator. That makes up 90% of our workforce. Our risk managers basically are critical to ensuring compliance with Cal OSHA's Title VIII, which mandates safe workplace practices, hazardous assessments, and employee training for all of our Bureau employees. Our risk managers have gotten us through COVID, through different emergencies. They do different assessments and evaluations to keep our employees safe, to reduce accidents. Losing these positions will basically increase, the Bureau of Street Services risk and liability, or liability to its employees specifically. And their whole goal is to train employees on workplace safety. We have a constant program for our heavy-duty drivers. I'll give you, for example, some of the largest vehicles on our city streets are our move trucks that have a 40-ton piece of equipment on its back. And we constantly train these folks on how to basically transport this equipment safely. With the loss of this program, basically also do our workforce development when it comes to new employees that come on with their commercial licenses, and we train them on how to drive safely or how basically to deal with hazardous situations out there in our construction workforce. And then Anna, you want to talk about?
Could you turn her mic on? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Audio check? Okay,
Yeah.
thanks. The elimination of 53 positions out of 64 for IED means that we won't be able to respond to public right-of-way violations that includes obstructions and ADA violations. We receive about 60,000 MyLA 311 service requests, and that's increased threefold since 2016. So that means that we won't be able to respond to those. The average number of days that our investigators respond to these service requests is 3 days. That will increase to 56 days, which is nearly 2 months. That means then that your offices will also get more phone calls from constituents. And additionally, these same investigators also take care of 20,000 permits. That includes construction-related permits and special events permits. Anything from small events such as neighborhood block parties to farmers markets, as well as recurring yearly events such as the Academy Awards, the LA Marathon, and Ciclavia. all of those will not be processed by any of the investigators because there will not be a non-functioning division left based on this elimination.
And I know that the positions themselves are covered in the big memo discussed earlier, but maybe you could do a cost-benefit analysis on this. And I mean, obviously, the real cost is the human cost because people could be injured or killed. I'm not asking you to put a price on that, but I think even just comparing the liability to the cost of the, you can leave an X for the humanitarian cost, and we can fill that in. But just to give us the hard equation of what that cost benefit is would be helpful.
Recently, we also completed a permit fee study for this division, since their permit rates are from the 1990s. And so by increasing the permit fees and updating it, this division can actually support itself and decrease impact to the general fund.
And lastly, our risk managers manage
Wait, could you speak up? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Our risk managers manage all of our litigation that we deal with street services.
Okay.
And we have a lead superintendent as for litigation support and not all depositions, most depositions, and that position is also cut as part of the risk and safety team.
I'd like to, back to my stat motion or memo, can we also check and see whether we can make the aging asset removal position funded by STAP too? Is that a thing y'all can look at?
It's possible, yes.
Okay.
Aging assets are visual blight, and we only have one person assigned to that right now. We actually need at least 4 people. And basically, they remove, news racks, old telephones, things like that, signs from the right-of-way.
Yeah, we want more, not fewer.
Yeah.
And we had 4, and it was cut to 2, now it's cut to 1.
Okay, Councilwoman Hernandez has a follow-up, and then I'm going to go to Mr. McCosker.
Yes, thank you. So I hear the back and forth on using STAP funding for these positions, but also some of those positions are intended to be cut, which means that there will be, if my math is mathing, a reduction in revenue, which means for the 5 positions already? Okay. All right. Well then, sorry, we're good there. Your budget memo took care of it. Thank you.
Right on.
But then, may I
sorry.
finish with my last one then?
Sure.
Thank you. One of the assets and difficulties with having the bureaus work together on many items is the loaning of teams for work needed by sister departments. How is BSS impacted by providing sidewalk crews for the Willett Sidewalk Repair Program? Does that come at a cost of other programs that BSS works on? And please, be specific.
So right now, we have 4 crews that are specifically assigned to do pavement preservation access ramps, and we're only able to construct 200. We need to construct more access ramps to keep up with our pavement preservation program. The crews that are assigned to Bureau of Engineering specifically do Willett work only, and they can't do anything as relates to ADA compliance for our pavement preservation program. So it limits our ability to construct access ramps for street services.
Got it. And then also, when our access ramps are delayed, isn't the installation of traffic signals also delayed?
I'd have to refer to DOT for that.
Great, thank you, which we will, thank you. Well, I would like a budget memo, please, that identifies BSS teams that are currently deployed to other departments and bureaus' settlement obligations under the purview of BSS to perform work as they pertain to the public right-of-way and proactive work for the public right-of-way under Streets LA. And how do we get those teams to come back to the work you all need them to?
And we'll include the $7 million for DWP work that we will have to do that's contemplated in Exhibit H.
Great, thank you.
We'll add that in there.
And also, just so I'm clear, that my budget memo is referring to also the teams that Keith just brought up that you all need back. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, Councilmember McCosker and then Councilwoman Hutt.
So this is done.
Thank you very much. I want to talk about alleys. Not how much funding we have in our budget now to do alleys, because I know the answer to that one. But I want to talk specifically about the damage that heavy refuse trucks do to alleys. Our trucks, our own sanitation trucks, and we've submitted a motion to see if we can address that somehow with funding. But let's talk about the private trucks. And so as we go out to the new RFP for the private trash haulers, would it make sense for us to structure into, I'll ask your advice, then I'll turn to the CIO, to structure into that RFP a fee or some cost structure so that as the trucks that are doing business in our jurisdiction are tearing up our alleys, we will have funding to repair those alleys?
Short answer, yes. Basically, the alleys, when they were first built, were not designed to basically handle these heavy trash trucks coming in there. You add water to that, different things like that, and a lack of maintenance. They're just tearing these alleys apart, literally.
Yeah, I want to be clear that it's the same for our own trucks.
Correct.
Our sanitation trucks, and we do have a motion to look at that that's pending in council. But as we go back out to Recycla for the RFP, I want to ask the CAO about structuring into those offers a fee structure or maybe even just the base cost for the program to make sure that there is funding to repair alleys. Is that something that I need to put into the note? Get a budget memo. I'll get a budget memo on that, please. Thank you.
Colleagues? Councilwoman Hutt?
Thank you. Hi, thanks for being here. I have a bunch of questions. I want to start with our asphalt. We haven't had a large asphalt repair program funded in quite some time. And so what are your thoughts about shifting some pavement preservation funds to a large asphalt repair program?
Right now, based on our current crew configurations, we're going to have to do that because we don't have enough trucking right now to basically resurface enough streets. And so we'll have to pivot to large asphalt repairs, which are smaller than, say, normal resurfacing projects. So there's over 1,000, that we plan on doing next year. Potentially, we have like a backlog of approximately 2,000 large asphalt repairs. And it's an accepted form of pavement preservation. You're fixing localized base failure. Typically, you fix a localized base failure on a particular street or block. Typically, the rest of the street's in good condition, so this will basically help preserve our network and our roadways.
So then, would you be in favor of a charter amendment to sell our asphalt to the public and put more financial resources into the Bureau of Street Services? When I spent the day with you, I learned that we recycle our asphalt. I learned that we make it ourselves, so that could be revenue generating. What are your thoughts?
Yes, and so that's something we'd have to, like you say, go through charter and have to consult with the city attorney on that.
Oh, that's great. For the CAO, this is a different question. The CTIP schedule provides $14.7 million for the 2025 wildfire recovery, erosion control, and debris removal. Are these funds meant for Clean Harbors contract managed by BSS only?
Is it on? Okay, David Hirano from the Office of the CAO. These funds are actually meant for capital projects that are needed to restore lateral support to roadways in the Palisades. The debris removal would have to come from a different source of funds because the SB1 fund really supports construction.
So the $14.7 million is a capital project funding?
Yes. We might be able to do a little bit of debris removal if it's associated with a capital construction project. We do have one project down at Strato Way and Keselamar where we're doing that.
And so there's debris removal hasn't been calculated yet? Is that what you're saying? It's separated out?
No, to the extent that debris removal is part of the scope of work of a capital project, it can occur using special SB1 funds. If it's just debris removal by itself, we have a hard time justifying that with SB1.
I understand, thank you.
Okay.
I have another question. This is about PPD funds. Do we have the ability to use PPD funds for street sweeping services? And if not, would an ordinance change allow for costs to be paid for these services in PPD?
Yeah.
I don't even know what that fund is, I'm sorry. Yeah. TPD, PPD?
PPD.
Yeah, I'm not.
PPD is the paid.
Yeah, it's not, I don't
preferential parking district.
Councilmember, I think that is a question most appropriately directed at DOT. And if you have your question, we could certainly relay it to DOT.
Okay. All right, so I'll do a couple of budget memo requests. I'd like to request a budget memo on the Bureau of Street Services proposed offsets as aligned in their budget letter. I'd like to request a budget memo that would provide an expenditure plan on how the $14.7 million in 2025 wildfire recovery, erosion control, and debris removal CTIP funds will be spent. And then I'd like to request a special study to look at the amount of funding and positions needed by the Bureau to reduce the tree trimming cycle to 7 years. That is all. Thank you.
Although with the cuts, there are 46 position cuts in the Urban Forestry Division, and we are anticipating going from a 17 to a 19-year tree
Say that one more time really loud.
Well, maybe
so
Anna
that
should
people
do it.
can
She's
hear
the
you,
expert.
please.
I'm not the expert.
So currently, we have a 17-year trim cycle. In order to bring it down to 7 years, as you say, will require no position cuts and additional positions to support that.
Well, I look forward to seeing that in the study. Thank you.
We'll do that.
That's all, Madam Chair.
Okay. Anybody else?
Mostly have a statement, but. no
Go
questions.
ahead,
Okay.
Councilwoman.
Thank
The floor is
you.
yours.
So we just heard, thank you so much to BSS and to our other public works departments that have been here to talk about how this proposed budget will impact the delivery of services that you all do, the timelines, the stoppage of work. And I just want to put that in perspective for folks. I think y'all have probably seen the movie Gotham, one of the most recent Joker movies. And you saw the city covered in graffiti, trash everywhere, the trees not trimmed. When we think about all these budgets that have just been proposed in front of us, if those cuts are made, our city could be heading in that direction. And that's what I mean, like real life application. What does that look like? That means that we're not cutting our trees, fixing our sidewalks, fixing the streets. We've already deferred maintenance on so many things in our city. And so I hope that this really landed on y'all, but also on the people watching outside. Like, these are our tax dollars that we're talking about. And really, when we talk about core services, today was all just core services, particularly with public works. So I just want to thank you all for being ready. And thank you so much, Chairwoman, for allowing the space for this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate all the time and the work. All right. That was our last department presentation for the day. Thank you, colleagues, for a long, productive day. Tomorrow, Friday, May 2nd, we will start at 1 p.m. after our regular city council meeting and hear from the following: the Public Works Bureau of Street Lighting, Public Works Bureau of Contract Administration, Rec and Parks, LADWP, the Office of Public Accountability, Building and Safety, Planning, Cannabis Regulation, and the Department on Disability. This meeting is now in recess.